new, let's dance!
I'm on it, Black Shoe!
Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty! Let's do it!
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Pix!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Look, you got me. A chance at just one glance to your glory. I needed it. Look at my past. Do you need anything? You can use me, I'm yours. Do you see anything? You wanna change or range me?
Welcome back, everybody, for some more Wild Rift action. It's the Sea Icon Series Singapore qualifiers. Well, not even the qualifiers. We're already into the playoffs.
Yeah,
I'm gaming as with me is Hungry. You know, we have some safe distancing going on here, really far distance,
Yeah.
but you're always in my heart, right beside it.
Oof. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. Remember that photo we did when I did this and you friend zoned me? It's starting to feel a bit too real now, man.
But as always, we are going to be looking at a bunch of great games of some Wild Rift coming in. We're going to be running a best of 3 series all the way up into the grand final, which is going to be a best of 5.
Yep.
So look forward to see which teams make their way there. We've been seeing a lot of content being pushed out. A lot of these teams have made some interesting statements and some great advice into how to get into playing professional mobile gaming, especially into the Wild Rift scene, and how you can get a bit of an in and into trying to get into the next competition that's likely going to come out.
Yep, I think it's kind of important that you give new players the advice, you give them some knowledge about how to break into the scene, because we're always looking for new players, we're always looking for, upcoming talents, alright? We don't want to see recycled pros just come back in. The term washed up has been thrown around quite a little bit, I think, so new players definitely good for the industry.
And I think Shinsekai put it best. You never know who you're going to end up playing with, so be nice to everybody. Right, because someday that person could be the one that vouches for you to get you into the team, and that could be the start of something huge for you. So just be nice. That being said, we are going to take a look into some of our brackets for the rest of the playoffs because we have quite a long way going. We're running for the next 3 days, the 28th, 29th, and 30th of May. So we have quite a number of games to get through. Today we do have, I believe, 3 sets going through.
Yes.
With our first one going to be between Impunity and Team Last Minute.
Yep, Impunity Esports will be taking on Team Last Minute, while VDG will be playing against Alliance. TLJ and Celestials will be the third, and we will have Chickens Can Fly versus Noblest Gaming for the final match. Like Granna alluded to, it's all BO3s. Do want to make a slight correction. I believe in the lower bracket it will be best of ones, so there is still the second opportunity for teams that drop to the lower bracket, but not as much bandwidth to play that series out if they do drop down.
For sure, a lot tighter, and so it's going to be much more difficult to actually get in with only having that one extra game. But that being said, it is still a way out, and so we might see that certain teams have matchups that they just aren't favored to. That's a very real thing. You could end up playing poorly against a specific team, but against an objectively stronger team, you could play a lot better. And so we oftentimes have these kind of situations, so we can't really discount these teams just yet. That being said, our first matchup, Impunity and TLM, definitely something to look forward to. Impunity being one of the teams that has really stood out a lot in a number of these games, and TLM, have had a pretty surprising performance coming into all of this and having a pretty good run. I think the last set, the second qualifiers, they actually had a pretty good run. I think only dropping a game or two going throughout the rest of the playoffs.
100% true. They only dropped one BO3, if I remember correctly. Like you said, in the second qualifiers, right? Overall, in terms of hit-to-hit, there is no real record between Impunity Esports and Team Last Minute because Impunity Esports did qualify through the first qualifiers, right? They, as well as Alliance and BDG, were all, the benefactors of their first qualifiers. That being said, Impunity as a team, Impunity Esports has had it tough when it comes to proving their assault. I think when we look at Impunity Esports, it's a team that has always lived in the shadow of Alliance.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to be in, right? Because you're oftentimes going to be compared to both of them, and Alliance, the fact that they've had such a long presence, their brand has such a strong presence. But Impunity, they're no slouches either. They've definitely had quite a number of success, especially when it comes to, I wouldn't exactly say niche titles, but you could see that when it comes to some of the other branches, they've done quite well. They've been doing decently in the league branch as well. When it comes down to the PSG, and you take a look at the PCS, and the PCS, has its own competitive league, and so we look at all these factors combined. Impunity, definitely no slouch. They have something in the tank. They have something they can still bring out and bring a good fight to Alliance.
It's funny because I was watching them play in that show match we were talking about earlier this week against, I think SGAG was the organization that held the event. Impunity Esports kind of had like a warm-up, like a short, re-entry back into Wild Rift, maybe after a couple of weeks of break, because like we said, they entered through the first qualifier, so there's a period of, of course they probably scrimmed, but there's a period where they probably, didn't feel the stress of having to play the game all too much. So that was a nice, dip back into the pool. Now they'll be taking on, some real competition here in the form of Team Last Minute. As an organization and as a competitor in Icon Series, Impunity definitely needs this win to prove that they're not, always going to be second to Alliance.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a highlight or indicator to what this team is going to be like moving forward, and so being able to take a solid 2-0 against TLM is definitely what IP are looking for. That being said, TLM is within their best interest to try to pull out this game as well as they can. Otherwise, they risk dropping into the lower brackets, and then they have to play the matchup there, and then that's going to be a new headache, and you have to run the entire series on a knife's edge, a best of one in every single game up until you jump back into the finals. That's tough, no doubt. It's something that they probably want to try to avoid at all costs up against Impunity here.
We can see them actually taking this, even more seriously, because there were some role swaps between the Impunity Esports players. I believe Scarlet Petal, who was playing in the support position during the qualifiers, is now stepping up as the ADC, a role that he's historically been associated with, if you remember way back in his time playing competitively in League of Legends PC. So he was very famous for playing Xayah ADC quite often during his regular time in pro play. Now moving into Impunity Esports for Wild Rift, he's going back to taking up the mantle of marksman, hoping to prove that he's not, someone that's coming in and resting on his laurels. He's not resting on the fame of his League of Legends PC days. He's coming to make a mark.
And, with how impactful marksman have really been in the recent current patches, we have been seeing some introduction of new champions, like with Rengar, with Kha'Zix, that has been kind of put a little bit of a road bump in their plans, but overall, you take a look at the Kai'Sa, even the Tristana, maybe not so much, but then you take a look at things like Xayah, Kai'Sa, even to some extent that Corki, are very dominant and have had a lot of impact in a number of these games. They could be the make and break factor for a lot of these matches, so having a strong AD carry could actually be one of the most primary factors that helps Impunity get that little edge against Alliance.
Along the same notes, right, the last time Impunity Esports played was on a completely different patch. This is the patch where a lot of changes have been made to the game. You mentioned the idea of, Kha'Zix and Rengar being added in. I think that adds another facet, right? Because the good Rengar players in this patch are so good with the combos, they understand damage so well, they instantly delete the ADCs. And like, as Scarlet Petal knows, that's an awful feeling to have when you're playing Marksman. Like, you can't do anything and Rengar just jumps the backline, instantly destroys you and removes you from the team fight. As someone with experience in League of Legends PC, that's something he has to bring into and call for his team, say, you know what, if Rengar is in the game, if they ever draft it, this is how we have to adapt our gameplay to make sure that it is, smooth with no holes.
Yeah, it's something, especially if you have to end up investing extra resources, extra gold into things like the Hourglass enchantment, that's just a pain. Nobody wants to go there. Everybody wants the damage items. How do I scale up faster than the enemy AD carry? That being said, though, we have a long way ahead of us, but we've also had a long way prior to the playoffs, and we have the Road to Icon series coming right up as we take a look at some of these teams and the kind of journey they've taken to come to this point, playing the playoffs, going up against some of the best in Singapore, and the steps going forward as well, because this is just a stepping stone moving into the bigger region. I think they have great plans for Wild Rift in Southeast Asia, and we see things coming in like the Summer Cup, and across the board you have the Icon series running everywhere, right? And it's been pretty exciting as well. I think that the Thai games are going on pretty soon. Recently, yeah.
I think if I'm not wrong, the Philippines qualifiers are happening concurrently, so there's a lot of exciting Icon Series action to be had across the board, right? And you alluded to this, I am a big fan of Super Summer Cup because as a whole, Southeast Asia has always been, a sum of its parts, right? Every region comes together to compete, and then we find out who's the best. And within each region, there's this individual meta. Certain teams are stronger than everyone else. And when they come together to compete, there's this idea of like national pride. And Philippines is probably waiting to send their best representatives to go up against, potentially Alliance, Impunity, because the top two teams from each Icon series, I believe, will be the representatives moving into Super Summer Cup. So there's a lot of space, there's a lot of bandwidth. You definitely do want to send your best representatives to show off, the prowess of your country.
For sure. So that's something to look forward to, because the Philippines just is ultimately, admittedly, a very big region when it comes down to Wild Rift especially. But they are still just one region. We have a bunch joining in with us. You have the Thai side, the
Vietnam,
Vietnamese.
I think is
looking
one that we really want to watch out for.
Yeah, so it's going to be extremely competitive. And so on the Singapore side, we can't really slack off either, right? We heard a little bit from these teams. They talked about their kind of expectations and their goals going forward into this. I would like to see them go in with their absolute best when it comes to playing against these international teams, these teams from the other regions. And at the end of the day, we are kind of classified under one, and so it's a good opportunity to kind of link up and get more partners to scrim with, to play against, and kind of develop that kind of a bond and ability to play together with.
That competition also builds into what could potentially be, the final event of the year. I believe it was announced already by Riot. There's going to be a Wild Rift World Series towards the end of the year. So it harkens back to the idea of like League of Legends PC, where Southeast Asia used to be like, we still have the PCS, right? But like running into this region of every Southeast Asian coming together, playing competitively, scrimming against each other, leveling each other up, and then going to take that to the world stage.
It's a tough journey to go from, because even when you look at the PC version, there were a lot of teams to vie for those few spots. But I think at least looking at Wild Rift as it is, there's so many plans to expand on all that, so that these teams have more opportunity to get in on the international stage, especially early on, right? They've been able to keep going in to kind of get in, well, how do I put this? They've been able to join in to a number of these competitions that lead into the bigger scheme. And with with it being so accessible, you know, we start to see a lot of new players that haven't really been known prior in the PC community, but rather just joining in Wild Rift right now.
Agreed. I think the key word, in fact, is accessible, because we see this in the other regions as well, right? The running joke at the start before Wild Rift came in was like, oh, it's just going to be a game where all the PC pros move on to because they're washed up or something along those lines. But we were seeing a lot of young talents coming in from other regions as well, showcasing their abilities in Wild Rift. So definitely accessible, definitely exciting, and a lot of progress to see in the future. As we should have that video, the intro video, like you said, coming in, talking about the road to playoffs for all the teams so far in the playoffs. Yeah. All right, so I believe this is Impunity on your screen right now. We're going to take a look at the journey so far. And Impunity as a team, you know, thematically we've been talking about them. It's a team that has always lived in the shadow of Alliance, which is tough because they put on a very good show. They showcase a lot of strong strategies and microplay, which is kind of sad when you think about how they consistently have to live up to expectations against Alliance.
Yeah, it's not something fun to have to constantly be compared to them, especially when, you know, you look at Impunity overall. Their playstyle is comparatively quite different from Alliance, and so when you have that comparison there, it's a little bit difficult to really make this a proper assessment to which team is objectively better. I feel like both sides could have an edge depending on the way the meta moves and their understanding of the game at that current point, especially with how new it still kind of is. But that being said, Alliance have felt like they've been able to streamline and kind of optimize the process to learn more about new processes. So Impunity definitely have to showcase what they have in store for us there.
And the evolution from this point till now, right? We're looking at this video, it's actually the preseason, because you can see that Ares is still on the roster for Impunity. He's since moved on to Noblest Gaming, one of the other teams in the competition, right? So you can see now on your screen, very timely, thank you so much. The Ares is now Noblest, his former, his current team. So there is some, you know, speculation on the Impunity roster as to, like, at the start of Wild Rift Icon series, how it's going to turn out, right? Because there's so many people on the roster. I believe they had like 8 or 9 people. With separate roles and everyone flexing around, that there was no true direction for the squad. But now that they've solidified their roster, you know, you see Scarlet Petal on ADC, Cote d'Ivoire in the Baron lane, they look a lot better.
Yeah, it takes some time to really kind of figure out exactly where they want to be, but I imagine that having had this experience now, they are a little bit more firmed up and have better idea of what they want to try and go for. And so Impunity, definitely one of the teams that we have to watch out. They are going into a pretty interesting bracket because I think they will end up clashing with Alliance a little bit earlier than the finals. And so this is definitely something that could make or break their run. And I think you were mentioning to me even before we went into all of this, Impunity won't sell for anything less than the best, right? Coming into this, if they're not at least second, it's a major disappointment.
I think that's the exact, you know, thought process if you are Impunity Esports here. Obviously, you look at your competition, yeah, Alliance looks really good, but anything less than second is always going to feel bad because they are an established brand in Singapore. In terms of Singaporean esports, right, there are only like 3 big brands that are household names. Impunity is one of them, Alliance is the second one, right? The rest are like not really relevant at this point. If you think about the grand scheme of things, they're still very new, but they don't, you know, take part in this conversation. So yes, at least second is going to be the goal for Impunity Esports, and you talked about them having to face off against Alliance. Based on my brackets that I can see right now, if Alliance wins their matchup against BDG and Impunity Esports wins their matchup against Team Last Minute, they will be playing the next BO3. That is going to be the upper bracket semi-finals. One of them is going to end up in the upper bracket finals, the other one's going to drop down to the lower bracket. That could very well be a preview of our grand finals, if anything.
Yeah, exactly. So something to look out for the fans that are interested in this. I think that match will come tomorrow on the 29th. That being said, I think we've talked a decent amount about Impunity. Let's move on to our next team, TLJ, as we take a look at some of the highlight videos coming in to this playoffs. TLJ has been an interesting team for me. They've been someone that I've wanted to watch out for in a number of these matchups. They've actually done pretty well against, and especially for a team that hasn't really had that much of a namesake coming into the series. They've definitely been a team that has showcased a little bit more than a lot of these teams could have expected. But at the same time, TLJ kind of fall into this category of the teams that are a little bit iffy for me. They could show up really well. Otherwise, I've seen moments where they've failed to communicate, failed to prioritize the right targets, and that has ultimately led to them losing out in major fights. They can win small incremental advantages, but they lose out these major moments, and that costs them the game.
And this is signified in the way they play, right? A lot of this team success is based on the Baron lane and jungle synergy. You see Haxus on your screen here on the Darius just being a force to be reckoned with against Bears during the qualifiers. You look at this team, it's like, okay, if we can neutralize Hexus, we can neutralize Ludai, that increases your chances of beating this team a lot. So far, towards the Dragon lane, the duo has not really impressed me. Hingster has played, Jinx has played Vayne in the qualifiers, but to very little effect. I think they've always came in as like the secondary carries as compared to, like, you know, Hexus and Ludai.
I think Haxus was even one of the people that kind of spearheaded the Darius movement we saw in qualifiers too, because he was so effective and such a menace on that champion that other teams started picking up the champion, seeing exactly what it could do. That being said, Ludai is also a very impactful player in my mind. I've seen him make some great moves across the map when the time comes about, and so I feel like they really have to hammer in this kind of this Baron lane and jungle synergy to work well to snowball in their favor, but I worry if they get banned out a little bit too easily. That being said, let's segue into our next team. It's Last Minute, a team that has had a number of issues and struggles coming into this competition. They faced up against some stiff competition up until this point. A team that I'm a little bit concerned for. You know, they've had decent moments, but overall, I feel like they're still lacking that X factor. They don't really seem like they have just that little bit of an edge to help them win out these games against much stronger teams.
The main reason for that is because when you look at the ADC, like, he occasionally pops off, but he lacks the killer instinct, no pun intended for this play, to really, you know, make the moves that needs to be made for his team to pop off. I think he's reliable, he's solid, yes, but Akatsuki hasn't really shown that level of, like, I'm going to step up, I'm going to command this fight and do what needs to be done against the stronger teams. He's done so against the weaker teams, but you can see, you know, in these sort of plays, sometimes he overreaches, sometimes he gets punished. He needs his team to be behind him. Against the weaker teams, sure, they don't really capitalize on your mistakes, but against the stronger teams, maybe someone against, like, sometimes against Impunity or Alliance, you can bet that jumping in like that with Kai'Sa is going to get you dead.
And that's exactly kind of the idea of, like, the it factor, because there's some teams that might not be so consistent, might not be able to always take down the Goliaths, or even lose games to maybe mid-tier teams, but they have having that X factor really sets them up to be able to take down even the best. And I feel like they are lacking that a little bit, so it's kind of tough to really have too many expectations or to kind of pin my hopes onto Last Minute. But I don't want this to count them out just yet. They still have a long way ahead of them. The first match coming into this, I believe, is going to be up against Impunity, so we'll have to see how they perform in this series.
If anything, the best of ones in the low bracket actually give them that edge, right? Because when you're playing BO1s, you don't have the time to get figured out by your opponents. So whatever you bring to the table is fresh, is novel, gives you that edge. You know, it allows you to surprise your opponent. So I think that is how TLM, if anything, will succeed in this tournament. In BO3s, they get figured out very quickly against the more experienced teams. Their draft is a bit limited. It's very predictable. So and we saw this last week, where I was able to predict majority of their drafts because it's so limited in scope. BO3s are not their flavor. BO1s are where they will thrive.
So it's something to look forward to. If they do end up dropping to the lower brackets, they get to play BO1s all the way up, and then they just have to play that one big BO5, I believe.
Yes.
And so that's going to be maybe in their favor. It might not as well. It's a little bit iffy. That being said, let's take a look at our next team. It's Big Dirty Goons, BDG, a team that has qualified, if I'm not mistaken, in our first qualifiers alongside the likes of Alliance and Impunity, a very stacked qualifier number one.
That qualifier number 1 was a slugfest, right? We had speedruns coming in from the strong, veteran brands, but for BDG, it was a tough fight all the way up. I look at this team, what is their identity? They love playing Yasuo compositions, right? And this is not kind of signaled by Ewash permanently playing Yasuo whenever it's open, and Fizzyfish playing Nami and Janna, right? The support on BDG has a very limited scope in terms of what is in the arsenal. So BDG are kind of defaulted to very Yasuo style compositions, and it works, against the weaker teams that you can punish, but against the stronger teams, again, the question is, can this strategy really, be pulled off effectively and reliably?
Well, they have had some time to continue practicing this strategy, so we'll have to see if they want to focus in and really dive deep into that specific methodology, or if they want to try and spread out a little bit. There are a few schools of thought into focusing on a specific playstyle and really mastering it versus kind of learning a little bit more. And so even with the Yasuo, it can be quite impactful, especially when we see how Alliance plays. They like to run a bit of a utility mid laner, so there could be some leeway when it comes to getting the Yasuo a little bit ahead, but at the same time, with how aggressive their Alliance's jungle is, or even some of these stronger teams, with how aggressive their jungle is, it could be quite punishing running Yasuo into a number of these matchups.
And you should note that BDG actually made a roster swap. I believe Sarah has been removed from the roster, and they brought in a new top laner, a new jungler rather, and swapped HY to the Baron lane. So this is kind of interesting, right? It signals to me that the team felt that Sarah's contribution, or possibly his impact on the game, was very limited. Maybe you only play tanks. That's not what we're looking for. We need someone that can play carries, the Camille, the Dariuses of the meta. So they felt the need to swap Sarah out and bring in someone to kind of fill the role.
We've been seeing a lot of very high priority Baron laners pop up a lot more in these games. The amount of resources they require just generally seems like it's a little bit less, and with how effective they're able to do with the marksman, it has been quite impactful. So nice little addition for BDG, or a nice little change for them to kind of adapt according to what their requirements are. That being said, let's move on to our next team, Celestials. A roster that I felt like had a pretty good grasp on what was required, especially in the picks and ban phase. They knew what they needed to do. They got solid priority picks. A few issues with the gameplay wise, but I feel like that can be ironed out with some good practice.
Yep, Celestials as a team, they give me the idea that they understand the draft very well. They understand what priority picks that should be utilized in the meta. One thing that tends to turn me off about this team is they like to play the Fiora, right? And I always say Fiora as a pick, it's low value, medium to high risk, in the sense that, like, if you pop off, sure, you're able to play the side lane, but that's all you really do well. You don't contribute much in team fights. You really just become a split pushing monster. So if anything, I would love for Celestials to kind of explore other Baron laners. Maybe Nico can pick up, the Camille, maybe a bit more of the Darius, and see what they can contribute to the team in team fights, because the Fiora is not, it's not really jiving with me.
It's had its strong points, it's also had its weaknesses. In some of the matchups, we've seen Nico play on tilt and end up falling quite far behind, and so we see a bit of a gap when it comes to the Baron lane in those games. But it's also been, well, sort of the winning factor for a few of these games, so you could make an argument as to why they've been kind of tunneled in on this specific pick. But like you mentioned, hoping to see a little bit more flexibility, especially when teams recognize that the Fiora is going to be a priority. They can practice against it. And so going into this matchup, I am looking forward to see what they have in store for us.
What they do have is a new jungler coming in. I believe Cape was subbed out. They brought in a new jungler, Francois. And with a new jungler, it's a new dynamic, right? Because we saw Cape playing, majority of the time Jarvan, which is kind of a one-trick pony. He goes in, flashes and uses the flag and drag, cataclysm. That's pretty much all you contribute, right? It doesn't have the sort of flexibility of something like a Lee Sin, something like a Camille, which scales very well, allows you to split push in the side lane later on. So I'm hoping the new jungler here coming in for Celestials is able to add a new facet to their playstyle.
And like they said, either you get ranked or you end up in the semifinals, maybe. If you guys are interested to see what else they have to say, feel free to check out the video with the team interviews that we have up on the Facebook page. Let's take a look at our next team. It is Noblesse, a team, or rather an organization with a few familiar faces as well as a few new ones who are looking to make a bit of a splash in the Wild Rift scene.
So veteran players will recognize the name of Eris, IT help desk, not so much. He's now Dai, which is a Dami Dollar Goblin Chu, if you guys remember him from League PC days, as well as Kung, who is Cryonic. So these are the 3 veteran players on the Noblest squad. They bring a lot of leadership as well as experience, because you can see that is reflected in how they play as well. The way they play around objectives and team fighting is very solid, it's very controlled, they don't overcommit like the newer teams, and that is the biggest value of Noblest, right? Having that veteran leadership, having someone that can reliably call team fights and call targets, it is such a bonus.
Good, solid calls, team fighting priority in the right position, set them up for some really strong fights. And so with Noblest, I'm definitely looking to see how they can bring the pain, as they said, looking to see how they can take down a number of these matchups. I'm very confident they feel very confident. I'm looking at them, I feel pretty confident for them too. They have shown to be a pretty solid, consistent team when it comes down to it. We haven't exactly quite seen them go up against some of the stronger matchups, so looking forward to see what we have in store there.
I mean, personally, I have them ranked 3rd in my internal power rankings, right? So it's like Alliance, Impunity, Noblest hanging very closely onto 3rd, and then 4th is someone like Celestials, who is not yet proven but has the good fundamentals. So those are the teams that we're looking out for in the top half of my tier list. And Noblest has very easily made the mark with the 3 veteran players, as well as the young up and coming. I wouldn't say young up and coming, right? But proven new additions to the roster.
And so with Noblest, with the way that they're running their Wild Rift, I mean, both on the Rift as well as off the Rift, creating content, trying to generating a personality, and that's something that's always fun and exciting to see.
Yeah, Brennan's a sucker for that.
Especially for teams that don't necessarily have the biggest organization backing them up, and they're trying to come in and make something impactful, be a positive influence on the gaming scene around. It's always nice to see something, initiative like that happen. And so having some familiar faces, some people that can bring in a bit of that experience is always nice to see. Noblest, I think, a good addition into our league. It would be nice to see how they get into the later halves of the playoffs, as well as maybe into future competitions as well.
They are pretty lucky in terms of how they were rostered in. Of course, it was a random draw, right? So there's a certain amount of RNG there. But
luck is a skill.
Luck is a skill, fair enough. At a certain level, having enough luck is a skill, but they are towards the bottom half of the upper bracket. So what happens is they're only going to end up playing, the winner of Impunity or Alliance, meaning to say that they will get very far into the playoffs before meeting, the top 2 teams that are ranked above them. So the luck there actually plays a big part in terms of how they might end up placing in the playoffs,
giving themselves a little bit more buffer to work with. So Noblest in a good position with the playoff position. Let's take a look at our next team now. It's going to be Chicken Can Fly. A bit of an interesting team to talk about because they had quite a bit of a backstory coming into this one, having changed their name once before, as well as changing some of their player names as well.
Yep, so they tried to, I believe, qualify for the first qualifier. They tried to enter the first qualifier, but was not successful. They were originally known as SGW, which when I spoke to the captain, stood for Singapore Got What, meaning to say, where is the talent here, right? They're, titular player Wismati Punamfe is also, in Mandarin for Why Can't Chickens Fly, and that's how the name came about, and the name change eventually came about. A bit of a meme team, the meme dream team, if anything, but they've shown some promise.
Definitely, they look like they have a pretty good grasp on, especially when it comes to playing around that mid lane with a decent variety. They're one of the few teams that I felt like who understood the Seraphine mid pickup well and played for it with more damage as opposed to going for utility. And then they realized that, this is a working composition with Seraphine running a bit more damage and having decent scaling with ability power. You end up in really good positions most fights. And with how impactful Seraphine can be with that encore, being able to hit a target from halfway across the screen, it really does make for very impactful fights a lot of the time.
When I look at this team too, it's not the Seraphine that only stands out to me, it's also XCP. His jungle Jarvan, the way he plays his junglers, hyper aggressive, very trigger happy and engaging for his team, and the way XCP builds most of the jungle items for his team as well kind of signifies that he wants to go in first. It's always an early shade, very reminiscent of Shinsekai Kai if you think about it. And because the team has the trust in XCP to engage first, everyone else is okay just leaving the buffer in between, throwing damage out and sacrificing XCP and then following up with damage.
And talking about Shinsekai, what better team to move on to next than Alliance, the big brother of the region, a team looking very dominant right now, but still have a lot to prove. Without all too many games under their belts just yet, they have to take this Wild Rift CE Icon Series in a decisive fashion to really prove that they have what it takes to represent Singapore and even Southeast Asia on a bigger stage.
The addition of coveted feet, I believe, during the first qualifiers was a decision that I supported a lot, because by adding in coveted feet, I was telling Fish, you know, this bot lane is now probably the best duo in Icon Series Singapore and potentially in Southeast Asia, right? This is a duo, you know, Rich and Kodenfi have been playing together since Sea Serpents. They perform so well, they hold their own, and if you give them an inch, they will take a yard. They will solo kill their opponents if they see the opportunity, and they punish them very well. Alliance on a whole, very strong champion pool. They have ability to play a lot of things. Raven now swapping back into the mid lane has showcased Katarina, he showcased Twisted Fate, he showcased a bunch of utility picks like you mentioned, like the Galio as well. So I do like Alliance's chances in this tournament.
These Katarinas, man, you just can't deal with them. We've seen, what, 3 different games with Katarina, and every single one of them, they've been such a menace. I would like to think that Raven, you know, could pull that out once again. He's been able to play some relatively unknown picks in the mid lane, and that's had a lot of impact. And that's been something that Alliance have in store for them. The resource, the time, the knowledge to find these unconventional picks that end up being so impactful, because these players just don't have the means to figure out how to counter them and how to deal with them.
In my head, the MVP of this team has been the duo, the jungle support duo of Shinsekai and Rich. The way they work in Wild Rift is just so magnificent to watch, because they're so careful with how they put down vision, how they invade, how they punish opponents that overextend. And Rich, you know, his Alistar play has been, you know, one of the more spectacular, outstanding, you know, support players in my opinion in Icon Series so far, just because he's not afraid to engage. He knows his role is to usually join in the fight with Shinsekai, start the fights off, and create space for Coden Feet as well as Raven to take over.
But they've also been able to show that they have good disengage practices as well. They understand how to work not only with engaged champions like the Alistar. So that's a lot of flexibility and a lot of tools that they have working for them. Alliance looking like a big player when it comes to the CE Icon Series in Singapore. That being said, it's going to be a long journey. We have 3 days before we find our grand finals teams. And from there, that best of 5 series will show the ultimate champions for the Singapore CE Icon Series.
Yep, 3 days of games, a lot of Wild Rift Icon Series action to be had. Honestly, I'm excited because this is like the lead up towards a Super Summer Cup, and all the teams here will need that competition. They will need their edge to be sharpened against each other, right? You don't get to Super Summer Cup and perform well just by, you know, resting on your laurels and taking everything easy, nice and chill. You kind of have to play against tough opponents and learn from the mistakes that you make when they punish you, and that's how you get better.
It takes time, it takes some experience, but I think that we have the opportunities to get there. That being said, all of this has been made possible by our incredible sponsors, whether it's Secretlab or 100+. They've been so accommodating and helping out and bring value adding.
So, not fair. Yeah, not fair. You get the 100+, like the extra 100+, I just get the cup. Like, come on, send me some 100+ to my house.
I'll bring this over right now. I'll leave this chair and I will wireless feed. Might be a bad idea.
Like on Discord in the camp, right?
Yeah, just like sit there with my phone up and then talk through that, right? You see, like I'm like a half a minute behind, but it's okay because I'm bringing 100+ to you, just like we bring 100+ to our top 3 teams, top 4 teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get a lot
of 100+ and a ton of rewards to be claimed by the players. And it's not just that, right? Like I've been alluding to so many times, it's the top 2 spots, right? When you go to Super Summer Cup, that's when all the eyeballs are on you. That's when the whole of Southeast Asia is watching you play, and that's the big leagues. But for now, we gotta start small. Gotta find the qualifiers first.
Yeah, it's the top 3 teams that end up with 3 months worth of 100+ beverages. The first place also gets 5 Secretlab chairs along with a tidy 12k to go with that. That being said, if you also would like to win a Secretlab chair in the League of Legends series especially, feel free to check out the Facebook post that explains all of it. But in summary, watch out for either a backdoor victory, a pentakill, an epic dragon or Baron Steel. Clip that, send it over. Right, and we're looking to see look for the ultimate winner to pick up the Secretlab chair to come with it.
I believe everyone is entitled to one submission, but based on the people that submit these clips, the production team at Elephant, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, will be selecting one lucky winner to win one of these Secretlab Titan League of Legends collection chairs. And to be honest, you know, all of them look awesome, but you can only pick one. And your choice, it's up to you, whichever one you want to pick. And I think in this case, you know, you kind of just go with your gut.
Yeah, I mean, you pick one and you just buy the other 4, right? And you complete the set.
You put it on your dining table, you dine in comfort.
You just change like all your stuff to Secretlab chairs, and then you start running the Secretlab table, and then you know just switch everything out. You know, why do you need anything else anyway, right? Change your gaming dining table, you RGB your meals.
It's a slippery slope, Brandon, because that's how it starts, right? Secretlab chair, Secretlab table around, you know, for dinner. Next thing you know, you're using a Secretlab spoon and fork on a Secretlab bowl, eating Secretlab branded instant noodles or something. I don't know how this goes.
Dude,
man.
I'm down for that. You know, I'm down for that. I'm okay. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm okay with that. You know, if it's all there, why not? You know, everything's built together.
Also, they recently opened a new HQ. Like, I passed it on my way to the studio, I think earlier this week. It's huge, dude. It's like really near my place, and it's massive because you can see from the highway. It looks like a giant stadium. Like, it's the size of like a stadium, if you think about it. Like, from end of the building to the other end of the building, it's massive.
I think that, you know, it's a good sign. It's a good sign. They've been making a lot of impact. Always nice to see these kind of initiatives and these kind of, especially I would say local kind of brands as well.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, it's kind of easy to forget with how massive they've become. They are ultimately still a local brand as well. Do so well. That being said, I think we are going to go into a quick little break before we jump into our first matchup, which is going to be between Team Last Minute and Impunity Esports in this best of 3 as we kick off our Wild Rift C Icon Series Singapore Summer Playoffs. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty! Let's do it!
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock.
Custom picks!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Hi, I'm X Akatsuki and I'm the ADC for Team Last Minute.
Hi, I'm Desi, and I'm the mid laner for Team Last Minute.
Hi, I'm IC Bang. I'm the top barrel laner for Team Last Minute.
We created the team last minute. So, yeah. I mean, that sentence has two meanings. So, basically, we created the team last minute and we also created the team last minute, basically. On the morning of the day when I saw like the deadline had like 24 hours left, and then I was like, maybe I should just make a team and see what I can do. I just have fun. And then I got IC, who I already play with a lot from other games actually. And then we got a couple more. The last piece was Desi, which I found out through a mutual friend of ours. Basically, that was the team, just in a few hours. I think for now will be our first round opponent Infinity, because I feel like we have quite a few connections to them, so it'll be quite exciting to see who will come out on top. Just normal esports things like just screaming, discussing, and just solo queue. Just discussing and playing the game in general.
I don't really need to play a 5-man or trio queue. So as a barrel lane and top lane, we are always like an isolated island. So we normally just solo queue to improve.
Ultimately, there are a lot of other new and upcoming teams that we are also watching out for, because I think it's a BO1 in the lower bracket if we ever fall down there. So a BO1 is really scary, because like any surprise tactics, like a cheese tactic at level 1 could really even like shift the game tide. So yeah, we're keeping out some secrets against Alliance, but for the other teams we do have some stuff prepared as well.
We definitely got a few plans on how to win Alliance. I don't think we want to go too much in detail, but we have been practicing quite a few stuff already, and I would say we're pretty confident going to the finals with Alliance.
Team Noblesse and Team Last Minute have their eye-catching moments, like when I watch their bots. I think each of these teams have quite a few strengths and weaknesses. I think Noblesse is really good at like when they get a momentum, they can close out a game really well. And Team Last Minute is more of they're pretty disciplined.
Got CSG Celestials. I mean, those two teams are like the strongest ones, especially Nobles and Bleach, because they are like the mix of past Alliance and Infinity members. So they definitely have quite a lot more experience compared to the other teams moving forward in the competition.
Generally, the players on the team weren't on the same page totally, because perhaps we were not as or perhaps like we all have different ideas, or some players are kind of they want to go forward, but some players want to go backwards, so that they kind of disconnect.
Against Alliance at that point in time, we actually know what they want to do already. Like the pre 4 minutes, like we kind of expect the strategy to be 1-3-1, and our answer to that was actually pretty decent already, which actually gave us a goal lead. It's just that how we finished off the game was the one that we need to touch up. Being inconsistent and also indecisive, what led us to the loss. And after that, our mental just break down after the first two. Yeah.
I think this one will have to be kept in secret. I think this is definitely something that's a little more sensitive because this will have to this directly links to like the preparation that teams do against us, because perhaps the last look that they have of us, they actually already saw a few role differences in the different games. So I think that is, yeah, I mean, there could be a hint to you guys out there like who are preparing against us, but yeah, we'll see where like what kind of cards we'll throw out when we play against you.
BO3, it's going to be TLM versus Impunity Esports, team last minute, and Impunity to kickstart the playoffs over the next 3 days. Once again, I'm Gamer Nissan. With me is Hungry. We're taking a look at this set, and you know what? Impunity are basically doing our jobs for us. It's so nice to see a team that's so aware and so cognizant of the kind of issues and the flaws that they have, because then it becomes a simple idea of you just need to target these flaws to fix them. Because like they mentioned, even up against Alliance, they had the goal lead, they knew what they needed to get done. They had some moments that they failed to execute it the way they wanted or they should have, and that cost them the game. Going into this one, I'm looking forward to see how they've managed to iron out some of these wrinkles, some of these issues, and are looking to just kind of sweep the competition here.
I also do like that Scarlet Petal kind of agreed with me, like, yes, the two teams to worry about apart from Alliance is CSG, Celestials, and Noblesse, right? I think we're very unified in the idea that these two teams are based, combined with Impunity and Alliance, make up the top half of the playoff bracket. So moving to this one, at least they have understanding of power levels, right? Against TLM, they shouldn't be too worried, to be very frank. TLM doesn't pose that big of a threat when it comes to just pound for pound mechanical power. I think for the most part, Impunity Esports have all their bases covered. It's about refinement here, like you said, cleaning up their play, not making any sloppy mistakes, maybe even executing some drafts that they want to practice. These are things that Impunity Esports should be looking to do, as opposed to take this as a cakewalk.
But TLM, like they've mentioned, it was a last-minute scramble. They pulled together everyone and they said, let's play this one out. They have some strategies into how they should practice and get some experience going into these matchups. And this is actually really interesting as well, because you mentioned how TLM, they can play top lane a little bit too separate. They play the top laner with a couple of some aggressive champions. And that actually kind of reflects in the way they practice, because like they said, they go into these games playing more solo queue as a top laner, because you would kind of expect to play as an island. So there's a very differing kind of methodology and idea from some of these other teams. So I'm quite interested to see what they have. If this is going to remain consistent, I feel like it could be something that is relatively easy to abuse when it comes to the matchup against Impunity.
More so compared to like solo queue play, the type of synergy that you need between like jungle mid, jungle top is more present. I think that's something that might turn out to be a weakness for TLM if they haven't practiced it enough, right? So that's something that we look towards. I think Impunity, Alliance, as well as some of the other like top 4 teams, Noblesse, Celestials, all have a strong understanding of what it means to jungle with solo laners, whereas TLM might not really have that. TLM might be lacking there, and that might hurt them.
It's definitely a slow process to kind of build up the synergy and the kind of skill set to work together as a team, and as a team that came in last minute, it might be a little bit difficult. That being said, let's take a quick look at the team versus team intro between these two really stacked, teams coming into our first match.
They are a solid team with a few members coming off of some other mobile experiences, so they are already like pro in other games. Then they come over here. So we just want to have a good fight against them and of course win them in general, basically. Since we are here already, I feel like I want to aim for the top.
For me, Impunity is a really strong team. I think I heard from people, they say they are the second strongest team in Singapore behind Alliance, and we have 3 weeks to practice, and I hope that we can pull something off like a miracle or something and win them, because they are not really an easy team. They are actually a very good team, and they have been playing together for quite long, longer than us, obviously.
They have pretty big dreams. They're all young players, so their strength is that they're really hungry to learn, and there won't be a situation where they are not improving every single day. But the thing about that is that they're still young, so because of their age and experience, I think that the team right now that we have is a little bit more experienced against them.
For team last minute, since their team is actually last minute, I just feel like they may not be actually ready to fight against us. We are gonna give them a hard time. We're gonna give them a real hard time and make them feel like that joining this tournament is gonna be sad for them.
Always fun to see the interactions between teams.
I like the banner though.
Pretty
I like
confident.
the banner from Wobble.
Yeah. It's definitely a level of confidence that you need, especially when you have the mindset to go out and win the entire competition. You need that level of confidence. TLM, of course, they are going to be playing with this information in mind, knowing that, like they said, Impunity, regarded as sort of the second best team living in that Shadow of Alliance. They have to go in with guns blazing and really pull out all the stops to pick up this first game win. That being said, even if they manage to pick up this win, then they move into their next challenger, the next big match, and it's gonna be so difficult, right? Because right after this bend, you still see, you know, this is when the boss has the next the final form of the boss has the next real final form.
Or to put it in like terms people our generation might understand, you beat the Elite Four and then there's your rival waiting for you at the end. You're like, oh no, how am I gonna beat this
scam,
now, right?
That's a big scam, by the way. Tough to work for. That with at least TLM, I think, you know, being aware of the fact that they're going to have to face some of these issues and challenges, they should at least be a little bit more prepared going into this one, because I think one of the first things that you really should work on as a team is that pick and ban phase. You know, having that little bit of additional awareness in what to do in the pick and bans can really help create an edge once you go into the game.
Yeah, the idea of what your opponents prioritize and what's strong in the meta is usually going to define the success of your team in-game and outside of game, right? So having a coach is usually a big bonus, someone to identify all that for you, the strategic information. I think in this particular patch, we alluded to the idea of Rengar and Kha'Zix being more popular nowadays, but there is still the power picks of like Lee Sin, still very strong, Camille, still very strong, Gragas, still very strong. I think these are the picks that we'll be looking to focus on too as we enter the game.
Now let's jump. I think we should be jumping into picks and bans in our first game. It is going to be Team Last Minute versus Impunity Esports, with Impunity starting on that blue side. And you know, you were mentioning how we still see champions like the Gragas, like the Camille, still very strong. I feel like overall the meta hasn't really shifted very much. We've seen a couple of nerfs, and we've also seen a little bit of adjustments to marksmen to put them into a slightly better spot. But overall, I feel like not too much has changed. We still see just about the same kind of ideas. The playstyle should remain relatively consistent. Impunity do have that first pick, which can be nice to get a couple of the power picks away, especially if they want to go in that fall in the jungle or in the mid lane as they ban away the Ziggs.
I still expect Kai'Sa to be highly contested by both teams here. It's just such a strong ADC, such a strong marksman rather, when it comes to scaling as well as your mid-game power spike. We're alluding to the idea of like, okay, Kai'Sa, you don't want to finish a core item. You want to build AD, get your Q evolve, and then start fighting, because by that point you are at your strongest when you have your upgraded Icathian Rain. And then you start picking up a couple of items as we see the Katarina being banned out. Okay, this is a target ban, not necessarily a meta ban, but just respect being shown towards Last Minute by Impunity Esports.
A lot of focus around the mid lane, so I'm curious to see if Impunity is going to look to just hold out on the mid lane picks, wait out till TLM is forced to already go for something, and then pick it up themselves. Because looking at the situation overall, I'll actually go for the Kai'Sa in the end. So that's an interesting switch out in terms of the bans. We also see the Braum and Akali banned out by TLM. So overall, just a bunch of power picks removed. Impunity looking...
Do like the Gragas here. I do like the Gragas. It's a flex pick. Could go to Cote d'Ivoire in the Baron lane. You could pick up for Swirl in the mid lane, or you can put it in the support position for Spaghetti. Generally speaking, Gragas mid not really the best. I do prefer it in Baron or support position. On the side of TOM, right, we note that Diana is still open, Orianna is still open, Galio is still open. So these are things that Desi might be looking to pick up. Of course, Desi is Desream here. If anything, I do like the Diana more. You might want to pick up the Diana +1 here. So maybe you do Diana Alistair.
You know, it's really interesting to talk about the Gragas pickup as well, because, you know, when you have the Diana being showed so early on, you mentioned how Gragas isn't that great in the mid lane. I have to definitely agree with you. Instead, something that I think could work really well, it could probably be something like the Galio, being able to synergize well with Gragas going in and joining into these fights with the Diana now joining in. The Gragas and Galio could actually be even more impactful, being able to disengage and provide some safety to the rest of the team.
Seraphine here is most likely going to be a support pickup for Team Last Minute, considering we already have the Diana, unless they decide to flex the Diana into the jungle, in which case, like, it's not the best matchup coming in for TLM. Of course, we neglected to mention that you could play jungle Gragas 2 for Wild Boar. Again, one of those things that has value, can be flexed, but not optimal in the grand scheme of things. There you go, there's your Galio here. So the answer coming against the Diana, we should see this mid lane Galio, I believe, going up against Diana. Very good stats. Overall, you absorb her magic damage, very tanky, and you offer that on-demand CC, right? The knock-up into the taunt sets up for your jungler so well. You could go jungle Lee Sin here if since it's still open. Camille is also another great option together with the Galio here.
It's really fun looking at the compositions right now. Both sides get incredibly strong picks. It's really just depending on the flavor that you're looking for, right? Impunity now looking at something a little bit more engage heavy with a little more CC to work with. Whereas you take a look at TLM, yeah, they have CC, but you look at their pick potential, their ability to jump into the backline to kill off these priority targets. I would actually say that TLM have drafted a composition that is slightly more mechanically intensive than Impunity has.
Yes. The Wukong is a simplification. At least they don't have to worry about a high mechanics jungler here, assuming that it is a jungle Wukong, not a Baron lane Wukong. One big thing you mentioned, and I noticed as well, is the fact that 2 bans in Wild Rift doesn't seem enough. I feel like 3 bans is just about right, but because there are only 2 bans and 2 global bans available on each side, you end up having a lot of the strong, OP style meta champions coming through.
Things definitely slip through. I think it's based on like the number of champions in the game at any given point of time. So, we can't really up the number just yet, but definitely...
Make it 7. Let's do 7 of us.
Let's do 7 bets. You know what? We're down to what? Maybe I can play like Rammus 80 because that's the only thing left available or something, right? So it's a nice number that we're, 2 is, like you mentioned, maybe feels a little bit tight because of how strong some of the other things I feel like, but then at the same time, because of how strong they feel like, it kind of balances out the overall action. Both teams get strong, solid compositions they can work from. The Rengar here would be a very nice addition to the composition. Jumping in with the Predator on top of with the Galio heroic entrance just sets things up so well, but switching out to the Darius last second instead.
Yeah, the reason why they want the Darius is because they're considering, do I want to put Camille in the Baron lane or do I want Darius in the Baron lane? And obviously in this case, Darius is the bigger lane bully. The team plays a lot around Cote d'Ivoire too, so it seems to make sense that they want the Darius in the Baron lane as opposed to the Camille. That being said, TLM's comp is very squishy. They don't have a true tank in any of their picks right now. And with the cannon locked in, they will not have any true tanks. So if they fall behind, there's no one to really step up and check, fog of war. There's no one to really start the fight. Imagine this, right? Either you get a cannon flank or a Wukong engage and he instantly dies, or you just lose the fight. Like, there are very little options for TLM now if they want to force fights.
In one way, you could say that it's a simplification. Last Minute are looking for a straightforward response to what Impunity want to do, but at the same time, some people could call it being one-dimensional, right? It's very easy to look for it, especially against a team like Impunity who have shown their ability to ward up the flanks, to gain information and control around the sides where they know the opponent could potentially be. Even if you saw something like the cannon flashing over the wall and using the slicing maelstrom on you, it's still difficult to find that kind of impact that they are ideally looking for. I'm quite concerned about this. The Darius, isn't the most ideal pick in my mind either, but it does do well in lane, especially when you start forcing, anybody except the cannon really. If you bring up the Diana, the Darius can deal with Diana relatively well, against Wukong relatively well. It becomes a split pushing threat, and then you start allocating resources to deal with a split pusher, and then you lose that team identity.
What happens in this matchup too is think about traditional League of Legends PC, like Darius into Cannon. Oh, that's a tough matchup because you know you get outranged, Cannon's gonna just bully and poke you out. But that is because you don't take, Flash Ghost into the lane. Because TP is an enchantment now, you can afford to take things like Flash Ghost, Flash Barrier, and play very aggressively into the cannon and punish him if he walks up. Doesn't happen in PC because you need that TP Summoner spell. In Wild Rift, definitely okay to take Flash Ghost and just go ham against the cannon. One of the big cheeses that we tend to see is like Darius hits level 2, he pops Ghost, runs at you and gets an early solo kill against the cannon, so that's something that Impunity can be looking to do. Alternatively, on the TLM side, they really need to start the game strong, start snowballing their lanes, and look for those big team fights, right? They have a lot of options to engage, they have a lot of strong engage, but without the items, without the goal lead, it doesn't really count for anything. You're just running into your own death.
Yeah, you jump into a lot of difficult positions as the cannon when you have the Darius who's going to, like you mentioned, running the Flash Barrier. This is game number 1 in our BO3 between Impunity and TLM. Impunity on that blue side, looking to just a position down towards the bottom. Nothing too funny coming out just yet. Both sides looking to play quite conservative as this is going to be quite a pivotal match. The first one of this entire series. It really sets the tone moving forward.
Now, Wild Boar is going to start on the rip buff, pathing towards top side at the end of this jungle route means that Wild Boar will be able to put pressure on Icy Bang, right? The cannon cannot step up. You kind of have to keep track of the jungle timers here. If anything, your own jungler could possibly walk in to get vision too and try to spot out where the opponent is. Right now, we're playing with like semi-fog of war, so we're looking at this from the Impunity point of view. And this is interesting because although we don't have full, vision of the opponent's junglers, by using our brains, by making estimated guesses, we can tell where the jungler is. So right now, we expect the Wukong player to be towards his bottom half because he hasn't shown on the Raptors either.
Yeah, big brain gameplay is the way to go. Figuring out where the enemy team is through expert analysis and deduction. We should be seeing a little bit of priority around the Scuttle Crabs moving in at any point now. Could be a quite decent ad. We have been seeing quite a bit of aggression from the bot side of teams moving over to go and grab the Scuttle Crab when they see the enemy on the top side. We do see Wukong up in the Baron lane right now. It's getting spotted out by the Darius and the Camille. They're not looking to go for an engage there.
Yep, the Camille actually, finished majority of the camps on the bottom side. They're contesting this, but you have to think that Cote d'Ivoire actually has the upper hand here. If he manages to get a good apprehend here, comes slow too, not throwing.
Yeah, looking for this fight here. They should be able to find the first pickup, jumping over to the backlines. The Diana looking for his kill onto the Darius. They managed to find one. It's a trade back. Now looking to try and get away. Diana caught between two players on the enemy team. Impunity trade 2 for 1 in this early game.
Very easy pickups there coming from Impunity because they had lane priority, mid because they had lane priority in the top side. They were able to punish the rotation coming in, and all said and done, it's Impunity with a massive goal lead 2 minutes in, 1,000 and 1,500 gold, and now moving towards the bottom side to get the double crab. Oh my goodness, Scarlet Petal just punishes.
Yeah, still looking for more pressure on the enemy team, trying to take them down. It's a great spot for Impunity to be in. They've managed to hit their stride, get some pressure in the early game on. There we go. We're seeing things from the full perspective. Yay. Now we get to know exactly what's going on.
My brain was getting a bit tired from having to do all these deductions and guessing. So this is a bit tricky, but looking at the game state right now, we should also note that Scarlet Petal is on support, Spaghetti is on the marksman position, so they swapped it up a little bit. Impunity maybe just not giving enough respect to TLM here. I would have ideally liked to see Scarlet Petal on, the marksman position instead.
Well, either way, I think that, going into this one, Impunity are just looking to try and play as disciplined as possible, even if they're not in that same position. Over to the mid lane, Impunity looking for his catch over onto the Diana. The Ignite takes down Scarlet Petal, finds the kill, takes down DZ. Now they shove it to the mid wave. Like I said, they just want to play discipline. They want to play some good Wild Rift here. Might not be exactly the positions they play when it comes down to the final matches, but they just want to play things right. Going into this, Impunity, 3-1 start, looking strong. Their matchups don't even matter because they are rotating all around the map. And now down into the bottom side, Scarlet Petal with a great flash body slam gets the catch onto the Akatsuki, taking him down. Wild Boar picks up the kill, and it's a brilliant dive. Scarlet Petal survives with just that dot of health.
And now the Mountain Dragon is going to be spawning up. Last minute, they have no response because even though there's a ward inside the river, they're not early enough to contest this. The Wukong player has consistently just been a bit too late to these objectives. Now, Impunity, they have to be careful. They have mid priority, but a force here from last minute might just be the death of them.
Sucking in the side, they managed to find the big cataclysm, not the cataclysm, on the corrupting chains. Now jumping in, they get a huge taunt on the fall. Diana jumps into the back, looking to take down Spaghetti. Spaghetti might just go down to 8-9, taking down right now. Should be able to find this a straight back kill onto the enemy carry, but they still go down. It's a big triple, headed over to where the Galio swirled, looking so good on this Galio.
And time again, it's just TLM being too late to these objectives, right? What I always tell my teammates in these sort of situations is if you don't have the vision, if you don't have the space, don't contest. Because in those chokes, we saw what the Camille Galio combo did to them. It just wrecked the backline, right? Camille jumps onto one. Oh, good apprehend, actually.
Wow, Quarterval just taking his time to pressure down Icy. You know, you talked about how this matchup isn't going to be an easy one for Kennen. It's not like what you would see in the PC version. And he's really making Icy work for it. But going back to your point, Daryl, yeah, you know, that is what you tell your teams, but your teammates in solo queue don't exactly appreciate that sound advice. Hopefully, these teams will take to it a little bit better.
Yeah, I need to start invoicing these people for like free advice sooner or later, man. It's starting to be detrimental to my mental health. As last minute, they're gonna contest this again. It's gonna be the same problem, right? They're gonna get engaged and they're gonna force a fight.
Jumping in, they're looking for the catch onto the enemy support. They should be able to find this, but once again, Spaghetti gets taken down. Scarlet Petal now having to run away from this Diana. Diana in such a strong position. Ezreal jumps in, gets the Essence Flux, takes down the Camille, and almost takes down Scarlet Petal, but they weren't quite able to do it. It's a 2 for 3. Headed over Impunity's way. They are still looking pretty strong here. Forcing this dragon has been working out for them for a while. I wonder how long they can keep this up.
What's the best case scenario, by the way? Like, if anything, that is the best type of fight you ever have, because Sakine and Akatsuki managed to layer their ultimates on top of each other. It was the Encore into True Shot Barrage that melted Impunity as they walked up. You never get a combo like that ever again if you're last minute, because Impunity respect it now. Even though Mountain Dragon has not been taken, they take mid-tier 1, they open up the map, and now it's even tougher for last minute to contest these objectives by walking up.
Not to mention, Desream has been having these incredible moments, diving into the back, getting the moonfall to take down multiple members and consistently kill off Spaghetti before he can output the damage that he needs. Looking like they might be trying to find the Hextech Prison once again, but not going to be able to use that. Just positioning around this dragon, they do dish out a decent amount of damage. Corrupting Chains will not be able to connect, but they jump over into the backline. No code available on the Wukong. Heroic Edge is coming in. They find the first kill to set up the fight. Now moving in, they should be able to take down the Seraphine. The taunt comes through. It's a godlike for this Galio swirled, making huge plays around the map. Not even around the map, just around this dragon.
Scarlet Tenno with this sick engage, by the way. He flash body slammed 2 members and allowed the rest of Impunity to follow up. Like, sure, you lose Quarterval on the top side. He overplayed his hand.
Not
got
sure
caught.
this is the right play. Looking to try and steal away this dragon. Katsuki over on the side. They managed to take down the Camille. One more hit should take him down, but the Ezreal walks away in true fashion. Still gets sniped by this Varus, and Spaghetti finally gets his revenge. They finally get this dragon, and we can move on after almost what feels like an eternity playing around that dragon pit.
It's an eternity while Rift time. It's like 7.5 minutes. That's the first dragon, by the way. Rift Herald has been completely neglected. Normally, you see teams, you know, around the 4.5 minute mark, they move over to the Herald after the dragon, but it's because TLM has been so obstinate. They're so stubborn. They don't want to give up their objective, and in return, they've been punished for it 3 times in a row, Grandin. They are behind close to 5k. They're not having any sort of early momentum at all. It's been completely shut off by Impunity, and this is what we talked about. TLM needs this early momentum if they want to transition into the mid game. They don't have it. The game is looking really difficult for TLM.
I think TLM wishes it was 5k. I'm looking at like a 10k difference almost right now, and this is
right, yeah. Kind of math.
It's an Impunity on such a strong position. Last minute, 14 and 6, we're looking at almost 3 kills per minute going on right now. Icy Band looking like he might just goes down. Slicing Maelstrom will be used. Heroic Entrance stacked on top of Scarlet Petal. They trade back to 1-for-1. Support for top lane, and the Corrupting Chains come out. They get the lockdown over onto the enemy team. They manage to take down Desi once again, now trying to look for another. Won't be able to quite find it as Wukong just going to base at that position there.
All the while, the Rift Herald was being taken by Impunity, right? That's the main quest. The side quest is killing TLM. So they've completed the main quest, their story advances forward. They're going to use the Rift Herald to probably open up the map a bit more. Their focus now should be the mid-tier 2, because by taking that down, it opens up both buffs, it opens up the turrets in the side lanes. It also allows Impunity to rotate quicker throughout the jungle. So with their composition, they excel at fighting these jungle chokes, which is why you want to take down mid-tier 2, move in, get vision down, and then contest these chokes.
And you can see Scarlet Petal isn't even laning at this point. He's walking around the map, pressuring the Wukong. You know, it's so difficult when you're trying to farm, and then you just see the Gragas come in. Then you go, alright, it's a Gragas, I can deal with this. Then you see the Camille jump in, then you see the Galio jump in, and Swold has so much damage right now, stacked to the absolute heavens. Look at this. Can't even walk into your jungle. Scarlet Petal now going to look for an engage. They managed to take down the Seraphine right away. They want to take down Wukong, but Wukong gets away with the clone. As they're hiding by the side, they're going to be content with this one pickup. Now they rotate to the bot lane, to the mid lane, and they have the wave stacked. Great wave management for Impunity too.
Scarlet Petal is the hero we need, not just in Wild Rift, but in COVID 2.0 lockdown. He's a roaming bartender serving up drinks and kills, right? This is the guy we need in our lives right now.
And he's dishing out a cold brew to last minute because they are getting served. I'm looking forward to see Impunity in their next match. This game is looking a little bit done at this point, last minute. I don't quite see how they're going to get back into this. You know, you talked about how this is a composition that when you fall behind, lacking that true tank, you know, there's not much you can get done. Maybe just reset, fast go next.
Go next, yeah, maybe just surrender and go next, right? I said that because you're gonna see the team fights play out exactly this way. TLM are gonna force, they need to, you know, make a last stand, but because they don't have the items, because they're too squishy, they don't have the levels either. Walking in just means a death sentence. Like, they instantly die. Look at the Scarlet Petal walking on 3, like, okay, sure, no problem, I'm the support, I'm just gonna solo this guy. What is going on, Brendan?
So difficult to deal with, and look at that, stacking damage on top of Scarlet Petal, but Wukong has to flash away. Hero Edge is gonna be used, but not gonna connect onto enemies. My no shot comes in, will deny some engage from the side of Impunity, but they're looking too strong and they don't even care. Now Dragon coming up, Baron is an objective within their sights. They could go for either end. Looks like they're just gonna reset and then posture for this Dragon instead.
Look at Inferno, that is a big bonus to the damage. It increases your AP, it increases your AD. Overall, it's just more damage for Impunity, as though they didn't need any more, right? I was kind of wrong on the point, like TLM walk in and die. It's more like Scarlet Petal walks in and challenges them and then they die. So, sequence of events.
Oh, you're challenging me?
Yeah, it's like JoJo me.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And it's so effective, you know. This is a composition, like when we saw it in the picks and bans, you know, it was clear what they wanted to do. The Darius to us seemed a little bit off because it didn't necessarily fit in with this composition. I would still stick to that at this point as well, because while the Darius has been strong, has had his good moments, you know, it hasn't really kind of fit in with the identity that the team supposedly seems to have, because they've been able to otherwise find good fights and good pickups with this Gragas, this Galio, and this Camille synergy combo.
They were baiting the Baron there for a little bit. Impunity, though, they aren't too trigger happy of it. Scarlet Petal just doing Scarlet Petal things, walking into the jungle, challenging 3 people. Might just get caught out here with the Crescent Strike from the Diana, but no engage coming through. So last minute, they need to take advantage of this choke inside the Baron pit. Yes, they're behind. Yes, they can't really engage, but if Impunity get ambitious, if they get over ambitious rather, and stick inside this pit, they get caught by the Moonfall Slicing Maelstrom, well, that is a recipe for disaster. God of War, the brother of all brothers, he's gonna sacrifice himself on the bottom side, let his team take Baron. You know, respect to that guy.
Yeah, make sure that they have no clue that Baron's going on. They have the Dragon, they have the Baron stacked up, and so they're looking in pretty decisive fashion, looking for that victory match any point now. TLM, they have to try and scale back up. You know, you mentioned it. They could have had a good moment to try and fight around the Baron pit. At that moment, you could still see that Spaghetti and Wild Ball running pretty low, kind of close. And so a good slice Maelstrom, a good Cyclone could really have turned the tides of battle in this game. And if they could have taken away that Baron, and, you know, if there was a Baron steal there, that's one step closer to getting your Secretlab chair, because you need to clip that. If you see a Baron steal happen, a Dragon steal happen, a pentakill or a backdoor victory, clip that, stand a chance to win the Secretlab chair. I think that's the real highlight of it.
Yeah. I think that's the only highlight, in fact, that's going to be coming up of this game is Impunity dot their I's, cross the T's. They look at mid-tier 2, it's gone. Now they're looking at the inhibitor turret here. As we saw a piercing arrow from Spaghetti do a decent chunk of damage. Now this guy is Lethality Varus, by the way. He built Muramana, he went for Yomu's Ghostblade, so he's just all about poke right now, which makes sense because he doesn't want to walk up and auto attack. Walk up into auto attack range. He wants to stay very far behind, not get caught by the Cyclone into Moonfall, into Slicing Maelstrom. So all he has to do is just keep the poke down, keep staying outside of the engage range, and make sure that his team is buffering for him.
We're gonna try and get the pickup onto the mid lane inhibitor turret now. Trying to just go for that while TLF do their best to try and prevent it. Over up to the top side, they look for the Spice Skeleton. Looking to go down. So Hero X is going to be used over the back line, isolating the enemy team. They're chasing in, looking to take down the Wukong. The Guardian Angel is going to be used. He goes into stasis, but they should be able to find his kill. Fucking Cheese comes out. He dashes away with the clone. He gets away for now. But with 3 dead on the side last minute, what hope do they have as Impunity pick up this game number 1?
Very simple matter for Impunity to close out the game. They're looking for a bit more kills to pad the KDA, but no chance as the Nexus will go down. Game 1 goes the way of Impunity in very commanding fashion. I like the draft coming in. Again, we see, Impunity understand what makes a good composition. They understand the priority picks, right?
Wow.
The early Gragas into Camille Galio. That's like chef's kiss. That 3 picks alone wins you the game. Like, if you get those 3 in draft, if I'm in the game, I'm like, okay, GG, go next.
I also have to love all the little icons, all the badges that Sword got this game because he's been so impactful on this Galio, running the mixed damage, and so he's tanky, but he has damage. He's around in a lot of these fights. Such good wave management. I feel like that's something that we didn't really get to talk about because of how fast-paced the game was going, but they had very good wave management. In moments where they picked fights and they were looking for these engages, they still had the waves waiting in the flanks. They rotated over, picked those up, or even when they picked up kills, then they could go over to really clear things out quickly, pick up the turrets, and then rotate to the other objectives like that Baron, like the Dragon.
Yeah, the thing about the Galio which makes it so strong is with your Winds of War and your passive, like the Smash, you clear waves so quickly, especially in Wild Rift where the minions are significantly lesser than in League of Legends PC. You always have lane priority, right? So Sora made his impact early in the game at the top Scuttle fight, was able to really push mid consistently and beat Desi to fights with the heroic entrance. So that's the value of the Galio, and this is why it's so highly prioritized by a lot of teams. Again, the meta has not shifted a lot. Gragas, Camille, Galio as a combo is still pretty sick. It's just the choices of like marksman now. There's really varied a little bit more. We still have your Ezreal, you still have your Corki, you still have your Xayah and Varus now being added into the mix. Teams need to adapt. Teams need to understand what's strong, and then supplement it with the different marksmen available.
But it is difficult to pin everything onto the marksman. They can have only so much impact, especially when you see the standout performance that Desi had in a lot of these early fights. I felt like Desi was able to quite equalize a number of these engages because around that Dragon, up until the 7.5 minute mark, we saw 3 different fights go on in the time that it took for everybody to respawn, come back in, and they fought. Desi had moments where he had to hold down the fort, took down Spaghetti, and that was really the big reason why they couldn't really go for the Dragon earlier and snowball things forward even faster. And so at least with this mid laner, you have some level of priority to engage on the enemy backline. That being said, is it worth giving up priority in the mid lane for? You kill the enemy team, but the mid lane is getting crashed, and suddenly you see the Galio coming into a lot of these team fights. It's so difficult for them to join in and get in on these fights when the mid lane is being punished so heavily.
One thing I would like to see there is the Cannon pick up an early TP enchant and make use of flanking angles for Slicing Maelstrom, right? One thing about Wild Rift that people have yet to fully understand, and some of the pro teams have, by the way, the newer teams not so much, is that your early enchant gives you a lot of value. You don't have the stats, but the active alone is usually fight winning. We'll see teams like Alliance and Impunity pick up second item enchant for the support, sometimes even first item enchant, right? And that's the boots enchant I'm referring to. So it's usually like Redemption, Righteous Glory, TP, Proto Belt, these kind of things, even Locket to a certain extent, because it adds so much value to those first Dragon fights. Impunity had those enchants, and Team Last Minute didn't, so that actually made a big difference too.
Yeah, pretty game-changing amounts of difference actually. We've seen how having that additional locket. I know you're a bigger fan of Redemption, but you know locket can be a nice little addition as well. We see how impactful you can be around those early dragon fights, especially if you want to dive in the bot lane. You know, this could be quite game-changing, and it can impact the way things happen. But that being said, really great dive from Scarlet Petal in that phase of the game earlier. He really understood the limits of what they needed to do. Even if he went down there, I think that them being able to pick up a 2-for-1 was still great, and then having priority in the bot lane. So overall, looking like they have solid macro. Now the question being has to be asked, do they still go for this Darius? I'm curious as to what the impact or what the intention with... Well, it didn't have anything to do. I think it did half the damage of Scarlet Petal that game, right? Because he was just kind of relegated to a side lane, mainly prioritized clearing out waves and controlling waves, which I suppose if that's your intention, it does do its purpose pretty well. But is that really all you want or expect out of top lane? Or are you purely holding out their cards? This could be a secret pocket pick. Yeah.
The Darius here actually makes sense if you think about what they're trying to do, right? So yes, it's not ideal. It doesn't feel a lot. It doesn't fill up a lot of the niches that you want in a top laner. But think of it this way: Darius as a pick for Cote d'Ivoire. If he goes even, that's fine. But if he gets a small lead, that's when he starts smashing his opponent. I think as far as Impunity goes, they do like playing that style of Cote d'Ivoire. Just leave him alone. If he finds his solo leads, then he will just own his opponent. It's completely fine. We'll play the bottom side of the map. And if he stays even, well, on these team fights, we'll have something for him to do. We're going to keep them low enough so that he's able to get resets. He's going to add a lot of additional value in frontline for our team as that Darius, as that Bruiser. So I do understand what they're trying to do. Yes, it's not optimal. Like, you could see a lot of other picks there that do the job. But yes, you know, the idea is there for Cote d'Ivoire.
Okay, so at least we kind of have an idea of what they want to try and go for. So maybe we see something else change as things progress later into the competition. That being said, let's take a look at our picks and bans. We have the Braum and Akali banned out for the blue side, so last minute on the blue side, Impunity on the red side now, and we have Gragas and Ziggs banned out by red. So similar bans from both teams. I believe the Gragas was banned out previously, it was a Kaisa. This time around, Impunity changing it up. They say, we're gonna play the Diana, you can have the Galio. Let's turn things on its head. We'll play your composition from last game, you can play ours, we'll show you how it's done.
You could do Diana, Kaisa here if you were very greedy and you didn't want to show anything in your draft. Otherwise, you could just go for like a strong pick. Diana, Camille is like the safe one, although it gives some stuff away. So it's depends on what direction they want to lean into, right? If you show Diana, Camille here, it's like, yes, we want a team fight. Yes, we want to go in hard and heavy. If you show Diana, Kaisa, it's like, yeah, we'll probably scale. We won't give away too much information in our draft early on. Do like this Camille pick though. At least they have reliable engage, but that gives over the Kaisa.
Yeah, Kaisa now being picked up by TLM, so getting that 80 carry marksman choice, quite a good one as well, so nothing to fret too much about.
You could do Jinx Janna here on the Impunity side. Like, Janna isn't as strong as she was. Still a very viable option. It also deals with like the picks that Kaisa likes to be paired with. So like Alistar, Seraphine to a certain extent, like you shoot some of the damage coming in, you trade decent and poke. And the reset is always good against Galio, by the way. As long as Janna is not getting caught by the taunt, the reset is always good.
Well, if they do end up going for something like the Janna, something like the Nami, then, you know, I would expect for them to have to go for a little bit more crowd control, a little bit more tankiness in some of their other positions. Because judging from how Impunity like to play, they want to go for something with a little bit more health, because then that gives them the opportunity for some dives and some angles front that actually looking like they might just lock in the Corki. Very interesting pickup here. You know, it has a lot of damage, a lot of damage output that it can have, and it spikes pretty well. Alistar is going to be a nice dive potential pickup for Scarlet Petal here.
Very greedy almost to a certain extent. Like, Impunity not really showing much respect to TLM. The reason I say that is because when you draft the Corki, you're more or less saying, I'm going to beat you when I hit my item timings, right? And against Kaisa, that's tough, because Kaisa's item timings are significantly better than Corki. You pick up Beer Sword, Vamp Scepter, and Longsword, you get Q Evolve. At that point, you're stronger than Corki, and then Corki still has to farm a little bit more to get Trinity Force, right? So you think about what this pick does, it's saying I'm mechanically better, and I'm probably going to be able to outskill you when it comes to this matchup, because we're not going to win you by virtue of stats.
Yeah, it's a difficult matchup to have, so I'm not sure whether or not the Corki could look to try and flex at this point. I'm trying to do the math right now. If Corki goes mid lane, then Diana has to maybe go jungle, Camille goes top, then that could still leave open the AD carry position for them. So they might want something like that, but looking at it so far, I feel like they already have a pretty solid composition. Otherwise, they don't really have to try and force this, even if it means a little bit less priority down bot side. Still feels pretty reasonable. I would think that you could just run a more traditional standard AD carry here in this position. Run the Diana into the Seraphine mid lane matchup because Diana would crush that mid lane.
Okay. You're probably right though. It's Camille top and Cordovas locking in the Fiora, so it's gonna be Camille jungle, right? So I was thinking for a moment like Aesol there is kind of interesting because you do wave clear decently against the Galio and you beat him at roaming. The roaming potential of the Aesol is insane, but because they locked in the Fiora, we know what I have to say about this, right? Fiora is a low reward, high risk kind of pick, especially against the Jax, by the way. Like, yes, you do pierce his counter strike with your lunge and your vital prop, but still, if you lose this matchup, like Jax just destroys you. If you even fall behind a little bit, there's no way you can hold on against the Jax.
It's so unfortunate that Renekton is not out as a pick yet right now, because Renekton, I could make an argument for to say that, yeah, you know, it does pretty decently to the Jax matchup, and it's still an impactful team fighting champion. It's a madness. Renekton is a big beast in a lot of these games and a lot of these setups. The Jax here does feel like it is a little bit lackluster as well. I feel like it falls in a similar branch as the Fiora, just doesn't have enough presence with the rest of the team. But you know, with the way that their kind of mindset lies when it comes to playing out the game, the idea that the top lane is sort of this island for themselves, I could understand why they kind of say that, you know, we are just gonna bring the Jax to the Baron lane, let him do his thing, and then on Impunity side, they're saying we'll play into the way that you prefer because we are just that confident winning the game outright.
By the way, this is one of those games for TLM where you need to go early enchants. Like, you need to get early enchantments, otherwise you don't win the fights, right? So what I mean to say is you do need that early Righteous Glory enchantment for the Olaf to dive back line. You need the early Locket / Redemption for Seraphine, and then the reverse is true for the Jax. Like, you need all of these high impact enchantments early on, or you're never getting to the back line. Like, Olaf can only do so much, couple with the Galio, but you need the movement speed, you need the additional shields to make yourself do impactful damage in the fights.
I suppose a good thing about the Olaf in this position is that we don't see something like the Jarvan that can really deny him quite a lot. So at least he still has quite a bit of mobility to get into that back. But then I feel like they don't really gain that much from being able to dive into the back anyway, because we saw how well they were able to fight even when Spaghetti goes down early, unless they're able to run like a double kind of threat kind of composition. And this is a difficult one to kind of expect as we are looking to jump in to our game. It's the second match in this BO3. Winner moves on to the next stage of the playoffs. The loser will go into the lower brackets as they get ready to face their next opponents in the matchup between, I believe it's Alliance and give me a second, I got this.
I think the winner plays Alliance or BDG.
Alliance, the winner plays either Alliance or BDG, and then the loser plays the loser of the Alliance BDG matchup.
Yes,
yeah, so we'll see how that goes as we jump into the Rift, and we are very nice floating Olaf. You know, just gonna get some vision in the early setup here.
And he's gonna base and pick up the sweeper, right? That's a habit that's been around since League of Legends PC, that's been carried over to a lot of the players in Wild Rift. It's a good habit to have because this allows you to open up early pathing by sweeping out forces. Oh, Brother Jax is gonna start up the blue buff, but the contestants here, Cote d'Ivoire, has shown up. He's got an Ignite too. Okay, this is a bit greedy.
Just putting in some pressure to try and stall or delay the Olaf a little bit. I don't think they're going to be able to find all too much. Fiora, you know, as much as she is a duelist, doesn't exactly outright beat two champions in the early game like this. Even the Jax alone, it's a little bit difficult depending on the angle of the vitals. We do see that the Camille gets a much safer start as a result though, and that's always nice to see when you give some space over to Wild Boar to start picking up the early advantage. Once you get that Hex out ultimate, you are going to be able to lock down a number of these priority targets, and that can be really good setup.
Yeah, the Ignite here is not. Oh, hold on. A
bot
bit of
side?
a fight going on.
Yeah, gets a bit of an engage on Spaghetti with some good damage. Scarlet Petal has to trade back a little bit. Neither side really burning too much. No summoner spells being used as well. Top lane now looking like it could be a dive. We see Quadava holding the position. Wild Ball at the side. Looking at this catch on the Icy. He's still level 2. Doesn't have it quite just yet. They should be able to find this. Ignite taking down. Almost managed to take down Wild Ball. They flash forward. Gets one more hit off. The shield comes through. And executed? What was that? Blue team gets first blood. Last minute take down the Alistar. Now chasing forward for Spaghetti. Spaghetti has to flash away. This Corki will be able to survive, but they lose this bot lane. And what happened top side? Are you kidding me? Fiora executed, didn't take a drop of damage from this Jax.
A bit of a awkward play coming in from last minute. You could have thought like maybe you just get one hit there, but Cordova gets out without giving any gold over to anyone on the side of TLM. So at least TLM are holding their own in the early game, right? We saw this go horrifically different in a horrifically different way in game 1. TLM are at least doing decently in game 2.
Well, you say that, but then we take a look at a kill in the bot side, and Koski gets taken down.
Okay, I cursed it.
Yeah, you cursed it, you jinxed it. Scarlet Petal had to burn his flash there, but Koski, with both his summoner spells down, didn't have what he needed to get away from that engage.
Looking at this reverse matchup, actually Swirl is doing really well compared to Desi. Oh, hold on, engage on the top side.
Looking pretty okay. Qualava just gonna be content with this one. Should be able to pick up his level 5 pretty soon. Dodges away from all the damage and takes down the Jax. Icy decides to go for the fight a little bit over ambitious there. Felt like could win that with the level advantage.
And Cordova had Ignite too, right? So the fact that he got a solo kill without the Ignite is just insane. He's up 500 gold now. Overall impunity, their gold lead's largely resting in the pocket of Cordova as well as the bot side, as Sword will punish Desi here. Scarlet Petal again with the roam at level 5. They could force this with the Moonfall. No escape on the side of Desi.
They do get the engage on, but Desi's still too close to the target. Not willing to take that risk, especially without a lot of their damage available. So just going to be content to take him down to about half. Bot side Spaghetti holds his own pretty well now. Dragon gonna be spawning in about 20 seconds. So that's the next big objective in both teams' eyes. Looking to see how they play around this. Impunity, you could see their priority around the Dragon. The first game, second game might not be any different.
Not sure if you noticed there, but Scarlet Petal actually picked up the early Righteous Glory to make the roam happen in the mid set. Yeah, like that is the simple small stuff that you can do to optimize your play to make your impact on the map felt, right? Without that Righteous Glory, I don't think he actually forces that push and gank in the mid lane that well.
Package picked up for Impunity, so they have a little bit of strength. You know, you mentioned how Kaisa hits her power spikes a bit earlier than the Corki, but Corki with the package can kind of neutralize the effect a little bit, so let's see how they play this one out. Right in time for the Dragon, while both gonna start that one up. Both teams now looking to posture to perhaps try and contest this. Coming in from the bottom side to get engaged on the Sake, should be able to find it. They get the on-call on to the Camille. Camille's gonna get taken down right away. They trade back 1-for-1, but joining into the fight is coming in for the backside. It's gonna be the Diana, but big Moonfall on the 2, chasing in, looking for his kill onto the Galio. Should be able to find it. Desi goes down, now taking down the Olaf as well. They should be able to find this, and a huge fight for Impunity. Spaghetti a little bit overextending. Almost gets the kill back by Katsuki with a nice little pickup there. Survives with a little bit of health. They trade back, but still Impunity's fight to win.
Well, with a big ultimate to reverse the fortunes of those that engaged. The Impunity almost lost it, by the way. There was like a point where if last minute got their act together in that fight, they focused down the targets, they win that. But because Swirl joined in with the massive Moonfall, like you pointed out, he's able to turn it as the grand challenge is.
Yikes, I see. I'm not sure you want to go for this. Should go down pretty soon. One more hit is going to be enough. Has to flash away. Oh my goodness! Almost trades back on the quarter block. Both sides played that so well. Neither being able to pick up the solo kill. Icy just gonna recall while it looks like it's gonna be Cordoval that stays a little longer. Dragon being started up. TLM now in position to try and stop these. They have vision of the Baron. Of the Dragon being started up. They take down the Olaf right away. No, it's gonna be the Kaisa actually. The Olaf has to use his Ragnarok to try and get out. Now Dragon started up again. TLM 3 members strong. Looking to try and contest this. They're bringing in Icy to join in as well. Scarlet Petal over on the side. No Ragnarok on the Olaf.
The Rift Herald has
A
spawned.
bit too late here. I don't think they should be contesting this. Impunity have full control of this area. You can see what Scarlet Petal is doing, right? He's just forcing on these tight angles. And now Cold War's joining in. Now this is the fight.
They get the engage. Jesse looks like he's gonna go down. They manage to find Hashtag Ultimatum onto the Jax. He goes down next. Icy comes back in just to get killed off. Good engage from Swope. Dishes out a lot of damage over onto the Seraphine. Sakian does manage to survive, but has to use the Encore. Doesn't exactly find much there though. And now just gonna be IMP with the Dragon with a couple of kills and pressure in the mid lane, looking to stack this one up. Very aggressive game once again.
Get control of the mid side, and Impunity, like Scarlet Petal has been doing everything the team needs and everything that's required of him, right? He's always on the front line zoning people away. If he sees a window to engage, he pounces and forces, you know, last minute away from these objectives. Because he has his ultimate, he's that much tankier, and it's so tough for him last minute to really stand toe to toe against the Alistar, who is again roaming to the top side. Scarlet Petal, he's here.
Almost managed to get the headbutt pulverized, wasn't quite able to find it. If they did, could have been a very different story there. Now, perhaps looking for engage once again, but looking at how many members are stacked out to the top side right now, Impunity might have to play with a little bit more caution. Looking for this chase onto Sakian. Scarlet Petal gets the Righteous Glory off. Won't quite be able to find engage though. It's looking a little bit tense. The tension is building up between both sides. Impunity are holding on, looking for this engagement now. Might be able to find it.
As long as Scarlet Petal is here, like, last minute can't walk in. You see what I mean, right? He's just holding the front line, anchoring the defense. And because he's so tanky and because he has the Righteous Glory, he's cheating. He's pretty much forcing onto last minute, right? You normally don't get this item in League of Legends PC until like much later in the game as another solo kill comes out for Cote d'Ivoire on the bot side.
And now in a position of strength, being able to take down the Jax. You know, we talked about the Fior, we talked about the Jax. This is ultimately the worst position you want to see when either side starts to get solo killed, because then the snowball starts building. It rolls bigger and bigger and bigger, and then your lane gets crushed, and there's nothing left for you to do. Not throwing over on the side, just gonna be forced off, can't farm up, but it's down to Impunity to try and pick up this turret. They're just going to dismantle last minute, slowly, step by step, taking these small cuts. Last minute up, bleeding out.
Okay, I need to make a correction to my earlier point. Like, yes, Fiora is a high risk, low reward style of champion, but so is Jax in this current meta, by the way. Like, yeah. They both play around the same way in the fact that if you get a lead, if you start snowballing, yes, it feels good to split push in the side lanes, but because this Fiora answers the Jax, because they're consistently in this eternal war on the side lanes dueling each other, and Cote d'Ivoire is the one that's ahead, Impunity are completely fine leaving him to deal with the Jax.
The kind of IC drafted himself into a bit of a hole with the Jax there, so not going to be too much of an issue for Cote d'Ivoire to deal with. Just going to try and get a little bit of pressure on the silence again. No objectives quite up yet, so just going to have to take things slow. IC does jump in, gets a bit of damage off, will deny the CC from Camille, but joining in, Swallowed with a lot of damage. The flash away from the Jax, but not going to be quite enough. Impunity with this catch now. Now to the bot side, they might be able to take down Desi. Qualify in a great position, gets the grand challenge off the shield coming in as well. The shield from the Ultimate Predator should be able to be enough for Akatsuki. He gets the team, he gets the support he needs. Survives a little longer, but a huge play from Cote d'Ivoire nonetheless, almost takes him down. Does in fact find Desi in that position as well, and the rest of the team just taking down turrets across the map.
His team wasn't there. Akatsuki still dies, by the way. He used Flash, he used Barrier just to get away from the Fiora, who could still chase down onto him. So that is the worst case scenario for TOM, right? You lose top side, you lose bot side, a 1-for-1. Cote d'Ivoire manages to get a revenge kill on the way out. Baron has spawned. There is no way you check into this. Remember the situation a couple minutes earlier around Rift Herald? Exact same thing right now for Baron. Like, if last minute walks into the Alistar, and by the way, Scarlet Petal is just sitting and proxying mid-wave at the moment, there's nothing TOM can do.
Oh my goodness, TOM walk over to the Dragon thinking, oh wow, you know, Impunity isn't here, let's pick this one up. And then Impunity move on to Baron. It's an easy, precise movement. They say, you can have the Dragon, Baron is ours for the taking. We're gonna come in, waltz into your base, take everything you have, and there's nothing you can do to stop us.
Curious what the items are on not throwing here, because he's not very tanky, right? Normally at this point of the game, the Olaf wants to be the one charging in, and he's not really able to hold his own, largely because Impunity is super fed, they have all the items, but also because I think his itemization might not be ideal here, which is resulting in him getting, you know, eviscerated in these team fights.
Eviscerated is a pretty good way to put it. You know, he loses health so rapidly, especially when you take a look at the kind of damage that's being output from Impunity side, right? You have the percent health from the Fiora, you have the mixed AP trend from the Corki. It's so difficult to itemize against a lot of the damage that they have. Wow, this is scary. Qualifier jumping in, the Grand Challenge is going to be used right away. I see now over on the side. Qualifier might just go down to the turret. One more hit, won't be able to quite find it. Now the rest of the team joining in. Impunity down to the bot side, looking to get the pick onto the Jax. But it's just going to be content with what they have. Scarlet Petal a little bit deep into the enemy lines. We're actually going to be used over on the side from last minute. They jump in looking for this fight here. Spaghetti with a lot of damage to push them away. And even when they dive that deep in, last minute are just being pushed away in the back. Qualifier picks up the Nexus in a backdoor victory up against last minute.
Victory!
Lift and shift if you want to win this Secretlab League of Legends collection, because that was insane coming from Swirl. I say insane, it's just the right thing to do, right? Oh, my team's fighting and there's no way for them to recall. I'm a Diana. I split push incredibly quickly because of the attack speed steroid on her skills. So Swirl there was able to clinch the victory, but the MVP in my books there for that game is Scarlet Petal again, because we saw how much damage he tanked up, by the way, under the bot tier 2. Not sure if you realized, he was sitting there for like 5 seconds while everyone on team last minute piled onto him. He popped out, he flashed out away, and then the rest of Impunity just collapsed.
It's so difficult to do something when you have a huge wall in your way, and the wall pushes you out of the position you want to be in.
I don't know what walls you're fighting, man, but yeah, that's pretty much it, right?
This Scarlet Petal is a wall, man. He is so hard to deal with. You know, you walk in, you expect to try and start climbing up. You know, there's the Rocky montage music and then it comes in, and Scarlet Petal comes up at the top of the stairs and he pushes you back down. You know, that's why it kind of feels like last minute had moments where they looked like, okay, we're gonna get some good fights. And then Scarlet Petal comes in. He's the big, bad final boss. Not even a final boss. He's just like, he's the grunt that you can't kill. You know, he's the grunt who's bit better than the boss.
Nameless Soldier number 3, who somehow always survives, right?
Yeah, right.
He takes the fire, but he always survives. And I think Scarlet Petal did a fantastic job in that game. Also want to sidetrack a little bit Cote d'Ivoire's matchup against the Jax there. Decently well, you know, if this is how you're going to play Fiora, if you can consistently find the advantages over your opponent, by all means pick it. What I mean to say when I say it's like a high risk, low reward is a lot of the times you get played into bad matchups. For example, the classic textbook counter pick, which is Malphite, right? You pick Fiora into Malphite open early, you don't get the kills. In fact, he's just decimating you in lane because he picks up like early armor, you can't really push against him. And then when you both join in and fight, Fiora's like, here, I'm here guys, I'm trying to help. And then Malphite's like, nope, unstoppable force, wins the fight for his team. That is what I mean. But if you get these good matchups, you get those ego challenges where your opponent is down to duel you and you have the fingers, you have the mechanical skill to make it work, by all means pick it.
I mean, if they want to go for it, you know, you gotta accept the challenge. You know, you bring in the Fiora. It's a good fight, good matchup overall. Let's take a look at the highlights from that last game. It was an exciting one, so let's move into it.
Red team champion slain. Blue team champion slain. Blue team double kill. Red team champion slain.
that was just a great set. I think there's a bit of a correction. Fiora was the one that ended the game, not Swirl, right?
Oh, right.
Quad of Wa was
Okay.
the one that ended the game. I think what happened was that she actually had the teleport enchant, so Quad of Wa could actually jump back in and then win the game.
Oh, that's pretty sick. Yeah. There we go. Big brain plays.
Big brain plays. And so if you guys want to make a big brain play yourself, clip that backdoor win and stand a chance to win a Secretlab chair. I believe it's the League of Legends series. Very nice ones. And this entire series, the Walrus C icon, has been brought to you guys by our partners, Secretlab, as well as 100 Plus, who have been able to make some incredible games happen, honestly. I mean, where else would you get to have an opportunity to make a team last minute, right, and then play up against one of the most established organizations in Singapore?
Yep. For sure. I mean, this is an opportunity for aspiring esports competitors all across Singapore just to get a chance to showcase what they have. And sometimes, you know, you come on stage and you decimate your opposition. Sometimes you get decimated, right? And this game, or this series rather, is a case of the latter, with Impunity wholeheartedly understanding how to play against this young roster and really do well against them.
It's a lot of experience, but you know, the story does not end for Team Last Minute just yet. They drop down to the lower brackets and they'll play out their next match. It will be against the loser between BDG and Alliance.
Yep.
Impunity will go against the winner of that game in our semi-final playoffs, which will be happening tomorrow. For now, we have 2 more games. We're going to a quick little break before we jump into this next BO3 series. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
No one is promised tomorrow.
Playtime's over. They're mine now. Fear the assassin with no master.
Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty! Let's do it!
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Pix!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
GN Texas #Hadi. My role is Baron Lane.
Hi, I'm Trox. I'm Deborah Semigo, and I'm the support for Team LJ.
My name is James. In-game name I'm called Hamster, and I play ADC for the team.
I'm the jungler of the team Team Lao Jiao jungler. I'm Lu Dai. Yeah.
It was kind of a meme. So because somehow here he was like you know what, let's form a team for the Icon series. So we finally managed to get together 5 people, and we're like, alright, now what are we going to call ourselves? So jokingly I told him, I said like, okay lah, let's call ourselves Lao Jiao, because we are all very old. We are way past the competitive age. We shouldn't be here.
The 3 of us, the old
Yeah,
one.
the 3 of us are all very very old. So we initially thought of that name, and we had zero idea what to go for the logo. So we just came up with that. Yeah, with that. So it's kind of like a meme trolley kind of thing. So after that we were like, you know what, should we change it? And he was like, never mind, I think it's cute, we just keep it as it. So yeah, so there we go. And I mean, if we play well, it's Team Lao Jiao because we are veterans, right? And if we play bad, we can change one of the alphabets and it'll be a whole different thing. Yeah. So it's up to us. It's probably likely to be Alliance, because for us we are Singaporeans. So an Alliance is a powerhouse in the Singapore competitive scene. So regardless of the results, whether we win or lose, I feel like it'll be a very good experience for us to pit ourselves against the best in Singapore, and at least we see where we stand, and from there we can come up with, you know, ways to improve ourselves on our gameplay and on our drafting, so on and so forth.
Some of our preparations, we are actually scheduling weekly scrims with other teams locally, and some also from other countries as well, like Taiwan. And actually when going up against them, they are really very tough, very different from the teams that we scrim against here in Singapore.
Apart from that as well, because it's very hard for us to actually have 5 people ranking together unless it's a scrim. So what we actually do is we actually break it up. So for example, the jungle could be going to the mid or the top, then we could be doing like trios, we could be doing duos. It's just kind of like a mix and match kind of thing, because at the end of the day what we want to achieve is synergy with each other as well as together as a whole. So I think that is one of the better ways we have to prepare.
name is Lune. My IGN is Lune, I guess, and I'm the ADC for CSG.
Oh, my name is Alison, and my IGN is Tico, and I'm support for Celeste.
Hello, my name is Sao Yong, and my IGN is Xiao Wu, and I'm on the mid laner for Celestials.
My name is Nicholas Batara. I play jungle for Celestial. My nickname is Franker.
No stress, meet up again, just
We
don't
got
throw.
there already, so it's all good. That's our news.
Yeah,
New jungle, new strat.
I think we threw the games quite a lot
Yeah.
for the first one. When the second one we didn't play well.
There wasn't really a backstory about it. Like, we just like, oh, that sounds nice. Yeah, why not? I sort of created this team because I don't know if you guys know or not. The Leroy Warrior laughed at me for I lost to him. Then he laughed at me. Then I wasn't really happy with Team Sequence, so I just created this team to beat Team Sequence, but they got disbanded anyways. So for the new jungle, we know him before that already. I know him for like since season 0, if I'm not wrong. It's just that recently then I asked him if you want to join us for Icons. Yeah, because before that he was in some Indo team, if I'm not wrong, or for something. Alliance, I guess. That's the best point.
But before we meet them, we need to meet the teams that have beaten us. Both teams, which is MBL and Lao Jiao.
Not really. We haven't even started practice yet, to be honest.
Yep.
Is TLJ versus Celestials. Team LZL. They are quite a interesting team, I would say. You know, looking at the way they approach towards things. If experience counts for anything, they bring it in spades, and we're looking to see what they have in store for us in this BO3 series. Can't quite hear you there, Hungry. Might want to check. Might want to check that.
Oh, hold on. Okay, yeah. There we go. I was like, yeah, I was wondering why I was a bit muted, but yes, I was about to say, you know, I kind of like it when a team has age and wisdom on their side. And I'll put it that way because with that age and wisdom comes the experience of like, what is a voice of shot calling? What does a voice of shot calling sound like on a team? The younger teams tend to be very messy, and I've worked with a lot of younger players where the comms are like just them screaming the same phrases over and over again. With that age comes like you calm and collected. You're like, okay, now we do better, now we do this, now we do this, and I'm sure you appreciate that as well.
Of course, I mean, being able to have clear, concise comms can really make or break the game, especially considering how fast-paced and how much action happens. You know, you really have to be very good at your ability to team fight. So something to look out for between these two teams. You know, going into this head-to-head, I think both of them have felt like they've, you know, I'm looking forward to that match against Alliance and against the stronger teams. But they played before as well. You know, I think TLJ was the one that actually picked up the win that time around. I think Celestials had to go all the way around from the lower brackets and then come back into the game. I think they even played against Chicken Can Fly at some point, right? Yeah, so a lot of these teams, you know, have played against each other once before, and so before they can get up to that big grand finals kind of stage, they still have to win the matchup against each other. TLJ versus Celestials. We do have a little video for you guys to see the head-to-head between both sides. So take a look. We'll be right back.
Qualifiers 2, that was by far our toughest opponent. It was really close throughout both games, and in fact we were actually losing out on the early game. So that's our mistake and our flaw. So from there we are trying to improve our early game and, you know, try to bring it into the mid game, late game, and as well as the team fights where we're stronger at. Also at the same time, I think there is a certain element of complacency which we're trying not to let that get to us, because it's very easy to fall into that. So, you know, just do what we normally do, just play better as a team and individually, and, you know, we'll just see how things goes, because Celestis is definitely not an easy team to win, so we just try our best.
They got lucky during the qualifiers. That's all I have to say, because we were we have a lot of communication problems
Yeah.
during qualifier. But with the new addition, I think we can easily beat them. Cannot easily close up, but we will beat them.
Maybe 40% now become 70.
Yeah.
No, it's always exciting to see the kind of the ideas and the mindset going into these matches, considering, you know, having played each other before, there's a lot on the line when it comes to kind of the grudge match. I mean, you hear how Celestials kind of came up in the first place, you know, wanting to create a team just to play against a team that, you know, disrespected you before. Now you're playing against players, a team that you played once and you lost to. You know, you definitely come back hard with a vengeance. You know, so Celestials, they have something to prove here. You know, they are a solid team. We've seen how they are able to draft and create opportunities for themselves. We've rated them quite high overall, but TLJ in a strong position as well. You know, they were a team that went up in the upper brackets in qualifiers too. It was a bit of a different environment because at that point you don't really see Alliance Impunity anymore, but still a difficult matchup to go against, and they went up through the upper brackets, so we have quite a bit of an idea exactly what we have in store for us.
So, quick little statistic for people just tuning in. TLJ versus Celestials. Head-to-head, TLJ is up 2-0. They knocked Celestials down to the lower bracket in the upper bracket semi-finals of Qualifier 2. So, for all intents and purposes, they should have a statistical advantage based on track record.
And, you know, looking at how things have panned out so far, it looks like it's holding in pretty concise fashion. Or rather, what's the word I'm thinking about? But it looks like it's been holding true, right? When we see teams that we see teams that have been able to win in dominating fashion the first time have managed to continue and be able to pick up very strong wins. And you know, even our first matchup coming in, IMP being able to pick up that strong 2-0, and I believe that Alliance have also managed to take a 2-0 in their game. And so this is kind of leaning towards what we've already seen. You know, strong teams will be strong teams no matter what. The question now is TLJ and Celestials a team that sit on the same level and either side could kind of take the game away, or is this one where, you know, TLJ have already kind of figured it out and are ready to kind of pick up more from?
Let's go into pick and ban and see how this one plays out. But along the same ideas you're talking about, Brendan, like I think the term is evergreen, right? Like an evergreen team is something is a team that's good regardless of opponents, because one, their fundamentals are solid, and two, their champion pools are very big, so they can play a lot of things, right? The teams that are weak, not evergreen teams, only have one style. Once they figure out, they don't look good anymore. So we'll have to see how it pans out. Now, Celestials on the blue, TLJ on the red side. Like I mentioned, Celestials, they've swapped out their jungler. It used to be Cape, now it's Francois, so Celestials will have a new dynamic here in this roster.
Interesting change, because, you know, once you remove or rather change out any player, the dynamic can really become very different. But, you know, like Celestials mentioned, Francois is kind of someone they played with before, so they bring in that additional level of synergy and can change out their playstyle quite a bit here. So bans and pick wise, I'm expecting it to be pretty consistent across the board. We should be seeing things like the Ziggs being banned out, maybe the Akali, the Diana, things along those lines, and then we should see things like the Galio and the Gragas being hovered and picked up in the early as well. It's just a question of how they really want to play it out. Are they looking to go for that aggressive kind of beefy front line, something similar to the way Impunity played with Scarlet Petal, or maybe go for something a little bit more poke-wise, a little bit more disengaged, or the like?
I do like the Gragas being banned out here. It's a very strong blue side pick. Like we talked about in the first series, right? You could flex it into top, support, or even jungle if you were really inclined to, although that's not the best position for Gragas right now. So by just entirely banning it out, they also don't necessarily want to pick it up too early. In the sense that, like, okay, so for example, they ban it on blue. If they leave it open on the red side also, it could be an option. Right now, the Fiora is the last ban for TLJ. Camille is open. You could do Camille Galio here and open with a strong teamfight composition.
interesting that the Fiora was bad the way. I mean, we do know that Nico does genuinely like to go for that pickup, so it becomes a bit of a question whether or not TLJ are willing or comfortable being able to deal with that that matchup in the solo lane. Instead, Galio going to be picked up. You don't really want to give Camille, don't want to give Camille Galio away to the enemy team. So now the question is, are TLJ going to respond in turn to an engage comp with their own engage comp? Who has the better engage here?
Yeah, that's the ego challenge, right? Do I want to pick a 5-on-5 engage against my opponent's potential 5-on-5 engage? If they want to, the idea here is you go Jarvan, you go Kennen. Darius doesn't really fit the bill. Like we talked about in the first series, what Darius provides is just stable laning, right? If he goes even, he's fine. If he gets a small lead against his opponent, he starts becoming a big problem because he's able to take those 1v1s and 1v2s very handily. There you go, the Jarvan. So Celestials, they're doubling down. They're like, yes, we are going to play the engage comp. We're running our opponents. We want the AoE lockdown.
You know, at least with the Darius, it's a little bit higher value than, let's say, the Fiora or the Jax, you know, generally is still able to have a bit more impact going into these main late game phases, especially because we know that TLJ has found a lot of success with the Darius already. And this is actually a really interesting pick because it's very different from what we've seen so far. Lulu from Celestials, quite high priority as well.
The Lulu solves two problems here. One is like you're afraid the Jarvan or Camille might instantly die when they engage. So with Wild Growth, removes that possibility. The second one is it gives you very strong laning against melee support. So you think about, you know, your Broms, your Alistairs against Lulu, they can't really find a window to engage because her Glitter Lance is a very effective slope. There you go, the Broms. So I would expect this bot side here for Celestials to be slightly more favorable, especially if they pick up a long-range AD carry. So Kai'Sa's open, Jinx is open. Both of them are decent options against the Braum, coupled with this Lulu, because they have the hyper carry potential and they outrange that matchup.
I'm not quite sure how I feel about the Wukong coming in here. You know, it's probably likely going into the jungle, judging from what we've seen so far. But overall, I feel like Wukong hasn't really had the impact a number of these teams really want. It feels like it falls behind really easily. You know, even with the Cyclone, yeah, you can maybe go for the backline priority targets. But, you know, with the Lulu, it has the polymorph. You have this ability to really deny the enemy jungler from this strong engage. Could have maybe looked for something like a Lee Sin. I feel like, you know, if you want to really stack damage, you could just stack damage, and it's very easy to jump in and provide the easy engage for this Galio and joining into this. Kai'Sa, I think, is kind of the best pick here. You need something that can follow up into these fights, right? And so that Predator is just so useful in these situations.
I was thinking Kai'Sa is really good here because not only follow up, but also it procs the Braum passive very quickly in the lane itself, right? So you get a lot of additional damage. It's a positive cycle of damage if you think about it this way, because Plasma and the Winner's Bite, it just plays off each other so well. The Xayah here is a safe defensive AD carry because they're afraid Celestials, you know, they expect Celestials to be diving onto the Xayah. So by having Featherstorm, you create some space for yourself without taking too many resources away from your teammates. Normally when your AD carry gets jumped, everyone has to come in and save her, right? With Featherstorm, that's no longer the situation. She's able to peel for herself and create some space, flashing away, using the Blade Caller to root them all in place. Back to your earlier point about the Lee Sin and Wukong, I do like Lee Sin here too. It just feels like Trox probably doesn't play it because the Lee Sin kick answers both the Jarvan and the Camille.
I guess I get what you kind of mean when you say like the Xayah kind of has its own survivability, its own peel, doesn't really have to be so reliant on the rest of the team. But then my question really comes in: what are you really not trying to? Why is it wrong to be relying a little bit here? Because, you know, you are kind of that primary damage source. If you were looking at a composition that had a maybe stronger mid laner or maybe a top laner, a Baron laner that had better team fighting, then yeah, you know, there is a case to be made. But in these cases, I feel like, you know, the Xayah is going to be in a lot of these team fights with you. You know, giving you that little additional tool to provide some support. You know, I feel like the Kai'Sa has the necessary survivability built in anyway, you know.
Oh, by the way, when we were talking about the Lee Sin pick, it just occurred to me as I was like thinking about it real hard. Ludai does not play Lee Sin. Like he's historically never played Lee Sin at all during the Icon Series qualifiers. So that explains a lot of the logic. Like he's only played 3 junglers, Vi, Wukong, Gragas, right? So with Lee Sin not being in the pool, that explains why they defaulted to Wukong as the comfort pick.
Yeah, I guess Vi would be a little bit too greedy in that position there.
Oh yeah, you like, there's no way you get into the backline.
Well, I mean, you could get in the back line, but it's just you then. it's going to be pretty tough to follow up with. So at least with the Wukong, you know, you have a little bit more crowd control. And it can work as a little bit of disengage as well, considering you know what TLJ is kind of drafting for.
Looking at the draft right now, I do favor the Celestial side just slightly more because it's easier to execute, right? Think about how they want to play out these fights. With Jinx as the hyper carry, Camille and Jarvan going in and locking down, remember, keeping them low enough so Jinx can get a reset and have a buffer is just so easy. Because she doesn't have to walk up. Like, she doesn't need to walk into danger because they're locking people down.
Isn't Celestials the one... Oh yeah, Celestials were the one that ended up drafting with Jinx, right? Yeah, so... Yeah, it does seem like it is a little bit easier. That being said, you know, I do like TLJ's composition right now. They fit in pretty well into what they're comfortable with. Getting the Darius into the lane as well should work pretty well for them. I don't doubt that the Darius is going to be able to win lane. Now the question is, how much focus is that going to be from the enemy jungle? Because if he gets camped and then he falls behind and then you have this whole other issue. But if he 2v1s them, you know, that's a game changer.
What we saw in the qualifiers was Hexus's Darius. Hexus's? Yeah. Hexus on Darius was Hexus on Darius was a force to be reckoned with, right? So this is a TLJ comfort draft. This is a draft that tells us, hey, you know, they're picking what they're comfortable with. They're not really caring about meta too much. Like, oh, hold on, it's a party in the mid lane. Okay.
Both sides, you know, just giving having a nice beginning to the match. Now rotating over to where they intend to start. Both teams are going to be starting out the Brit buff, it looks like. Okay, so not all too much action going to be happening here. Both junglers likely going to end up in opposing lanes. So we probably won't see that early skirmish. This does mean that the Jarvan is going to end up towards the top side Baron lane once he's done clearing out his camp. So that could be a little bit of danger for the Darius. Not quite sure what the intention is with them allowing the Wukong to kind of start by the red buff. The intention is to start scaling the bot side as early as possible, or...
I mean, there were 2 paths there. If you're Wukong, you can like finish your top side clear and then cheese an early gank onto Camille. If your guess there is to just snowball the Darius, that's probably one way to do it. Another is just to end up having towards the bot side so you don't have to contest Scuttle Crab against the Jarvan because your mid lane doesn't push, by the way. Galio has a little bit of a tough time pushing against the Orianna because it's range versus melee. And especially Orianna's ball keeping and exerting pressure onto the Galio, you never get mid prio.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult to try and establish any kind of control in the mid lane when you can just get harassed out. Even when you jump in to dish out a little bit of damage, you don't just get forced out so easily.
So that's kind of why he path bot side, because right now you see if he contests Jarvan, Orianna just walks up and then they get that you know, situation we saw in Series 1 where Impunity did the same thing.
We'll have to see whether these teams prioritize Dragon as much as Impunity did in that first game. At least going into this one, I think there should be a little bit more space for them to work with. Neither team really neither team really wants to get in that position, in that choke point around the Dragon, because both have really good kind of forms of crowd control and AoE damage. You know, if you get caught in the Cataclysm by the Dragon Pit, you're effectively dead. If you end up seeing the Darius in that position, or you see the Glacial Fissure being used there, a lot of tools, and could make it for a really bad position to fight for the Dragon. So not sure how these teams are going to play it out here.
Especially because Celestials don't have like the most mobile carry, so hold on here.
Okay, into the mid lane, Xiao taking a lot of damage now, Braum joining into the fight. Trox will not be able to get the follow-up. He beats Xiao, survives a little bit longer. The second wave of the cycle going to be used. They jump in, the A9 taking down. Coming in with the Cataclysm, they manage to find the damage over onto the back line. They should be able to trade back onto Ludai. Now they also take down Cody, and Trox walking away is a blue team double kill. Nico coming into the mid lane for an easy pick on 2.
Good rotation. The wave was a bit frozen in the top side, so there's nothing much for Nico to really do against the Darius here. He makes the idea to rotate down, and this is what I love to see, right? Baron laners that have high impact, high lockdown, keep keeping the wave stable or even pushing it up and then roaming to the mid lane to cover when their mid laner needs to push out and recall, in this case fight. Right now, Celestials, they are ahead in terms of gold, and Nico is going to have a very good matchup against Hexes. This win condition that we're talking about on TLJ's end might be stifled a little bit because the Darius won't really have the ability to just walk over the Camille in this matchup anymore.
Yeah, with the Camille picking up these kills, suddenly it's a very different story. Nico hasn't had the time to reset just yet, though, so at least
he needs to buy here. He needs to buy.
At least for now, Hexes does still have the good position to kind of work for. That being said, TLJ, you know, that fight looked like it was theirs to win. They went in there, they had the good engage onto Xiaowu, they managed to dish out the damage they needed, but they did not have that kind of follow-up because it takes time for the heroic entrance to be used, whereas opposed to something like the Shockwave, much more accessible. They couldn't...
It's also...
Yeah.
More of a combat spell, right? You think about what you know, Hero Entrance wants to do. It wants to make cross-map plays. It's not very useful in the now.
You know, so they were just lacking a little bit in the damage department there. Hexa is actually going to make its way down to the Dragon. It looks like there's a response coming in from Nico as well. They do manage to get the upper hand onto one. Might be able to find this. The orb going to be dropped onto the Camille. Could look for an engage here. Going to drop it onto the Dragon now. Looking to move into the front line. Axis joining in. That heroic Axis is going to be used. They should be able to find a lockdown by a great Feather Storm being used. Dishing out a lot of damage. Cataclysm locking down the back line. They just cannot move forward. Over on the side, Hexes might be able to get the solo kill, should not be able to find it, as the flash away from Elwood gets him into safety. A messy fight, but TOJ pick up 3 there. And now
it was a
look to reset.
Big heroic entrance in. Like, the Galio hit all 5 members, if I'm not wrong, with the heroic entrance and the taunt. So the taunt wasn't all 5, but by creating space and being able to buffer for the Xayah who got caught. Like, you asked why the Feather Storm is necessary. This is the answer, by the way. Because you don't want your teammates peeling for you and using resources when they need to turn and aggress onto the enemy.
Yeah, but it does still mean that Celestials picks up the Dragon as they manage to reset in time. Lula actually going to be jumping in, might be able to steal the Dragon away. Nico does manage to find this one and still flashes over out the pit. They trade back, the jungler goes down, Franco gets killed off, but TLJ, or rather Celestials, still get this Dragon to start things off.
TLJ grouping up is a bit sus here. Like, there's no reason to be A-ramming in mid 6 minutes in. You need to go and cover your side lanes. Right now you can see the Baron lane is like being shoved in, and so is the Dragon lane. So TLJ needs to go and deploy some resources to pick up these... hold on, Hexes might just die here.
Yeah, 3 versus 1, doesn't have the means to fight this, gonna get locked up, the damage comes through. Elwin picks up the kill for that one. Now over to the mid lane, Cody has to deal with 2 of his own. Loses a lot of health as the shockwave comes through. Team will not be there in time. They focus on these objectives, looking for the Rip Herald, but end up getting punished in the meantime. Francois gonna make his way over, might be able to steal this one away. He picks up the Rip Herald. Now the Orianna joining English official gonna be used to get the stun over onto the Java and keep moving in. Hank cannot come in to dish out damage. The rest of the enemy team, Celestials, moving in as we see Mystical providing support and forces of TLJ.
Celestials are the one that's making the better moves, right? We talked about TLJ and the Lao Jiao. Like, where is the experience? They deployed lane assignments so poorly. Hexus walks into 3, instantly dies mid lane because there's no coverage. Cody also dies, and now, you know, they lose so much more. Celestials, even though they got reset a little bit, they are ahead, you know, 1.5k, 2.5k, and with the Rip Herald to boot, they should be able to take down this mid tier 1.
Yeah, it's Celestials, you know, walking into this with the aggression, you know, with a bit of swagger. TLJ are kind of trying to make plays. They have had moments where they looked like they had a plan in mind. You know, even in the situation where the bot lane was killed off, where Hexus was killed off, Cody was killed off, that was because they were trying to go for the Rift Herald. But Celestials look one step ahead. They have something in their mind, you know, kind of getting in the head of TLJ a little bit, and they know exactly what they have to do. Transition from the Dragon. They give up the Rift Herald. Instead, they find a couple of picks and then steal the Rift Herald away. Like, oh my goodness, this team is doing so much work. Hexus looking for the catch onto Nico, but it's so hard to lock down the Camille there.
He used Barrier for some reason in the engage. You have to think he was planning to use Flash instead, as here comes Francois.
Recall coming through to get a Cataclysm in, but the Cyclone should be enough to deter this fight. Now the hero entrance is going to be used, but Francois gets out with a great flying drag, and the Flash doesn't even have to use his Flash, it still holds on to that Summoner spell. Wow.
He was able to get the Golden Aegis off, right? The second skill or the W from Jarvan actually gives a decent amount of shielding when a lot of people are caught in the AoE. This is mid tier 1 going down here. If Hank overextends, he dies to Shockwave, by the way.
Taking a lot of damage, has to use the Feather Storm by joining into the fight. It's going to be Ludite that looks to take down Mystical, but the Wild Growth knocks him up and actually sends him running. They do manage to pick up the top lane turret, but not sure how much that's going to do for them, especially now that Rift Herald's going to be used.
It's a 1-for-1 turret trade, but you are always better off taking mid tier 1 because it opens up the map a little bit more as Shox was caught recalling in plain sight. Now Celestials, they might have overextended here. They might just die if they get caught by Cody.
They do manage to find the flash onto Elwin. Might be able to take down the Jinx right away, but he turns things around, gets the damage over onto the Gallery. They're looking for a little bit more. Turning it around, Haxus tries to jump onto the Jarvan. Won't be able to find a kill onto that one. Now moving in, they do manage to pick up the Braum as well. And it's such a strong position. The better recall won't be able to do too much here. They almost get the traps onto the Jarvan. Nice in position to look for a little bit more. They managed to pick up this turret. Almost able to find Hank, but they just can't get it. The turret's still up as well.
Celestials are playing with fire here. They just need to recall, right? There's no reason for them to overstay, especially if everyone's spawning right now. Heroic's entrance is up for Cody, so if they beat Celestials to this Ocean Dragon, there is an opportunity for TLJ to secure the fight. At least Celestials managed to back off and use their gold. They had to spend it and pick up items there. Pretty solid overall. Now you need to set up for this. So you take Rip Buff, you put some wards down, make sure you watch the chokes. Whenever there's an Orianna, Camille, and Jarvan, it's always these small pathways that matter more, as Cataclysm was used there and forced to be flashed out of.
Tense fight coming through in multiple positions. They should be able to pick up this Dragon Cycle over onto 2. The Shockwave connects over to the backline as well. Denies the heroic entrance. Might be able to fight this fight, but turns out TLJ are not going to give it up so easily. Should be able to get the kill onto the Jarvan. Running for his life. Salvo over to the backline, but a lot of HP taken out from TLJ. They have to be content with that one. 2 kills over in the end, and they pick up the Dragon.
Yep, they managed to steal it away TLJ now. In terms of Drake's 1-on-1, I do like the Ocean a lot more than the Cloud. Like, yes, the movement speed is good, and yes, it helps you rotate around the map, but when it comes to these fights that are so on the edge, a back and forth dance of damage, that sustain definitely helps a lot more for TLJ.
Haxus up in the top side, just looking to provide some pressure while the rest of his team grabs the mid lane turret. Elwin does get a little bit more time and space to go and farm out the bot lane and looking to try and pick up the items quickly. I believe that was the last Whisper just completed, and so a little bit more damage to shred through the tanky front line on the enemy team. Yeah, look at that, 2.5 items already completed on this Jinx.
He is starting to hit his power point now. He just needs, actually if you count the last Whisper, it's 3 items, right? But once you pick up the Infinity Edge, that's when things get rolling.
The last Whisper builds into stuff more, right?
True, yeah.
Yeah, so 2.5, you know, we're getting pretty close to that point.
More importantly,
yeah,
that last Whisper is doing like true damage to Hexus because
basically,
he's
right?
only his armor. Yeah, right.
So it's going to be a little bit difficult for TLJ now because they have to deal with a very strong 80 damage threat. At the same time, Xiao picking up the power spikes, has the Liandry's, has the Saros Embrace already completed, and so this additional damage is something they can't quite ignore. TLJ, a composition that looked quite beefy on paper. Now you realize that they have a lot of HP, but without the resistances, they're just going to end up being shredded down.
Well, they're looking to group up, and because Nico was the benefactor of all the early kills and a lot of the gold, he's going to be split pushing on the side lane. We saw Hexus being unable to deal with the Camille. That's going to be a running trend, like throughout the course of this game. Camille scales, Darius does not. Surprised that Hexus even went for the 1v1, by the way.
Was maybe hoping to try and just deny for as long as possible. I mean, Hexus does still have the combat, the barrier, somewhat of a combat summoner spell in that position there. So maybe trying to delay as long as possible because, you know, if you keep Nico in the side lane, Nico can impact the rest of the map, and that's already a bit of a plus for TLJ in this position.
Hexus has to respect the rotations on the Celestial side. Like, when you sit in the side lane, there are so many ways for them to punish you that you really can't afford to overextend because there's a lot of reliable lockdown on the Celestial squad.
Reliable lockdown is the name of the game here. TLJ have a lot of conditional lockdown, and we see how that can be difficult for them. Looking a little bit bad for him. He uses the barrier, but Nico just gonna kite away from that. The minion wave right in position as well. Looks like it's just a dance back and forth. Nico in a really good position, can rotate quite easily, doesn't have to expend all too much going up against his Darius, and Darius losing a bit of the identity that he had coming into this.
Like we said, it's one of those picks where if you're doing decently well, you know, even if he's good, if you're ahead, if he's good, but if you're behind, then that's when the questions start to come, because you're not able to deal with the split pushing side laners as much. In terms of gold, he's like 600 behind, but it's more of like the item builds that make the difference. Like Deadman's Plate is a defensive item, whereas Sterix gives you more bandwidth to fight and duel against the Darius, like the flat HP and the shield. Just mitigates all the damage from the Noxian Guillotine.
Dragon is going to be spawning up, and so now TLJ should be looking for his window. You know, we talked about the Darius a little bit, Jordan's Fist being built, so now you have to wonder, is he going to go for a Star's Gauge as well? And if that were the case, should he have just gone for that earlier? Or was he looking for the move speed on the DMP? It's hard to say. Baron is also up, so going for the Dragon, blinding could give the Baron opportunity up to the other team. Hex is looking for a bit of a fight up against Nico. Nico has to try and kite away now over to the mid lane. The big fight coming through. Shotwave already going to be used. Glacier Fisher uses the fight as well. Put things into position. Ludai surviving a little bit longer. Has to use the cycle the second time. Might just get taken down by Elwin. This Jinx gets the first kill. Looking for a little bit more. Gets stunned up though. Will not be able to do it. A killing spree for the enemy team. Now TLJ sends Celestials packing. Xiaowu does manage to trade back, or at least it's going to be mystical. And they go 2 for 3, but TLJ are starting to win out these fights, inching forward in every position they can, but once again, looks like they're going to lose Dragon for this.
Roxas Winner's Bite there, super clutch to hit the stun on the Jinx, because see the reset starting to come through, and man, if TLJ hadn't killed the Jinx there, if they haven't immobilized her and crowd controlled her up in that position, I think they lose that fight. They get wiped by the Jinx just resetting and running at them.
Did I see that right? Did I just see the Xayah teleport in? And now Luda has teleport to a 4-man shockwave, a 5-man shockwave. Now they jump in, the super mega jack rocket steals the Dragon. And now they're dishing out damage on the TLJ who are running for the hills, getting killed by this AoE damage. Vanqua murders them, annihilates them, they tear them to shreds. And even as Texas comes in to look to try and make a captain's play, he gets sent back to the summoning platform. Celestials, what an insane fight!
5-man shockwave into a super mega death rocket, Dragon Steel into a cleanup. Can you ask for anything more, Granted? Can you really ask for anything more?
I don't think you can. Wow, what a fight, what a game. Celestials and TLJ were moving hand in hand. You know, neither side were giving an inch, but Celestials pick up the win in just an amazing fashion with an incredible series of plays. I don't think I'm ever going to see something like that again.
Dude, that was so clutch, right? Like, if you don't hit that 5-man shockwave there, if you don't stop them from taking the Dragon, they continue snowballing. And I think the right call from the Xayah was to TP in. You're absolutely right. The right call is to TP in. However, your team needs to be zoning them away. You can't just... The problem with TP is it's so telegraphed that the moment Orianna sees it, the moment Xiaohu sees the TP from the Xayah and the silhouette is so obvious, he sets the ball up, right? And everyone from TLJ is just sitting around waiting for the Xayah to arrive, that they get caught in that shockwave.
Oh my goodness. And the fact that TLJ ran the triple teleport looked pretty interesting for a second there, right? Because Hank teleported in a little bit earlier first, and then it was actually Ludai that was standing outside the Dragon Pit that was the target for the Orianna Shockwave. But running triple teleport, they joined back into the fight. They were looking to try and take the Infernal Dragon away, but they got pulled together in a bad position. They got caught out by the CC, and wow, just wow.
Mm-hmm. That game, if you're TLJ, it has to be somewhat demoralizing because you wrested control of the game away from Celestials in the mid game, right? We saw that one massive fight. They got control of it. They were able to really play for the Dragon, play for the Baron, set the waves up. Even Hexus was doing decently well against Camille. He wasn't handshaking these fights. He wasn't dying one-on-one. He was just pushing the wave out. But when you lose like that, it went from 0 to 100 in like 7 seconds, right? You lose that fight, they immediately run it down mid and just game over instantly after that.
I mean, it's difficult because, you know, Hexus can actually deal with the Nico, especially once he picked up the Jorman's Fist, but then the problem became Nico just didn't want to fight him. You know, like you said, it's a handshake, they dish out some damage, they walk away. You know, Camille has pretty solid wave clear even against the Darius, and so both sides are at an impasse. The rest of the map, though, is not that case at all. Celestials had some amazing standout moments. The mechanics from this team have seemed to jump up a level since the last time we've watched them, right? We've always been concerned about the mechanical play because when it comes to picks and bans, we've always felt like they've had a strong advantage over a number of these teams, but wow, just wow.
When it comes down to the draft, remember we're talking about this, which composition is easier to execute? For the most part, it's usually the Camille Jarvan where the trigger to go is very obvious and all the Jinx has to do is stay alive, right? The triggers for these fights tend to be like, oh, Cataclysm, Hextech Ultimatum, a good Shockwave. When you see those, it instantly calls for your teammates to walk up and do damage. For the side of TLJ, it's very dependent on what the call of the team is, whether they want to go in together or not. Because how are you gonna tell that you got a good team fight? Only Galio has a signal that, oh yeah, I hit a multiple man taunt, maybe we can fight here. Apart from that, everything else is just like we gotta kite back and find a window to go back in. They did that right a couple of times. We saw the Braum manage to do work, but when you don't have that clear signal, it's tougher to execute. The margin for error is a lot bigger.
You had some strong moments when it came down to the Braum and when it came down to the Wukong, but you know, it's so difficult because it's not a clear indication. You can't just rely purely on those engage tools to go in because
100%.
it's not enough. And we saw how it can end up being lacking, the way that they tried to dive in the mid lane against Xiao Wu, and that was so difficult for them to execute because after they offloaded a lot of their primary damage, they just didn't have a way to trade back. And then so Xiao Wu was almost able to 1v3 and trade back for one, and then Nico came in, all right, and you suddenly had this collapse from Franco and from Nico gets the collect kill onto one more, and so it's so difficult to rely on this Wukong. You know, you mentioned how Luline has exclusively played Wukong, Vine, and I believe one more, right?
Gragas.
Gragas. Might be time to pull out the Gragas if it's not banned, but Gragas was banned the last game, so can't blame them for not running that one. Or it might be time to pull out something else. Wukong to me just feels like a little bit of a pick that's a bit too weak, especially when you don't get some of the other synergizing comps with it.
Normally we see Wukong being like filtered into like a Yasuo composition or Orianna composition, right? In the open, it's not as strong. Like people think the CC does a lot of damage. It actually doesn't. It's just a decent knockup. If you don't build like full AD, it doesn't really do anything when you recast it. So I honestly think the Wukong is just a filler pick here. You definitely need something that brings more to the table. Looking at the second game coming in, adaptations need to be made and TLJ immediately square off on the Camille banning it out. Ziggs is going to be the choice here for Celestials. The last ban here for TLJ though, it has to be, okay, so the Diana was the ban again in game 1. This time though, they will be banning it again.
Yeah, getting rid of a couple of these priority picks, you know, actually not going to remove the Orianna is an interesting pick for me. I am curious to see if there is going to be some priority on the Orianna now because they have decided to let that one open. I'm looking at the way that TLJ played with the Darius the last game. I'm also pretty content with them going for the Darius again. I felt like, you know, that final team fight aside, the Darius were starting to pick up some steam and they had some good moments. You know, they finally clawed back in the kill lead. Right. But it all just went downhill from that one fight. Going for the Ori, they give up the Galio. Let's see if Celestials have what it takes to pull this one away. Lulu once again is the priority.
I think you don't do Lulu here. Well, you do Jarvan here instead.
You know what? I can kind of get this because, you know, they're kind of forcing TLJ to make a decision first and they just want to hold out. You know, they don't really feel much of a loss with the Jarvan, but I do feel like Jarvan is quite a bit of a priority here.
The thing is, Trox, as far as I know, doesn't really... he does play Lulu, right? But they don't really prioritize it, right? In terms of what is valued in the composition. So you look at the tier list right now. Yes, Trox plays Lulu, but what is worth more at this moment? The ADC is probably worth more. The jungler is probably worth more. So you don't have to pick up the Lulu that early, right? You probably... There you go. They're going to lock in the Wukong. They probably pick their marksman here as well because the Lulu is very low in terms of default priority.
Really interesting that they're still going to go with the Wukong. I can respect the fact that they stick to the guns. They want to go into this. If they say, we win with the composition that we believe in, then so be it. If we lose with it, then so be it. I can respect something like that. TLJ, you know, yeah, don't have very much to prove. They have come in and given us a pretty good performance and showing overall. I do like this Kai'Sa pick. You know, last game I mentioned that I felt like Kai'Sa would have been a nice addition over the Xayah. Kai'Sa this time around. This does mean that Celestials have to go and respond to this AD carry pick, but the Jarvan once again is
That's
just
fine.
a nice
It's a
little
bit delayed on the draft, but it's fine. You definitely do need the Jarvan together with Galio to control space in these fights. To go back to your Wukong point, this is actually a decent Wukong game. Because if you can get into the backline and you decoy while the ball is on top of you and you hit a shockwave into Cyclone, that wins you fights. That wins you fights regardless of who is in the backline for your opponents, right? Unless they're running like five tanks or something. If you get on the backline, you kill the squishy that way, you generally win the fight. The execution is a bit tricky though. You need to be able to like do the exact sequence of events. Ball on Wukong, decoy, rush to the backline, shockwave.
L1 defaults back onto the Jinx, and so going to look to just try and output as much damage as he can in a composition that is lacking quite a bit of AD damage, especially if the Jarvan goes for a tankier build. We do see Hexus going for the Garen. So interesting, different position from last time. Similar position, a bruiser that's able to pressure the lanes, you know, might be able to join in and fight every once in a while, but ultimately a different mechanic. Without that big reset, can't exactly find the same kind of fights that he could otherwise. Going for this Janna.
Okay. Janna is, like I said, a decent answer towards the Galio. It's also a great answer against the Jarvan, and it creates space for the Kai'Sa in fights because your Howling Gale as well as your Monsoon both proc Plasma, by the way. So you're able to just kind of use the Kill Instinct and jump into the back line. Garen is one of two champions that Hexus has played a lot during Icon series. He played Darius, he played Garen. This time the answer from Nico is going to be the Fiora. Again, you know, not the best matchup. Garen's just gonna build Bramble Vest, and Fiora doesn't get to play League of Legends.
I was wondering, does Fiora actually win this matchup against Garen?
No,
because,
no.
You know,
because the silence stops you from getting like super quick
the silence
resets on
stops
lunge.
you. You know, you get spun on, and you even if you end up getting the proc on the duel, getting the proc onto the the Grand Challenge, right? And you get the heal off. You know, if you run Bramble, the grievous wounds are just going to end up nullifying a lot of the healing anyway. It seems a bit of a counterintuitive pickup for Nico, but then again, you know, Nico has been someone who has been looking for these aggressive matchups to begin with. Could be something that he has in mind.
If you play a lot of Fiora, you will notice, and anyone watching the stream will probably notice if they play a lot of Fiora, you run out of mana very quickly. You burn through your mana if you're consistently using Lunge and Repose. Against Garen, who is a resources champion and has innate sustain, this is a very, very tough matchup for the Fiora.
And so going to have to deal with a lot of resource management. That being said, there could be some additional support from the jungle, which could be a bit of the reason why they are looking to go for this. Otherwise, it might even then, it might be that they want to stack the Fiora, maybe not against Garen, but against somebody else. We'll have to see what the plan is for Celestials going into this. That being said, Celestials are 1-0, so they have the point lead against TLJ in this BO3. If they win this game, then they move on. If they don't win this game, they still have one more shot, so they have some space to work with. This could be an opportunity to experiment as well. You know, it's every game is very valuable experience for all these teams going into this. Loser of this match will go down into the lower brackets where they'll play a BO1 to continue their dreams of winning the Icon Series Singapore. We've already had our first two teams in the semifinals of the playoffs. They are going to be Alliance and Impunity facing against each other. Tomorrow it is going to be an exciting match for sure.
Like I said, preview of the grand finals. Like it or hate it, it's gonna be Impunity and Alliance in the finals, at least based on my estimation, right? Just by looking at the track record as well as the performance. If I was a betting man, I'd say Alliance Impunity finals. If anything, a small preview. So the teams right now, like you said, every match is a learning experience. We've seen Celestials grow from strength to strength after every series, and this is the one thing I like about this team and why I place them so highly in my tier list and my power rankings, because every time they lose a match, they immediately pick up. They learn from their mistakes and they fix it, right? During the preseason, during the qualifiers, I remember thinking to myself, Nico's Fiora was a big problem. every time they lost the match on that Fiora, I always felt like Nico's Fiora was a reason why they lost. He was always picking it into these sort of tank matchups, you know, Fiora into Malphite, Fiora into Garen. It never really worked out. We'll see if he manages to learn the matchup, because again, this is a bad Fiora based matchup. So he has to learn, he has to improve, otherwise it goes down the drain.
You know, it kind of goes along the lines of, if it works out, you know, they are a visionary. If it doesn't work out, then they're kind of trolling a little bit, right? So, you know,
yeah,
it really comes back to say, like, you know, play it wrong. You know, you could play mid wrong, but you still become the world champs, right? We saw how that played out before with FPX. You know, so even in this, I want to give credit to Nico. If Nico believes that he can make it work, could potentially be the truth here. By that being said, I still feel like the Fiora and Garen matchup is heavily Garen favored. I'm not sure how this one goes.
What you're describing is the good old Wall Street bets dichotomy. Either you're a genius or you don't know what you're doing, and somehow it still works out.
Works out. You get Reddit karma. You get Reddit karma for the money,
Just posting
right?
all the losses in red bars. Yeah, looks like it's worth in the end, right? Should we jump into the game soon? Yeah, so this is the match point for Celestials. If they can pick up this win, then they move straight into the playoffs, and it's a good position for them there. Then they just have to wait for the next game between Dragonfly and Noblesse, where we are looking forward to see how that one pans out. But for now, we're into the Rift. TLJ on the blue side, Celestials on red. We flip things around this time. I'm not sure whether they're going to go have a party in the mid lane again. Both sides actually just going to walk in this time around. No chance given. Flash going to be expanded from the gallery right away. They just look to try and survive that. That was pretty terrifying for a second there. Where is your truce now, Graydon? Where is your truce? They used to dance in game 1. Now that it's 1 point away from victory, Celestials, they just go hard.
No chances can be given at this point. They have to win this one out. So TLJ, we're looking for an opportunity there. Not sure Celestials were prepared for that. Now we do see a pretty standard start. Javan is going to make his way up to the top side. As expected, the Wukong as well. So both going to be heading into the Baron lane. Could see a bit of a skirmish coming in from that side. For now, Nico does have the priority over the Garen before he can pick up his items here.
Oh, he's getting zoned away because the Janna was actually busy helping the rest of the team. So early prio actually going the way of Celestials in the Dragon lane. Meanwhile, Xiaohu actually push up against Cody.
Very different story to be told in the mid lane. Cody, this time around, losing the same matchup that he was losing as the Galio as well, is going to be a little bit problematic. Has to be a little bit more patient. He gets stronger as he levels up. Down the bot side of TLJ, this isn't looking too good. Heng has lost out a lot of golden EXP over time as his Janna was out of lane. And so now you can already see Elwin up to level 3. He's still halfway through too.
They could actually get the crab here because they have prio on top as well as mid. You can see the wave is shoving as you alluded to earlier. This should go the way of the Jarvan though. Fight breaking out Hexus.
Hexus losing a lot of health, has to flash, but he loses his flash in the wrong direction. Should go down here. First blood heads over to this Galio. Xiaohu with a nice pickup in this rotation here. Cody now looking to try and zone out the Galio where he can, dishing out a little bit of damage. Bot lane as well is suffering under the tyranny of Elwin. Of Elwin, yes, and in the mid lane, Cody now has to try and flash away, gets hit up by the flagging drag from Fengqua.
Mystical, meanwhile, being forced to use the help picks for the shield. Here comes Ludai for the gank. They need to read this. He's invisible right now. Goes on to Mystical. He flashes away and survives. Meanwhile, Elwin trying to find a 1v1. Gets the reset. Could get the second. Actually doesn't have the mana to switch to the rockets. Now will flash away. Now Ludai is the focus. Francois here. He has the burn, he has the rip buff, that forces Ludai away. A sick outplay coming from Celestial.
It's crazy. Elwin managed to survive through all of that. We managed to see Mystical survive too. Ludai almost gets killed off by the Super Mega Death Rocket. Doesn't go down just yet. But wow, being able to take down one and survive both in that position that Cody might get killed off as well. Ends up surviving. The flash, taunt, engage will not be enough.
This is the point I want to ask chat. Do you see the mistake that he did? Xiaohu actually used the Winds of War before flashing. He tried to animation cancel and he mispositioned the Winds of War. So normally the combo there, hold on,
jumps in with the Cataclysm but ends up in the pit with Ludai. Ludai should be able to find the return kill onto the enemy jungler. Moves into position. He's just going to steal away one more camp, but ends up getting killed off anyway. Heng comes in with the rest of his team. A little bit overextended to try and pick up that kill, but ends up shutting down Cody a little bit more again.
Well, when I look at it, I think that's a win because now the Orianna is set super far behind. Xiao is always going to be able to push in, and because he is pushing in, he has global presence. Heroic Entrance is now available for both side lanes if he wants to, whereas Cody can't do a thing to answer the Galio. Things are going from bad to worse for TLJ.
They have to try and find an objective moving into this, especially since they should have a slightly stronger early game. Running this Wukong has a bit more damage than the Jarvan, even if the Jarvan has a bit more utility. Dragon is going to spawn up, it's going to be the Ocean, but it looks like Celestials have pinned their eyes, have pinned their intentions on this Dragon, looking to try and pick this one up quickly. Jarvan moving into position, Wukong over on the back end.
They need to stay away from the wall so that Ludai can't use the Nimbus strike to jump over. He's going to use the...
won't be able to quite find it. Now Heroic Entrance is going to be used to get the lockdown over to Ludai. Ludai gets CC'd up, does manage to get over the wall in time. A 3-man shockwave over on the other end. Francois dashes over into the backline, but still should get killed off as Hank chases him down with the Predator. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off, but they do manage to pick up the Dragon. Celestials come out hit.
Greedy there for TLG. Like, I'm not sure why Ludai pulled the trigger so early. Maybe he needed the rotation from his mid and Dragon Link to come in before you go for that steal. There was still some time left on that as well.
They
right
might,
now though,
might have been looking to maybe use the Cyclone instead of for the Shockwave, but you can see that Orianna's just way too far away. No way the Shockwave would have been in range.
Kaisa has Q evolved. She's already picked up the Beer Sword, Vam Scepter, and Longsword. So this is the point where Icathian Rain does decent damage. Celestials can't actually trade 2v2 in the bot side unless they get a favorable disable onto the core target. Flag and drag in. Cataclysm 2.
Yep, but won't be able to quite find it. Flash away from Hank, so he has to spend a summoner spell just to get out. Trox did not have his Monsoon. Could not force away the Jarvan, and so they have to burn a summoner spell. So that sets Kaisa in a vulnerable position again.
Nico is now starting to get shafted in this matchup. Like, he's getting zoned away so hard because he knows there's no way he can trade against Hexes, who I believe completed the Black Cleaver. So anytime he's in range. No, he went for Bramble. Okay, Bramble and the Bombies. It's the same thing, right? Same level of threat.
Bit of damage on the Tross, jumps into the backline. Ludai gets taunted up, will go down here in just a little bit longer. Polymorph going to be used onto him as well. Now Hank stuck in between multiple members. That's going to be the teleport coming in as Hexus jumps in with a flash forward, looking for the duck on the Elwyn. Takes down the enemy AD carry, and TLJ trade back. It's a 1-for-2. But they lose Ludai, they lose Trox. Now the rest of the enemy team, Celestials, make their way into the mid lane posturing to try and pick up this turret.
Yep. Regardless of Black Cleaver or Vami Cinder, the threat is still there. If you're close range to Hexus, if he gets on top of you and he disables you, you're going to be burning, my friends. That spin does a decent amount of damage as the Rift Herald is going to be the focus now. Celestials, they need to push out mid and then rotate over.
Celestials are looking to try and push out mid, have to do with Hexus in the meantime though. Thankfully though, Xiaowu is able to provide a decent trade back against this tanky top laner. Now they managed to pick up the Rift Herald. TLJ was not able to respond in time. Looking to see when the next dragon is going to spawn up. It being an Inferno is definitely going to be quite an impactful one to pick up.
Big problem here is I haven't seen many good heroic entrances from Xiaohu. I think that's the big problem. They haven't been making use of the Galio in the side lanes. And as a result, you know, the Jinx can't really snowball. We talk about the 2v2. Yes, Heng is got the Q evolve. He's pretty strong. You add a Galio into the mix, Celestials just runs over the bot side.
And so even though the hero entrances haven't really found their mark in this game, just the fact that it exists is plenty of a threat towards TLJ, and so they have to kind of respect that. Yeah, so even running that potential 2v2 matchup is a little bit difficult for them. Celestials now just looking to try and play things a little bit slower, try and scale back up. They have a bit of an advantage, but it's not all too substantial. We've definitely seen a lot more in some of these other games. Right now, both sides playing pretty close to one another, and this is something that we saw in the first game as well. TLJ and Celestials were neck and neck. You know, they were very closely tied. It just comes down to one major fight. You know, things can really swing the way of the opponent, the aggressor, just off of one misplay.
Okay, look at this right now. They picked up the Ardent Sensor on Lulu instead of the enchantment, the Boots enchantment. I think this just goes to show how much Celestials prioritize this Jinx when it comes to damage, as they will pick up the bot tier 1. The rotation coming down, you can see they're looking to cut them off. They have no tier 1. They are stuck behind enemy lines here. The Cyclone knocks him up.
Collapse coming in. Elwin has to try and get away. The shockwave is going to be used. Not sure onto what though. Mystical looking to get taken down as well. The Wild Growth going to be used. Should still get killed off, and Hank picks up the pickup for that one.
Again, a relatively poor heroic entrance, you have to say, because they activated it even after the AD carry was like caught down to a quarter health. They can't contest this. CSG can't contest this.
Dragging up from Quad jumps in, looking to try and steal this one away, but it ends up going to TLJ anyway. Now they move in. It's a 3 versus 5, stuck in the Dragon Pit with nowhere left to go. They do manage to find a double kill so far, looking to try to take down Cody as well. Now moving into the back, the silence is going to shut down Nico. He just can't find much more. They end up losing 1, pick up 2, but the Dragon finally heads over to TLJ. Fight so back and forth this entire game. Either side could find the winner of this. Just one big play is all they need.
Good Super Mega Death Rocket to add in the damage. Like, 1 for 2 is your best case scenario there. It could have gone a lot worse. Like, all 3 of them could have died on the Celestial side. It's just the greed not being punished, right? I think it's because Cody on Orianna doesn't look as comfortable.
It was a little bit concerning to actually to see them not being able to punish them harder there. Celestials definitely were a little bit overreaching, trying to jump into the pit, looking to try and steal once again. Thankfully, Ludai does manage to secure it this time around. But looking at the goal difference right now, 9,000 on this Fiora versus you look at the likes of Ludai, who's running somewhere along the lines of 6,000. Ludai is falling significantly far behind compared to his counterpart, compared to the rest of the game. And so this Wukong, despite the fact he went for a Ghost Blade early on, is losing a lot of presence. It doesn't seem to do very much, lacking damage, lacking survivability. He's really just a big crowd control bot, and even then, his crowd control is a little lacking.
But that's the thing, right? All you need is one good Cyclone into Shockwave. That wins you the fight. Count on the rest of your team to bring the damage. All you need is one good engage on the Wukong side. He has to be tanky enough, he has to be able to bring the pain, and that's all there is to it. As a combo comes up on the top side.
Looking to try and take down the Javan. They will be able to do so. TLJ now in a bad position because the 8-9 taking down. Hank does manage to get a shield in time. The bot's going to be used as well. Over on the side, Elwin looking to try and kite away from Ludai. Should be able to find this. One more hit is going to be enough, but it isn't going to be enough to save him from Hexus. Hexus comes in. They trade kills as it's a 1 for 2 in the favor of TLJ.
Baron is available, but they can't take this because they're afraid of the Pope coming in. And meanwhile, Nico is just split pushing on the bot tier 2. Like I said, granted, one good Cyclone. And over there, Ludai was able to find the win. So that gives them control of their fight. If the Jinx is dead, they do absolutely nothing without her. If you're Jinx here, you might be opting for early GA or even a Zhonya's enchant just to stay alive.
Can we see a solo kill with the mid lane? Doesn't quite seem like it. I think he doesn't know where the enemy team is, isn't looking to try and overextend there. Yeah, so I mean, the Jinx really needs a defensive item. Like you mentioned, he might want to just go for the Hourglass Enchant or try and go for the Guardian's Angel because you're frankly dealing with a number of threats coming in from the backline. Francois looking like he's going to get caught out here, loses a lot of health, has to use his Stone Plate. The rest of his team was not in position to support him if he wanted to try and turn this fight around. Baron has spawned up, and so now it's a question between Baron and Dragon. It's either side looking to try and pick up this objective, or they're just going to keep doing what they're doing best, picking up a couple kills here and there as they try and shove out these waves.
They need to get mid control because, like you said, Baron's up, and with mid prio, that allows them to control some of the vision around. Observer showing us the Fog of War on the TLG side. Not a lot of vision. Yeah, not a lot of vision. Meanwhile, for Celestials, it's about the same, right? Both teams not really able to get wards deep into the jungle because they don't really have the lane prio. However, I do expect that, you know, being able to push out wherever Nico is, like the Fiora is not handshaking fights, he's just pushing waves, right? Wherever the Fiora is, they'll be able to put wards down as well.
Baron started up by Celestials and TLJ don't have a clue. They're going to walk over, looking to try and spot this one out, but it's 2k HP. Baron goes over to Celestials now. They're looking to try and make full use of this one.
You know what the annoying thing about this Baron is now, Grannon? the Fiora doesn't have to fight. Like, she can if she wants to, but just sitting there and empowering the wave is so much more annoying for the Garen as well.
Oh my goodness.
There you go.
The solo kill comes through without a Nico, and Nico proved that it could happen. Hero Action is going to be used. Hang likely to get knocked out. The CC chain is going to come through in time. Super Mega Knife Rocket will not be able to connect, but they won't be able to find much more. The Monsoon knocks back Celestials, but the question is who's saving who? TLJ almost lost that fight. 2 versus 4.
Nico creates so much space just sitting on the side wave. I talked about how you just needed to empower the minions with Baron buff, but there he just takes the ego challenge and he wins the fight. And that's largely because of his items, right? He has There's Gauge, he has the GA. He knows that the moment he's down like to a quarter health, a third of his health, the Galio is always going to be there to save him. Regardless of what happens, Galio is always going to come in, and Xiaohu is massive in terms of items. If our observer can toggle on the items, you see that he has a death cap, by the way. Like, this guy is ROA death cap the injuries. He's 3-0-2. He's leading in terms of gold, leading his opponent in terms of gold by a massive margin.
And in that time, Celestials have also been able to pick up the Dragon, and so making even faster work of this game, because now they just have to wait up for the Elder if they want to. Otherwise, they could look to try and end out the game outright. 14,000 gold on this Fiora. I mean, you look at that 5,000 gold lead onto the Garen. You can't wonder why the Garen is falling behind at this point, right? It's just too big of a gap to surmount, even if you have a champion that kind of counters the opponent. And now Celestials in an easy position because they just have to collapse the waves in while they wait for this dragon to spawn up, and they have the Fiora that can continuously split push on the side lane.
Look at the similarities between Game 1 and Game 2 for TLJ. What are they failing at doing? It's assigning side lanes properly, right? A lot of the mid-game during this Game 2 was Nico just split pushing, saying, guys, don't fight, it's cool. I'm gonna get a bunch of waves, I'm gonna get super fed. Whereas Hexus is grouping with his team running around like a headless chicken. It happened in Game 1. It happened in Game 2, and this is why Nico is finding edges despite not finding those kills. Like 3-0-1 is an okay scoreline, but a lot of the gold comes from the farm.
Yeah, just being able to continuously pick up CS in the side lanes without having to worry about all too much does that for you as you build up a significant lead. Both sides now at a bit of an impasse, waiting it out until the next objectives spawn up, trying to control the wave so they can keep crashing it down. TLJ still kind of in this game. They are about 10,000 gold behind, and that is usually a very large margin. But considering how we've seen these fights panned out, like you mentioned, Wukong doesn't really count as the goal difference because end of the day, he really just has to provide the entrance with the shockwave. And so once they're able to do that, as long as Hang is able to output the damage along with Cody, they should still be able to pick up a couple of these fights. Look at that. One auto plus a Canadian rain still does decent damage to the Java.
Yeah. Lewin has Zhonya's enchantment right now, so your fear of the engage from the Wukong is significantly diminished. You don't have to worry too much because as long as you pop the Zhonya's in time, you shouldn't get chain CC, you shouldn't chain die. So I think there's enough window for them to pop the Wild Growth onto Jinx if she gets caught after she's Zhonya's and still turn the fight. So Celestial's looking pretty decent now. 10k gold ahead, Baron spawning, they should be able to melt this as well because they do have a bunch of items on the Jinx, and if I'm not wrong, Winds of War from Galio does percentage health damage as the solo kill might just come in.
Looking to just flash away. Hexus does manage to survive. The Baron is going to be picked up once again by Celestials, and TLJ none the wiser. Not able to do all too much. Looking for the engaging jump in. It's a catapult onto 2. Now the heroic entrance is going to be used to get the first kill onto the Kai'Sa right away. Hang, no chance to respond even with the Hourglass enchant. Chasing forward, Elwin 1 hit away from the kill. Teleport coming in from Nico. Now they rotate up towards the Baron lane. Looking to try and end things off. They're looking for their victory march. Shoving things in, Ludai looking for a potential engage. They try to stall for as long as possible, but with the wave crashing in, they just don't have a response. Celestials looking so incredibly strong in game number 2.
You know what the new dynamic is? It's the new jungler coming in. Like Francois on this Jarvan, yes, he's playing the same champions as Cave, but the way they're engaging so decisive as he has to pop the Zhonya's here.
Dodges away from the shockwave because he goes golden. Now they trade back. Super Mega Knife Rocket will not be able to connect. The Ignite taking down onto Ludai. They're just looking onto the Nexus. They ignore the remaining members of TLJ, and the survivors get no say. Celestials with the 2-0 over TLJ.
That last fight is an example of why you need the Zhonya's, right? We saw the full combo. It's the Wukong Cyclone into Orianna Shockwave. Because you break the CC chain and you're able to Zhonya's away from the Shockwave, there's no damage. Like, Cody has no way to burst you down, and because you have Wild Growth behind you, you're like, okay, now I'm back in the fight because I have bonus health, I have this slowing aura around me from the Wild Growth, and it's so easy to just walk up as this Jinx once you have all the firepower behind you.
Literally dodges away from the Shockwave because of the Hourglass enchant, right? And that can become game-changing. We saw Alwyn dish out a lot of damage towards the end of the fight, but that being said, you know, Xiao did have a lot of impact, had a lot of damage. You know, we mentioned earlier that the heroic entrance didn't exactly have the most amount of impact, or rather, it wasn't used all that much. But I can understand just the threat of its existence, you know, knowing that there's a potential Galio coming your way, kind of denies a lot of opportunities from TLJ. So TLJ were forced into this bad position where they want to look for fights, but they have to be concerned, can the Galio make a return play in that time?
Sometimes just not casting the heroic entrance is a decent answer too, because you look at how TLJ want to execute their team fights, right? It has to be like Cyclone into Shockwave, melt the backline, and then run away. Whenever heroic entrance is up, you're like, can we really kill this guy in time before the Galio arrives and just turns on us? If the answer is no, we can't kill the backline, there's no point engaging. And towards the end of that game, you can see they were very hard pressed to find a good engage because they knew the moment Galio comes in and we don't have the damage to burst down Jinx, we lose the fight instantly.
It's so difficult to work around, because when you try and draft for a composition that has a lot of this wombo combo, you know, easy setup, you are expected to try and make to find these positions that work. It does seem that Celestials had a good grasp of that. Not sure whether there was inherent knowledge or whether or not they actively sought those positions out, but because they denied a lot of these opportunities, when you play from the back of Dragon Pit, because of how far Cody is away from the Wukong, there's physically no way to run the Shockwave, and so now you force them to make a decision to all go in or not. And so when you see TLJ made a slight split decision, right? Wukong jumps in, trying to make some kind of miracle, steal away the dragon, that kind of thing. When he makes that play, it's so easily punished from Celestials.
I wanted to see whether Nico was able to, you know, fix a lot of the issues during the qualifiers. The answer is yes this time. The way they solved it was just by straight up not fighting in those 1v1s. All you do is push, collect, farm. Eventually you hit a point where you're able to answer a lot of the resistances from the Garen, because Fiora scales with levels for her vital procs. Eventually she gets to the point where she is unchallengeable in lane.
Let's take a look at the past games to see exactly how Nico became unchallengeable and how Celestial picked up the 2-0 victory against TLJ. Joining in, that heroic entrance is going to be used. They should be able to find a lockdown, but a great Feather Storm being used, dishing out a lot of damage. Cataclysm locking down the backline. They just cannot move forward. Over on the side, Hexus might be able to get the solo kill, should not be able to find it, as the flash away from Elwyn gets him into safety. A messy fight, but TOJ pick up, trying to hide away now over to the mid lane. The big fight coming through. Shotwave already going to be used. Glacier Fisher uses Sound the fight as well, put things into position. Ludai surviving a little bit longer, has to cycle the second time. Might just get taken down by Elwyn. This Jinx gets the first kill, looking for a little bit more, gets stunned up though, will not be able to do it. A killing spree for the enemy team. Now TLJ sends Celestials packing. Xiao Wu does manage to trade back, or at least it's going to be mystical. Did I just see the Xayah teleport in? And now Luda has teleport to a 4-man shockwave, a 5-man shockwave. Now they jump in, the super mega jack rocket steals the dragon. And now they're dishing out damage on the TLJ, who are running for the hills, getting killed by this AoE damage. Vanqua murders them, annihilates them, they tear them to shreds. And even as Texas comes in to look, to try and make a captain's play, he gets sent back to the summoning platform. Celestials, what an insane fight!
Top as well as mid, you can see the wave is shoving, as you alluded to earlier. This should go the way of the Jarvan though. A fight breaking out Hexus.
Hexus losing a lot of health, has to flash, but he loses his flash in the wrong direction. Should go down here. First blood heads over to this Galio. Xiao Wu with a nice pickup in his rotation here.
Strike to jump over. He's going to use the...
won't be able to find it. Now heroic entrance is going to be used to get the lockdown over to Ludai. Ludai gets CC'd up, does manage to get over the wall in time. A 3-man shockwave over on the other end. Francois dashes over into the backline, but still should get killed off as Hank chases him down with the Predator. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Champions as Cave
but the way they're engaging so decisive as he has to pop the Zarya's here.
Dodges away from the shockwave because he goes golden. Now they trade back. Super Enough Rocket will not be able to connect. The Ignite taking down onto Blue Light. They're just looking onto the Nexus. They ignore the remaining members of TLJ, and the survivors get no say. Celestials with the 2-0 over TLJ. Going to be between Chicken Can Fly and Noblesse Gaming to determine who is going to be our next semi-finalist. Interesting one for sure. We will be going into a little break now. We'll see you guys in a bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Change of range.
Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty!
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock.
Custom picks.
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
So my IGN currently right now is Haki. I'm previously known as Cyrus from Team Sequence, and my current team now is Chicken Can Fly, and I'm the current in-game leader for this team right now. Yeah.
My IGN for Warwick is XCP. I'm a climber team for Chicken Can Fly as a jungler.
Hello. So I'm actually my IGN is Ego, then I'm the support for Chicken Can Fly.
My name is Tom Hernandez and my IGN is Reverse and I'm playing as their ADC.
Though we lost the first round, we immediately went for a role swap between XCP and Roy, whereby Roy was the original jungler and XCP was the top laner, so we went for a swap. The swap actually happened on the first game of loser bracket, and we actually just fixed on one draft to play for the entire loser bracket. So it's like we either go big or go home. So the team name came out as a troll or a meme out of our top laner's IGN, making fun of our top laner's name, and we decided that it would actually be a meme if we were to put his name as the team name, whereby his name was actually Why Chickens Can't Fly, so we decided to put Chickens Can Fly instead for our team name. Yeah.
IMP, Cyrus, IMP, simple. Or Alliance, okay, it's simple.
I would say almost all the every other teams, because I know some of the players from every other team, like except for Alliance. Alliance is a completely new face to me. Impunity, I know Quartervore since years ago when I played Vainglory, and Spaghetti as well. I was once teammates with Quartervores as well. Then looking forward to play against CSG as well. As for Ego and SCP, I met them through the Facebook Singapore group. For Reverse, he actually came to comment on my Facebook post, and he was actually one of the opponents that I screamed against before. He was from Drifters in Philippines. And for Roy, he was actually from the Telegram group for Wild Rift in Singapore. I just happened to find this player and I decided to give him a shot as well. I didn't set my expectations too high, so in my head, I was actually thinking of scout for potential players, be it even if they may not be the top of the top in Singapore, it's still fine, because at the end of the day, as long as you put in effort to train, you definitely reach the peak at the game one day. Yeah. Currently, like me and my support, we actually been trying to think of drafts and like how we want to do our drafting phase, and as well as in the in-game macro plays, we are actually trying to set like a fixed plan for every role, like how we're gonna execute out our map gameplay. With regards to this, where we have to actually put into play by practicing in screens, and definitely last but not least, we're actually trying to set up like a draft meant just for the team, like a surprise draft against the other teams as well, if we ever manage to pull it off.
Hi, I'm Aries. I play the Baron lane for Noblesse.
Hi, I'm Ivy. I'm the manager of Noblesse.
I'm Cole, the mid laner of Noblesse.
I'm Payne, the ADC for Noblesse.
For me, it's just continue reading my lane, I guess. Then watch out for potential trolls in the game. Yeah, just keep it slow, slow and steady.
I think it's to keep up the mental strength of the team, because I'm there to actually be the mental pillar of the team, right? So, yep, keep up the mental. And then I believe that they will do up the training and win them. It came from one of our friends that actually, yeah, never explain. 我一定应该很难 explain. We have like a group of friends that have been playing competitive in other games, and then that team disbanded because they were all like moving forward to their own like life, getting married, working and stuff. So I decided to take up the name and continue their competitive journey in a different game.
Basically, we are all rejects lah. Yeah, I see my Mr. Cryonics got kicked by Alliance.
Yeah, I'm the shield for the rejects, so per se, based on their words. But I honestly don't think that they're worthy to be called the rejects lah, because I think they are doing a lot better than that. So hence I feel that by forming this team, it's gonna do well and will make a very huge comeback.
Impunity.
Yeah, Impunity. We are going for Impunity. Yeah, even Alliance.
不是 Alliance 咩? Yeah, I would say Alliance.
Alliance can wait. Impunity first.
We have our own schedule for individual trainings as well as team trainings. Opponents from different countries, we will try to against them so that we can have more exposure to the other regions.
How do you not fall in love with these teams? I mean, you just gotta love them. Chicken Can Fly and Noblesse, such colored and so such fun teams with great personalities coming in. Very different, at the same time very similar. One more towards the grassroots level, and then the other ones for guys that have been competing for a while. You know, they all have their own identity. Where do I cop their merch? Let me know.
Yeah, you might want to have to reach out to maybe like the Noblesse Gaming manager or something. Like, where do I get a shirt? Where do I get a jacket? You know, and I kind of feel for them because when Ares was joking like, oh, we're a team of rejects, right? It feels kind of bad, but there is some truth in that statement. Ares used to be on Impunity. Kung, who some people know as Cryonics, used to be on Alliance. He was the mid laner. You know, they kind of got benched. They got substituted out, and now they formed this, you know, quote-unquote super team, I guess, if you want to think of it that way, looking to prove that, you know, they aren't out of touch, that they're not washed up, they can potentially vie for the top 2 spot, and hopefully go to Super Summer Cup. Because if Noblesse Gaming make this run, if they dethrone Impunity, which is, you know, their goal they mentioned, it would be a statement to hope.
Oh, absolutely. And I think with Impunity, if they drop a series against them, you know, they're going to end up beating themselves up over it. That being said, you know, the Fates have not put them in their favor because they won't actually get to face Impunity up until the very end. So could it be a good or bad thing? If you think about it that way, you know, either Alliance or Impunity have to drop to the lowest bracket, then you could hope that, you know, if Impunity or whichever team drops to the lower bracket and, you know, they get kicked out against whatever odds, then you miss out the opportunity to play against them. You know, Fate might not exactly be on your side, but in a way, it also kind of helps you get towards that semifinals and into the grand finals easier.
The question here is like a would you rather, right? Devil's choice. Would you rather be one of the teams representing Singapore in the Super Summer Cup or get your revenge on Impunity? It's like, well, you know, which one feels better? I feel like Super Summer Cup representatives feel a lot better.
Fair enough. And so definitely looking forward to see how that goes. But again, both teams here are so colored. They have so much backstory going into them. I want to hear a little bit more about the head-to-head coming into this and what they have in store for us. So let's take a quick video as we check out these two teams.
I know Chingy and like a few of other of them. So I would say I look forward to play against them in the first round of the playoffs. I've been trying my best to actually work with my team to improve on our gameplay in order to give them a good match on the first game of playoffs. Yeah. And lastly, my message to them will be chickens can fly. Yeah.
Actually, I don't really care and know much about the first team. I just aim to go against Alliance and Impunity.
After winning is CSG, and I look forward to playing against Alliance after we win the first 2 matches. Yeah, y'all can get into Singapore top 8. I feel that y'all are all good players in general, but sorry, your journey ends here.
Contrary to opinion, your journey does not end here. Your journey goes down into the lower brackets, it ends wherever it ends. But, you know, point has been made. Pain is ready.
He got the spirit, though. He got the spirit.
He's got the spirit. He's ready to bring the pain. This is where it counts. You know, if you're able to pick up the win here, you go into your next match, you go into your semifinals up against Celestials. And from Celestials, like he said, you know, your top 8 teams, that's where we already started to see, you know, some of these good players really shine through. But we have to see which players and which teams are exactly going to be the ones to make it all the way to the end.
I think it's going to be like an uphill climb from here no matter what, because every time you progress, the opponents get tougher and tougher, right? We kind of like foreshadowed it, like how the Alliance Impunity match might be the grand finals. One of them dropping to a lower bracket though does mean that their bandwidth for making that lower bracket run is that much more difficult, considering it's all BO1s. Noblesse were very lucky to get onto the other side of the bracket, where they don't have to play either Impunity or Alliance early on, right? So this is their dream run. Ideally, they could potentially make it to the finals too.
Yeah, if they are able to get there, it would be a great storyline and a great movement moving forward. So it's quite curious to see now exactly where they stand, because Chicken Can Fly have shown that they've managed to tidy up a lot of their gameplay, but again, they are, like they said, a little bit more one-dimensional because they have to go and focus on exactly why they are good. Whereas Noblesse have come in, you know, they've had a much wider range. You can start to see where the experience really comes into play with this team. We do go into picks and bans. Noblesse on the blue side, Chicken Can Fly on the red side. Let's see how things pan out. Zig's going to be banned right away. A lot of focus on the Ziggs man across multiple games.
Yeah, just to explain this in case people are wondering, oh, Ziggs is so high priority, but all he does is throw bombs. No, Ziggs is actually insane because of Satchel Charge, right? People might think it's an escape tool, but if anything, it's a sieging tool because it's so effective at taking down low health turrets that all you do is you group up and you push. And it's really strong in conjunction with picks like Tristana, it's strong in conjunction with picks like Jinx, who straight up siege monsters. You know, all they do is stand in front of the turret, hit it a couple of times, and then Ziggs pops the Satchel Charge, you reset and you back off.
Yeah, so it's very easy to play around the Ziggs, a lot of utility. We actually see a Kali slip through, and it's the first pick coming in for Noblesse right away.
At this juncture in the tournament, like, Noblesse are one of the few teams that actually play Akali. Noblesse and Alliance actually do pick up Akali once in a while when it's open. Alliance less so, right? And that is a Ares pick. Ares loves that in the top, in the Baron lane. He's so comfortable on it. The response here from Chickens Can Fly is the Gragas and Braum. Noting that Diana and Camille has been banned out, the only sort of, I guess, tier 1, if you want to put it, left open is going to be the Galio.
Well, Galio is going to be an option for sure. Kaisa is still up as well, so they could also potentially look for something along those lines. But like you mentioned, Galio is so easy to synergize, especially when you have the Vi. And when the enemy team already has the Gragas, you probably don't want to give them that extra opportunity. Tristana looking like it's going to get hovered early by CCF. I do wonder what the plan is going to be. Now that you have the Braum, you have a level of disengage. You also have the Gragas. Now, how do you draft for that follow-up engage to provide the assistance to your team?
You take Orianna here. You take Orianna just because you want a big ticket ultimate to lower the health bar so that Tristana is free to get the resets if she needs to jump up, play more aggressively. Need to mention something here that CCF, you know, Chickens Can Fly. Their AD carry previously was Hiri, now he's been subbed out. Reverse is the new AD carry. I know there are a couple of fans of Reverse in the chat right now. This young talent from the Philippines coming to Chickens Can Fly, hoping to live up to the expectations of the fans. We'll have to see if this plays out in his favor on Tristana, as we Noblesse will lock in that Galio. By the way, this is going to be Corki mid because it's Cryonics, right? So it's Corki mid and Galio support.
So actually, Galio support is going to be quite interesting. It's a pretty even matchup between the Galio and the Braum, it looks like. Ahri actually going to be hovered a little bit earlier here. Okay, so locking in the Ahri, going up against this Corki. I'm quite curious as to how this is going to pan out because, you know, Ahri, while it can be a decent assassin, have some good damage and decent wave clear, I feel like there are going to be a lot of moments where the Akali could potentially jump in and just assassinate, you know, and there's very little that the Ahri can kind of do to assist the team.
I say it's very greedy because normally when you play Ahri, your Spirit Rush gives you like 3 chances to reposition, right? Think of it as in, out, and then in again if you need to go in for the kill. So you don't really have to full commit. The problem here is there is a Vi open on Noblesse. So if you step too close, if you get too close with your Spirit Rush, Vi is instantly going to use the Assault and Battery, lock you down, and then the rest of the team collapses on top of you. Courtesy of the Galio, courtesy of the package from Corki and the Akali as well. So this Ahri suddenly doesn't look as much of a threat anymore. It doesn't look like a threat anymore compared to something like Orianna, something that creates space, that distances and zones people away.
So having all these tools over on the side of Noblesse, it feels like Chicken Can Fly, you know, in this position here, a little bit disadvantageous. You know, it doesn't really seem like they necessarily have the kind of tools that they want in order to be able to disengage effectively against Noblesse. The Braum early on looked like a good indication, a good sign for being able to deal with a number of these threats, but then they just stack up more and more and more. You can only ever do so much as a single Braum. At least with the siege potential, with the Unbreakable, you do have a little bit of a buffer to try and play back, because a lot of the damage is going to be negated by that space, but it's only, again, a small window to work from.
This team needs to play to the early game aggression, right? So a lot of their abilities, if you think about how the composition works, a lot of it relies on singling out members and finding picks with Ari Charm, with Braum Winner's Bite, and Tristana's ability to position aggressively. Use the rocket jump into someone, finish them, and then jump out, right? The only way you get the lead is by finding early picks with Ari and Braum. And of course, you have Gragas with the explosive cast to reset the fight, to disengage if you need to. But for the most part, when it comes to 5-on-5 team fighting, this composition does not cut it at all. There's no way that they can feasibly take a 5-on-5 against Noblesse Gaming.
Yeah, it's a very difficult position because 5v5s are kind of the name of the game around these major objectives, which are going to end up counting for a lot. There is an argument to be made that maybe once you get towards the point where the Baron is up, you know, you start to, if you have a lead because you know you're farming up in gold and all that, you could potentially just try to apply pressure in other lanes and fight for the Baron indirectly. But with the way things are panning out, it's a little bit suspect if they even have the means to get to that point, because by then you could just see Noblesse scale up to a very strong point of power and take down, or rather cut away a lot of the avenues that Chicken Can Fly can otherwise get out from. But that is ultimately the theme of Chicken Can Fly. They are a team based on hope. We are looking to see whether or not these chickens can spread their wings and soar up.
It's the dream team of memes, right? Coming in for Chickens Can Fly. They failed the first qualifier, made it through on the second, and now they're here in the playoffs looking to showcase what they have. As we go into the Wild Rift, it's Noblesse Gaming on the blue side, Chickens Can Fly on the red side.
This is the first game in their BO3. They just have to win 2, and then they move into the semifinals to go up against Celestials. We already have our first 2 semifinalists. It's going to be Alliance and Impunity. As if anybody had expected anything else.
Big spoiler alert, granted. Nice job.
But they are going to... We're going to see one team drop the lower brackets right away from that angle.
I want to highlight that Chickens Can Fly, you know, their jungler, Wisma managed to shorten his name into just straight up acronyms, so that saves us a lot of trouble.
But what am I supposed to say now?
That is a good point, unless you can pronounce the name in Mandarin.
Which kind of defeats the purpose of changing into acronyms, right? So now it's just, we're Samjerver.
Good luck casting that, man. Ego actually made an early move into the jungle, so he spots out where Xingyi is. They know where the Vi is pathing towards. XCP now has to hit that honey fruit.
Wow.
Oh, good root actually, they get the taunt!
Gets good damage onto reverse. Verse has to use the rocket jump away and almost able to find that solo kill down in the bot side. Great angle for Noblesse to start from.
This is good control from Noblesse, and normally Xayah is not the ideal pick open, but against Tristana, who wants to play aggressively, wants to jump in, there is a lot of value in this self-peeling Xayah. Not to mention, if you time your Feather Storm well, you can actually dodge away from the Glacial Fissure.
I mean, this Xayah is a very different Xayah from the one that we saw previously in our earlier games, because now there's a lot of loaded damage in other champions, in Dai, somewhat, in Kong, in Ares. You know, with that additional damage, they don't really have to focus so much on pain, and so he can just focus on surviving longer, providing some assistance with the Feather Storm into the Blade Caller, and being able to stun up and root some of his opponents. And so having that additional utility, additional CC
so good.
Makes a big difference. Let's take a look up to the top side. Chingy is now just waiting in position to maybe try and bait out the guarantee.
They need level 5 on Akali first. They need level 5 before they pull the trigger, so by the end of this wave, I believe... Oh, hold on, they're just going? Okay.
Looking for this right away. Doesn't look like they even need level 5. Just jumping right in. The damage should be enough. They flash in just for the secured kill, but still heads over to the Vi.
XCP got baited in there. You have to think that they sold the fake pretty well, right?
Yeah, holding the recall, looking like, no, I just want to get back to base. But then he come in, bringing in the pain.
Good lockdown, good chain control from Noblest. Again, if Ares starts to get popping, you know, he gets the ball rolling, gets a couple of items. XCP can't really deal with the Akali. You don't have any way of returning damage. Sure, you review her in the spin, but because she is so slippery, there's no chance of you know, conceivably getting a one-on-one kill.
I mean, revealing Akali in the spin is like what, 40 to 80 damage over like 2 seconds. I'm not sure how much that's gonna really do to the Akali. So overall, it's a difficult lane for the Garen to match up with. And the Garen does have very good wave clear at the very least. So you know, if they do not get ganked, can find that angle quite well. Okay, so actually, both sides now maybe aware that the enemy jungler is here. Not sure what they still want to try and get done here. Flash taunt will not be able to find its mark as we do see White Chicken cannot fly get out.
I think that's the right move there. You kind of answer by putting pressure on the bot side, allowing your bot lane to back off. So think of it this way, right? In terms of resources, Dai trades his flash for early advantage as we see the perfect execution coming in. He's gonna get solo kill. Oh, what an insane play from Ares. He played it perfectly, by the way. You open with the first activation, cancel the movement with the shuriken flip, and then come in for the final land on the ultimate.
So difficult to play from for XCP because now, you know, you start the now magic mana looking to try and build up a little bit of magic resistance early to deal with Ares, and it's not enough at all. Noblest take this opportunity to try and translate that into the drag. You can just see Dai trying to zone out. Well, I guess at this point I'm just gonna call him Chicken, right?
Yeah. There's no reason for Chickens Can Fly to stick around here, especially after the objective is gone. What do you do here is the question. You need to start pushing on bot lane and then make a lane swap, because the only way to get back into this one really is just to play for the Rift Herald and play for the 5-on-5. Noblest understand this, which is why they've already made the lane swap. But Chickens Can Fly are a bit late to answer here. So the top prio is going to go the way of Noblest, and they punish.
They do manage to get a charm off, decent damage over onto Dai. So now moving into position, looking to try and just switch things up a little bit. They send Reverse over into the mid lane. Let him have a little bit of free space dealing with the Corki. Should have the means to do so. You just send Haki up top side. Has a good crowd control. Not crowd control, rather. Wave clear. They do get decent damage off. The Glacial Fish are going to be used to get a knock up onto Pain. But you just see the Vi hiding and waiting in the flanks once again.
This is what's going to happen in the next couple of minutes, by the way, Grandin. Because Tristana is taking solo lane EXP, Reverse is going to be super far ahead, but Haki will be unable to really catch anyone. He hits a charm, he hits a Orb of Deception, that's about it. He doesn't bring any damage to the table because he doesn't have levels.
Greg is going to be coming in, will not be able to connect there, looking to try and predict the possible movement. They do manage to get the knock up there, good damage coming in overall, the stun going to be used. Now joining into the fight, Dai gets the heroic entrance off. That's a nice chain follow-up CC onto the Greg as they get the kill. The blue team with the first one. Now looking for potential second, but they won't be able to find it. Too much HP over on the side of CCF, and Noblest with a nice little pickup in the mid lane there.
He cuts off the recall, so now they have prio onto this Rift Herald, which is certainly going to go the way of Noblest. I want to see the items coming in for a second, because I don't think CCF can really contest this. Yep, only Stoneplate Enchantment being picked up on the side of the Braum, whereas Righteous Glory is already done for Dai, so he's always ready to fight. Like, if you're in range, he pops there and he runs at you to get the taunt. That's about it.
And I mean, just the force and well, what's the one called? The flight? The pants?
It's Steel Caps, yeah.
No, not the Steel Caps. The one that gives move speed. I mean, he has the extra move speed item as well. You know, so it just helps him get around the map a little bit faster. Yeah.
It's the it's pretty decent value for them to just run in now. As you can see, Righteous Glory, they're going for it.
Well, they do manage to find the first use. The charm going to come through, but he still has the Guardian Angel still going to survive a little bit longer. Now stuck on the turret, though, not sure what he has in store to try and get out of this one alive. Does have to dash. The charm connects again. The turret going to be used. They managed to find a solo kill coming through. Very well played coming in from Haki. Now over by the river. Reverse losing a lot of health. He flashes away, tries to reposition, gets caught into the bad spot. Eagle jumping in. The Glacial Fisher will not be able to connect. And now they're chasing over onto Ares. Ares providing the support his mid laner needs. They managed to survive.
That was super greedy. Noblesse had no reason to be diving the Ari there. She's still an ultimate, by the way, so she uses 3 charges of Spirit Rush and the Flash to get out. Chickens Can Fly actually punching back against Noblesse, getting the damage and hitting it where it hurts, right? So right there, they lose control of the top side, which is ideally what you wanted to take down, and then move to the mid lane to pop the Herald. If all 3 of them just stayed there, imagine the situation. 3 of them stay alive, the wave comes in, they push, take that structure, which is very low by the way, and then move mid. That opens up the match so much more. So Noblesse misplaying just a little bit there.
Yeah, wanted to go for a little bit of a greedy play. They expected to be able to get the kill, and in reality, I do think that there was a good chance that they could have found the kill there anyway. Ego now in a bad position, gonna get taunted up, decent damage coming in from the Vi. He doesn't have the flash, so he's gonna have to just dash away with the stand together. The stand behind Braum and now gets back towards his turret, but the Rip Herald gonna be used, and so they're collapsing in onto this mid lane. Reverse doesn't have all too much he can do here.
This is the right play. Like, macro-wise, this is the smart choice coming in for Noblesse. They're a bit more disciplined. They make sure to take down mid-tier 1 before they open up the Dragon. Eris making the rotation down is also good. Like, XCP picked up Teleport and Chant, but he's gonna have to be forced to use it right now to
He's gonna use it as they try to jump over onto this Dragon to get decent damage off the Charm. Gonna connect as they take down one right away. The Vi goes down now. They don't have a jungler, so they might be able to find this one over by the back lines. Ares over on the side does manage to find a double kill onto the enemy team. He gets silenced down. Reverse losing out the fight against the Xayah. And on the other end, top laner loses out as well. It's a triple kill for Ares as Noblesse find a big fight. They lose one, but wipe down CCF right after.
What was that Dragon worth? What did it cost? Come on, granted.
Everything.
CCF just instantly lose everything in that fight. Super greedy coming in. That TP was in a weird position, and you have to think that if you can't get the early pick, if you can't find the charm into just instantly blowing someone up, there's no reason for you to walk in, right? We talked about this during the draft. The only way Chickens Can Fly can win these fights is if you hit a charm on the Xayah and you blow her up. Hit a charm on the Corki, blow him up. But they aren't able to do so. They take that 5-on-5. Goes exactly how we predict. You lose that 5-on-5 every single time.
So difficult to deal with because at this point Ares has such a strong lead. Even before this, you saw in the side lanes was able to deal with XCP. Reverse lost out against Pain because Pain has the added advantage of being untargetable for that short moment and did not have the summoner spells to win out that fight either. You see the windows that CCF had, it was very poor for them. After the fight, all their major summoner spells are still up. Their ultimates have come back up at this point, so you really have to wonder, should they have even gone for that dragon in the first place? I think maybe not.
Nope. Unless you find a pick, you don't contest these objectives, right? This is the style of composition that Chickens Can Fly have pigeonholed themselves into. If Chingy comes in here with the Sound Battery, they probably, yep. I was thinking, you know, it might be a bit too greedy if you go for the dive there on the Ari. It's like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
And so now the pace of the game gonna slow down a little bit. Baron is gonna come back. It's gonna come up now. Noblesse could look to try and pick this one up as they get some control over the side lanes. Ares gonna be moving his way down bot towards the Dragon lane just to get a little bit of control and try and start sending waves down towards that side. They play for a 1-3-1. Looks like Noblesse could rotate over to the Baron very easily here.
You play for 1-3-1 and you abuse the timing of the Corki package. The next package is when Noblesse are going to pull the trigger, right? So all they need to do is have Corki in one side lane, Akali in another side lane, just push it out, make sure the waves are prepped, make sure that CCF is always playing behind the river so they don't have vision. And then once the package is up, right now, you take it and then you force a fight of the package.
Looks like they're going to do exactly that, moving back. Could go for the package now. Actually gonna delay that a little bit. Might want to play it a little bit more conservatively considering the wave isn't exactly in their favor. The rest of the team might just want to make a quick reset. Overall, looking at the position right now, so much more vision control on the side of Noblesse. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wards, 6 wards placed down in the side of CCF. Yeah, so much more vision.
Oh, this is so good. Yep.
Whereas you look at CCF side, they have that 1 ward maybe towards the red side. Yeah, that red buff. That's all the information they can get here. So it's a very different position. Noblesse have a lot more control in this game.
That map is like me in secondary school. Not very bright, man. You know, there's no way that Chickens Can Fly.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
There's no way Chickens Can Fly are contesting vision. There's not a lot of ways in, man.
It's okay, Daryl. You're bright now. That's what counts. You have that big brain gaming knowledge. Well, let's see.
On the side,
yeah.
On the side note, I think Corki not taking the package was probably the right choice because then you can't really force. So. You probably want to wait till the dragon comes up before you take that, actually.
Oh, make them force a split decision. Get pick up a little bit more. They might be able to find this. The Sullen Battery going to be used. They're going to look to try and lock down the target right now. The Gragas almost gets killed off by losing a lot of HP, but they just jump in. Hero Edge is going to be used. Die joins into the fight. XCP survives. So tanky on this Garen. They force away Noblesse. Noblesse aren't able to find all too much more, but they do take out a number of the big spells away from CCF side, so they could just position themselves for this Dragon. Die holding out by the flanks, waiting to try and bring in XCP. The taunt comes through. The Garen cannot survive this damage. Now joining in Ares, this massive member, looking to try and take down the enemy team. CCF loses a second. It's a double. Now looking at a third. Might be able to find more. They jump in. He goes godlike. Cannot find the distance to get this kill. But the rest of the team will clean up in his place. They find 4 kills in this position, and Noblesse now going to rotate over to Baron, try and pick this one up. And just 13 minutes in, they are 12-2 with a 10,000 gold lead.
I was about to praise Chickens Can Fly, by the way, in the jungle. I was like, oh, look at the discipline. They're not handshaking this 5-on-5. They're skirmishing and using their mobility in these jungle areas to burst, to burn ultimates, right? And then straight up they just walk in and get caught by a tower. I'm like, why? Why do you guys do this to me, right? There was a moment there they were actually up in ultimates, by the way, inside the jungle fight, where all they had to do was just walk up, find a pick, and then reset, and then maybe move over to Baron instead. Say like, oh, you guys want Dragon? We're just going to throw in Baron. If you walk in, we hit you with a charm and you die.
Now we do see package being picked up by Noblesse finally, so now they can use this for an engage tool. Otherwise, sending the Corki up towards the Baron lane while the rest of the team makes their way towards the mid side. CCF posturing around this Dragon, potentially looking to try and pick this one up. A lot of vision around this side this time around, so they could potentially look to try and pick this one up.
Oh, dude. Ares has 3 core items. One of them is a Void Staff, so he's doing true damage to pretty much everyone on Chickens Can Fly. And that is a scary prospect. He picked up like multiple triples already this game. I think it's like a quarter and a triple.
Good damage onto XCP, but he's just going to be able to walk out of this one. They don't quite have the lockdown, or rather not willing to commit that much damage. Pain losing a lot of health right now. The child will connect over onto Die, but not onto much more. Joining in to get the Gragas, might be able to find his kill. Die dashes in for a little bit more. Will not commit onto this. A little bit overextended. They do go for the mid lane turret instead. Top lane also going to go down. Corki making quick work of these turrets.
I do like the idea behind that play. Like, try to find a pick onto Pain, but again, it's a Xayah. Featherstorm is just incredibly OP when it comes to creating space for yourself. Don't really need your teammates around, and if there was any other pick, he dies there, but it's
look
Xayah,
at this. Corki ignoring the Garen entirely, dodges away from the ultimate as well. Might be able to survive this, get silenced, a little bit more damage, should be able to find the kill, but they won't be able to do so. He walks back in, ends up going down anyway. Now over onto the back end, this Akali is going to get stunned up, delays his damage a little bit longer, but he's still going to be able to come in and wreak absolute havoc in the back line. Gets a double kill. Now they're looking to try and take down the Vi. The Vi still has the Guardian Angel, still looking to try and get out from this one. Die over to the back, sacrifices himself to try and protect his team, but he ends up being able to walk out too. And Noblesse have destroyed the base and left nothing in the wake of CCF.
One lonely Nexus, that is all that CCF have left to defend, and with the Dragon spawning already, this Cloud is going to be of utmost value. I believe it is Cloud Soul 2. So Noblesse here, all they have to do is just move over, collect the objective, and then look for the final push. Look at how fit this guy is, by the way. He has Oblivion. He has
500 AP.
yeah. Actually insane, by the way.
You know it's a problem when your AD carry, when you see reverse, has to run Merc Treads and more Mammaltius, and it's not enough.
Yeah. And he's still dying.
And he still insta-dies. Like, at that point, there's not much more you can do. You know, Reverse is trying his best here to optimize to play against Ares, but there's really not much you can do. And because of that, he's losing these matchups against Pain. He cannot trade against this enemy Xayah, because now he has to optimize against the Akali. Now looking at this fight coming in, looking to try and take down the Gragas right away. Joining in is going to be Dying, using the heroic entrance, diving into the back. It's going to be Ares. He jumps in, such perfect gameplay. Peak Akali mechanics with a double kill. Goes legendary. Now they're onto the Nexus. They could just ignore the enemy team. The Ektor's going to be used to try and take down Tristana. Reverse has to run for his life. He runs back into the summoning platform. Survives a little bit longer, but his Nexus will not be able to do so. And a double kill for Xayah as they close out this game.
The amount of damage Ares did in the last fight. It's the Infinity Orb that amplifies spell damage after a certain point, right? He's able to just chunk them out and finish them off with the perfect execution. It's so nasty. Like he's full build at this point. 21,000 damage. Okay, cool. Like you don't need a mid lane. You don't need a ADC. You just walk in and you finish it off yourself.
It's so difficult to deal with as Akali, and now you see exactly why so many teams have banned out this champion. It has such high impact once it gets a hit, and even if you're playing a tank, if you try to even optimize slightly towards armor because you look at the Vi, you look at the Xayah, you think that yeah, these guys are dishing out damage, even in the Corki to some extent, then you realize that this Akali has stacked so much damage and it's crazy to deal with. There's not much more you can do. You're just going to have to accept your fate, and this is why teams ban out this champion.
Like I was saying, you know, a lot of teams don't really want to play the Akali anymore. It's still strong, don't get me wrong, but the amount of mechanics required to pilot this at a high level is just not something that a lot of people have, and Ares shows us how to perfectly play the Akali in fights, how to consistently space against the backline and find, you know, those pickoffs that most people wouldn't be able to do.
Exactly. You know, being able to have the mechanics to make these work is going to be ultimately one of the key defining factors why Akali is so strong. It kind of falls in the same branch as I like to think a little bit like Katarina. You know, it might work in certain situations, but it ultimately kind of depends on the mechanical skill of the player as well. And that's kind of where the gap is formed, is this willingness to play incredibly high mechanically intensive champions which can provide very high rewards. It's kind of, you know, I would say that if you want your mechanical fix, you know, you want to go for these big flashy plays, play Akali, not Fiora.
Yeah, I think the Akali here is a lot more value when it comes to like the risk reward as well, right? Because Fiora, if she falls behind when it comes down to the lane matchup, she's no longer good in team fights anyway, and she can't split push. Akali still is able to execute people with the right amount of items, right? So it's not about what you get in return and what you're risking. It's just how much better the pick is by nature of what you can do and what you contribute to your team.
And it feels kind of bad looking at the side of CCF because, you know, they had some really good ideas. They knew what they wanted to try and do. You even saw them pick up the teleport enchant early on. They teleported into the dragon. They try and go for that fight. But the problem is they just do not have a good 5v5 team fight composition, especially early on, because we noted one of the most glaring issues was the fact that Reverse was losing in the lane 2v2, and so they sent him to the mid lane to try and soak up going to EXP, and because of that, Haki was now delayed, and Haki kind of had to be that really strong focal point for the team to give them more space to get back in. If you really had to, you know, maybe you have to send Reverse down to the bot side, to the dragon lane to try and soak up the EXP there and the gold there against the Akali. It's a little bit more risky, but you know, you might have to make these kind of risky plays because judging by the way the game was moving, it definitely didn't look like setting Haki behind was the way to go.
The way you win that game, it's kind of a catch-22 because you picked Ahri, and Ahri needs to be ahead in terms of level and items to one-shot someone. That's your win condition, right? Find a pick with the charm, kill someone. But then you also have a Tristana who lost lane, so she needs to go somewhere. And how are you going to share the amount of resources between two resource-demanding champions is the question. Again, it comes down to the draft that was the big issue for me. I think the Ahri was a no-go. If you wanted, you know, someone that was... if the idea was to pick someone that could bully out the laner, Orianna would have been the better answer there.
Yeah, Orianna definitely felt like it fit in a little bit better into the composition, but of course I can kind of see why the Ahri was in play there. You know, there were some really good moments from Haki being able to survive that 3v1 dive up into the top side, so you know, a lot of faith and mechanical trust in that champion specifically. We'll have to see if they're going to compromise. Yeah.
Or you just don't sit under turret when you're about to get 1v3 dived. I'm just gonna put that out there, man.
Well, I mean, it's
just
tough, right? Because, you know, they didn't have the vision to know what was going to happen, and you could really see so much... you could really see a very impressive understanding of how to gank and very creative gank paths coming in from Noblesse. You know, so it's difficult to try and deal with.
Okay, we are into draft for second game. If you are Chickens Can Fly here, you might want to consider banning out the Akali and banning out the Galio. You might want to leave Ziggs open. I think Pryonix will play it, but it's an easier threat to answer, especially if you want to play like Ahri, right? Ahri into Ziggs is a decent matchup for the Ahri player.
So could potentially look to try and ban that one out. CCF this time gonna be on the blue side, so they have that first priority pick. looking at that past game, you know, Noblesse immediately went for the Akali. The second they got it, they had the option to. We also saw the Ziggs and the Fiora ban from Noblesse, looking to see if they're going to go for that again, or if they're actually going to leave that open and instead go for some different bans, because we've also seen a little bit of priority around things like Diana, Camille a little bit. Could maybe try and get rid of those options too.
Ares plays two champions really well, and two champions that generally will win the game for them in the hands of Ares is Akali and Camille, I think. You look at how the compositions tend to revolve, tend to be built on the Noblesse side. They tend to revolve around Ares. They tend to revolve around Kung, right? So Cryonics, he likes to play these control mages, scale up the late game team fight. Ares likes to win lane and become a split pushing monster.
So having a pretty straightforward kind of call and response, you know, if you go for this specific situation, you're likely going to see Noblesse go for that. Now the question kind of being, is CCF going to look to try and change things up by bringing in something a little bit more unconventional, or if they're just looking to go and play for this call and response, this consistent strategy that we've already seen work multiple times before?
Fiora might be the choice here. They do ban it out. This leaves, like we said, Akali, Camille open. Galio was a big issue there too. More teams need to start picking up on this, by the way. If you're playing an engaged support, base as early as level 5, pick up the Righteous Glory enchant and just force something in the mid lane or top side. I've seen so many teams do this. It's so difficult to deal with, especially if you're playing a mid laner without escapes. Like say Orianna, say no, Ziggs is not the best option. Like Orianna or Diana, for example, right? They don't have the best escapes. Pick like Galio, pick Alistar, get Righteous Glory enchant, just run in down mid lane and get a kill for your teammate.
I mean, we've even seen some teams try and play around the top side, you know, the option is not limited there, but in just the fact that you recall a little bit earlier on, it does well when your AD carry is a little bit more self-sustaining.
Yes.
We do see the Ziggs ban coming in here, so it's a little bit of a flip-up, because this was the exact same bans from Noblesse the last game when they were blue side, and now we have to see if we're going to see, okay, Braum likely going to be banned out, so the Camille looks like it could get through this time around.
Braum is a very big pick for Ego here. He's only really played like Braum and Alistar during the qualifiers, so I can understand why Noblesse is trying to put him off his game. Now, first pick, you have your choice of Gragas, Camille, and Galio. They have to decide here. Personally, for me, I feel like Camille is the best choice here. You pick it away from Ares, and you deny Camille Galio.
So now we have this first pick up. Going to really dictate a lot of the pace of the game. Okay, so Camille, like you mentioned, is probably going to be that priority pick here. They get that one away. So now Noblesse. Curious to see what they want to try and go for. I do see... Okay, I wasn't going to say Seraphine at all. I was going to say something maybe along the lines of like a Gragas. Could be picked up earlier.
I think they're experimenting. I feel like Noblesse feel very comfortable. They're experimenting with a new strategy, because these are picks that we don't traditionally see from Noblesse at all, right? For the most part, like Seraphine is not really a die hero. Yes, he plays some enchanters in the form of the Janna, but Tristana is also not a pick that Pain has played either. So this is them experimenting and trying something new, I believe.
Yeah, Noblesse trying out a different tone, going for the Seraphine here. Curious to see if it's going to go into the mid lane or the bot lane. Could head over to die. I think it kind of depends on the matchup as well. The Galio is going to be picked up from CCF, and so CCF picking up a much more traditional composition that we've been seeing very popular and very prevalent in the current meta. At least with Noblesse.
It's a good draft so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Chicken Can Fly have been a team that does draft generally quite well. Of course, with the occasional interesting pick up in the top side, I would say.
Yeah. Now the Jarvan here is enabler. It's an enabler for the Seraphine to make sure that, you know, the Encore as well as the roots connect. It's very easy to lay flag and drag into the Seraphine root because they're both linear skill shots. So if one hits, the other's more or less guaranteed to hit as well. This is, if anything, like a BM pick if Cryonics picks this one up. I don't think Ari is good in this meta. I don't think it's good in this draft either. So he should probably stick to like Orianna. I think it's probably the best matchup against the Galio here. Corki's okay, but the Galio blocks a lot of the damage. Okay, he's gonna just go with it.
I guess you could kind of see in in that kind of idea that, you know, they have linear skill shots, you know, in the front, so their positioning could kind of line up and set themselves up in a good position. That The Katarina response actually looking
It's
pretty
actually
good.
really good into, very good into Ari because you dodge a lot of her skill shots,
Yeah.
and the moment she uses charm, you can just out her, and Ari is forced to like out in response. You could eventually chase her down too because your windows of power are a lot. They come up a lot quicker than the Ari.
So they are going to end up going for this Gragas and the final pick on Noblesse side, whereas for CCF, they're going to go for the Kai'Sa. I like the Kai'Sa a little bit more. It scales up a little bit faster Tristana, so you don't really have to invest as many resources post a certain time point. Overall,
You know what's insane
CCF
though?
got a really good draft.
Yeah. The fact that they managed to get Camille, Vi, and Gallo is quite nuts, I think. What is insane also is the fact that Noblesse, the Gragas got left all the way to last pick, by the way. And that pick actually answers the Katarina and Camille and Vi. So you think about how CCF wants to execute the fights. Right? Katarina wants to jump in, Death Lotus, Camille wants to hit someone with the Hextech Ultimatum. The explosive cast instantly cancels both of that. Like, you knock her outside of the Hextech Ultimatum, it's cancelled. You knock Katarina outside of Death Lotus, it's cancelled. And then Vi, if she overcommits with the Assault and Battery and her team wants to follow up, an explosive cast in the middle also splits them up. So Vi committing in for out is actually a suicide attempt. It's not a lockdown, it's a solo like suicide attempt.
I mean, it's so difficult to avoid these kind of situations though, because you're playing as a Vi, you kind of have to go into the mindset that I'm the Assault primary engaged, I'm the kind of champion that needs to kind of set up for the rest of the team. But then when you get into that mindset, you find yourself trapped by the enemy team. And the Gragas really does fit very well into the composition. So at least going into this one, I wonder what the Gragas' role is really going to end up becoming, because you have to deal with the Camille split push threat. Will they send the Gragas to deal with the Camille, or is it going to stick with the rest of the team to go and provide a little bit of support? Then who deals with the Camille then at that point? You know what I mean?
That's one of the problems of this draft, right? So that's the reason I don't like the Ari. It doesn't really enable anything in terms of like what you want to do in the side lanes, right? If you pick something like say Akali, yeah, that deals with Camille completely fine. If you want to pick a safe wave clear laner like Corki, all you have to do is just wait for the wave to come to you, clear it super quickly, and never walk up to the Camille ever. Don't even let her like hook shot onto you, right? But the Ari is one of those picks that want to engage, want to find 1v1s. And in this case, she does absolutely nothing against the Camille. Once Camille starts picking up some true damage, the Gragas is also going to be like easily sliced open. So I'm starting to see some issues. As long as the Camille is able to get a hit, there is a window for Chickens Can Fly to kind of punish the draft from Noblesse Gaming.
So let's see what we have in store for us as we move into our second game. Chicken Can Fly versus Noblesse. Chicken Can Fly on the blue side. We're going to try and pick this game away, Blue side looking like best side. A lot of teams have been favoring this one a lot. And so looking to try and maybe get a good setup position here.
Look at where the junglers are starting, right? Right now, Shingy hasn't really shown anything. He's gonna just start on his own red buff and path towards the bot side. So it looks like they want to win through bot again. There's a bit of a cheese being set up, if you realize, by the way, between Dai and Pain. They're sitting inside waiting for Kai'Sa to walk up and looking to kill her first.
Oh no, that's gonna hurt. They do manage to get the root off right away, and Reverse takes a lot of damage. Might just have to flash away from this one and gets killed off. Its first blood to Noblesse. You called it. The cheese worked out. Reverse decides not to use any of his summoner spells at all. That just accepts his fate and is gonna make a fast recall and head back into lane as soon as he can.
This bot lane gets pretty oppressive once it's a hit. So we talked about how Tristana in the previous game in the hands of Chickens Can Fly didn't get the resources, right? Died 1v1, 2v2 in lane. As a result, couldn't snowball. Once the Tristana does get a hit though, there is this like insane siege on the side of Noblesse. Think about how you're gonna defend as Chickens Can Fly. Tristana walks up, puts the bomb, hits, and then everyone on the Noblesse side just throws skill shots and then hopes to catch someone. I could see that being pretty annoying.
Just gonna take some time to get a little bit of control. Both sides gonna trade Scuttle Crabs. CCF looking to play a little bit more towards the top side. Nice vision from Noblesse to spot out. Actually, from both sides to spot out the enemy jungler, so they get some information there. Okay, now with the little bit of additional lead they have down to the bot side, could see more aggression. Both sides getting a little bit aggressive here in the mid lane.
I'm not sure why Shingy is just sitting there, right? Because against the Katarina, you actually can't really gank her unless you hit the charm, and even then she can shimpo away. And yeah, there were 2 camps left open. If he takes those 2 camps, he hits level 5, and then he can go bot lane again. So the right choice there should have been take camp, walk down bot side, push the wave. Once it bounces back, instantly kill them.
So we can try to pick up 5 early on, get some damage, provide some impact down towards the bot side. Haki versus Haki versus Kong here. The matchup should be pretty decent for Haki as he continues to scale up. We'll have to see how much impact they can make. The Galio won't be able to find all too much in this early phase of the game until he gets his ultimate.
So, look at your screen, right? At this moment, the Kaiser and Galio are pushing up. Had he taken those 2 camps earlier, he will be there just in time to punish them pushing up for the reset. So you could see how these small, like, mechanical timings are forcing Noblest to, like, fall behind. They could be punishing them more, but it's like free money that could have been picked up that wasn't.
Right. And so these little issues are gonna go unpunished. Yep. CCF going to just be able to keep the reset and come back into lane at this point. Waiting on this Galio ultimate. Once he has his ultimate, could look to try and make a rotation towards the mid lane. Dragon going to be the next obvious objective for both of these teams. Now up to the top side, Gragas does have a pretty good matchup into the Camille early on before the Camille manages to stack up a couple of her items.
Yep.
We do see Chicken coming in towards the bot side, isn't quite able to find anything. Eagle misses out on the Justice Punch. Let's see if he's able to find anything with this one.
Wave is going to be pushing, so all he needs is one good assault and battery for them to chain the CC, right? So it's assault and battery into taunt, into knockup. You get the kill for free. But Noblest kind of sniff a rat. They're not really walking up too far just yet. The onus is on Eagle and...
There we go, they flash in, they manage to get a Justice Punch, looking for the taunt, they won't quite be able to find, they still are able to get away. Pain dashes out of that position, now Charm coming through, they get the encore, connects onto Eagle, Eagle going down pretty low now, but moving back in and trying to turn the fight back on its head. Noblest forced to run, they get taken down, it's the kill, headed over to CCN to try and trade back. It's a kill for the Seraphine, but they managed to take down the job in exchange, a 2-for-1. And CCN finally managed to find an XCP, teleports in for good measure. But it's the Gragas over by the side. They jump in with the hookshot. Hex and ultimate against the lockdown. Over onto this Gragas. Should be able to find this one surely. But it turns things back around. The charm going to be able to connect. A lot of damage coming through. The heal coming in from the passive with the Gragas. Now they're chasing in. One more hit. Kong wants to get this kill onto XCP, but they aren't able to find it. And it goes back to a 2-for-1. And CCF end up not able to capitalize on that kill. Dragon now in the hands of Noblest, who are able to reset in time to come back here for this.
A lot of people will be like, Eris was trolling there by engaging onto 3, but because he's able to stall the Dragon take long enough, Chingy is actually able to get back in time to finish this one off. So he buys enough time for his jungler to come back in. They go down 1-for-1 trade, sure, whatever, but they get the objective that matters. This Dragon actually means a lot more, especially because you have Gragas and Jarvan who want to be a bit more tanky going up against the lineup of CCF.
Well, I mean, looking at that fight there, you know, Kong had some incredibly clutch charms, being able to deny Haki. Haki did not
the first one though, but yeah, everything else.
I mean, Haki didn't have to die there, but once he got hit by the charm, was instantly killed off. You know, it became kind of collateral damage, even as you saw Chicken try his best to take down the Gragas there. Now heading back up to the top side. It's round 2, baby. We're looking for a rematch.
Jarvan's already rotating up. He's gonna get spotted by this ward. If he walks in the river, I think he just dies here.
Wow, nice position to dodge away from the Justice Punch at least, but he is gonna use a cactus, so the on-call gonna be can't use as well. They managed to take down one. Now Pain is going to go down as well. Joining into the fight, we do see the Guardian Angel coming in. Haki taking a lot of damage. The army coming in with a cleanup. Gets one, picks up a second. The Ignite taking down. It's a double kill. Now chasing after Chicken. They should be able to find this one as well. The Charm gonna be able to connect. Vi gets killed off. It's a triple as this Ahri finds a massive purpose in this game.
Maybe Ahri gap? I don't know, man. Like, if your game on Ahri was being played like that, yeah, it feels a lot better. Cryonics on this Ahri. We talked about, you know, both Ahri and Tristana needing a lot of resources, but Cryonics and Kung in this case is able to find a lot of the gold by himself, just coming in to clean up fights. I don't think they can contest this Herald here, especially because Shingy has Smite, so that's going to be picked up. He's going to walk mid. I think you take the mid tier 1 with this Herald here, especially because you're Tristana.
being able to pick this one up. So getting objectives all around the map, and now gonna be likely be able to break this one open as well. CCF have been looking for some pretty desperate plays. They're about 2,000 gold behind, still have an out here. But the window is starting to close in, especially as we start to see the Ahri get stronger. You mentioned how Ahri has to have the gold lead, has to have the EXP lead. That's exactly what they have. Could try to make good use of this, find angles around the map right now.
Contrary to game 1, this is one of those situations where you're afraid of Ahri, right? If you're walking past a bush, you have no vision, you're always concerned, what if a charm tags me and I instantly die here? Especially because Crownix has started to pick up those big ticket items like die might be... okay, he's fine. No taunt across the wall. As long as Ahri is able to find these picks, I think Noblest might be able to stabilize the mid game, but the 5-on-5 is still tricky.
Well, the bright side that they have is at least that XCP should scale better than the Gragas. I mean, Gragas has very good team fight presence, but at least in the side wave, you know, the Camille should be able to find this. The issue is with CCF, I think they don't really have very good disengage, so even if Camille is split pushing the side lanes, Noblest could just try to force a fight anyway.
That is true.
And it's tough for them to deal with that.
They have Jarvan, who is like the king of forcing, right? If like during the Cataclysm, you kind of have to sit there and just take it. You don't really have a way to disengage. You are 100% right on the money though. XCP is always going to be better in the side lane against the Gragas, but when it comes to team fighting, Eris is going to be just dealing decent amounts of damage and being able to disrupt the fight between Body Slam and Explosive Cast. He's fine. Right now though, he's actually taking the fight to XCP. And remember that he does have a decent amount of gold from those earlier fights, so he's ahead in items, he's able to hold his own for now.
Yeah, about 1,000 up, so we actually see that in the form of 2 armor items, the Bramble Vest coming into play as well, there, making a big difference. But they get the root over onto the Vi, the child will not be able to connect, there's a lot of damage coming through. Ego has to jump in to try and provide some support for his team there. XCP gonna rotate over, but Ares hiding by the side, he's looking to try and take down the Camille in this position right now, but a hook shot over the wall gets him back to safety. Dragon coming back up while the Rift Heralds use mid lane.
All 5 walking onto the Dragon, they're forcing CCF to decide between a lose-lose situation. Are you going to lose your mid tier 1? Are you going to lose Dragon? The answer is we are okay losing Dragon here as Eris knocks Chickens out of that.
Wow, Cast onto 2 to get the charm right off, and they find the encore onto the target as well. Jumping into the fight is the Vi, but getting locked in between all the members of Noblest is not the place you want to be. Reverse tries to reposition, but gets targeted down by the charm. These heat-sinking charms are never missing.
Ahri gap, I'm just gonna call it, it's an Ahri gap. Crownix is just dunking on CCF. And remember in the draft, we were saying how the Gragas answers the Vi, right? If there's no one there to follow up, the Assault and Battery just becomes like a one-way suicide mission. Guess what happened?
It's so difficult to do otherwise though. I mean, your whole kit is based around going in, and when you have to go and use your first spell to try to get over the wall, but it gets interrupted by the Gragas' Body Slam, that's on cooldown, and you have to wait for that, and then you know, you get a little bit impatient. CCF have to hold their... They kind of just have to hold back, you know, wait until they have the window to go for something here.
Oh, not another one.
On to Eagle. Once again, he managed to flash away, still has a little bit more HP to work with.
Crownix is like DJ Khaled, but instead of albums, he's just hitting charms like another one and another one, and he's just landing them time after time. It's so difficult to check into fog. I mean, you look right now at the Galio as well, right? He's opted for the Gargoyle Stone Plate as well as the Dead Man's Plate. Coming in here, looking to just try and survive and act as the tank for the team, because that's kind of what he is, but then they loses so much utility in the form of the Righteous Glory, in the lock-in, so that makes a really big difference in these fights, I feel. They don't have that like pseudo health as you would normally from a lock-in or redemption, so that's a great point, right? It's a tanky Galio, but his team is not so tanky as he's instantly dead here. Another charm. Hextech Automatum does absolutely nothing. Cryonix goes godlike. While we're on the item list, I just want to point out. Oh, hold on.
They jump right in onto the Vi, with the Vi onto the Tristana, now over to the back line, but they end up getting killed off right away. The characters are going to lock them in. That's the Encore going to be used as well. The Vi still does have the Guardian's Angels to survive a little bit longer. Haki tries to pick a Captain's Blade, jumping into the members of Noblest, but ends up being killed off anyway. Flashing forward, they find a triple as they take down this Kai'Sa. Noblest aces CCF.
They're just mechanically styling on them, like forcing on that fight with the Vi was not the play. That is not so Raven. He instantly gets picked off, and the rest of Noblesse regroup and finish them up after that fight. I was talking about the items, and I just want to point out, like, Twin Shadows Enchant for the most part is kind of a troll item. Like, I feel like it doesn't have the impact of Redemption or Locket, right? But in this game, it's actually pretty decent because it allows you to not only scout but slow down members on the flank. So whoever's trying to come in from the backline, say Camille or Vi, that spooky ghost is going to spot them out and it gives you the opportunity to jump on them instead. So the way it works is, oh, I see two members on the flank, I'm just going to jump into their backline as Jarvan and then force the fight.
It looks like overall it's working pretty well for Noblesse, and it's a pretty big change from their usual playstyle, but they've made it work. And they're looking like a very strong team coming into this match, you know, and they have to be, considering their goals and their aspirations to take down Impunity, to take down Alliance. They have to be showing this level of dominance in their games moving into the semifinals.
I think mechanically they're on par with some of the top two teams, right? Think of Alliance, think of Impunity. Mechanically, Noblesse are there. The troubling thing in the past has always been the
Fight coming
execution.
in again. They're looking for the catch onto Pain. Pain gets locked up by the Hexen Ultimatum, cannot jump away just yet. Still, they managed to find the return damage over on the CCF, and CCF health bars are just shredded. Reverse running for his life, but going to get locked down by Ares. They're still chasing after the damage coming through from Pain. He sets the benchmark for what it takes to be a team, to look to try and take down the likes of Alliance, of Impunity. Now they're on the Nexus, looking to try and close out a game right away as they're pushed on with their victory march. Noblesse with the 2-0, taking down CCF.
And they will find themselves a spot in the upper bracket semi-finals. Noblesse cleaning up a lot of the mistakes we saw during the qualifiers. I think this is a team well on track to, you know, upsetting Impunity when it comes to the semi-finals. This is a team that looks super solid overall. When it comes to mechanics, they understand the draft. Yes, you know, I was criticizing the draft, saying the RE has no place here. Again, it's one of those things where it's an ego challenge. It's a mechanical thing where if you hit charms like Cryonics does, then it looks perfect. But every time you miss a charm, my soul dies a little bit inside.
A little bit too much memories flooding into your mind every time you see a charm miss, but that being said, that was an incredible showing coming in from Noblesse, being able to win that game in very decisive fashion against Chicken Can Fly. But, you know, Chicken Can Fly, you have to remember how they got here in the first place. They worked their way in through the lower bracket.
Yes.
Are we about to watch a repeat even as we move into playoffs? We'll have to find out. That's something
The lower bracket dream, I mean, it's a great kind of ideal and aspiration to have, especially a dream built on like memes and jokes. I kind of like the idea for Chickens Can Fly to go in with the lower bracket run and maybe make it into the semis or upper finals.
Yeah, I mean, that would be something to watch for sure. At least now we have our top 4 semi-finalists, Alliance and Impunity in the first bracket, as well as Noblesse and Celestials in the other bracket. Let's take a quick look at we'll take a quick look at it later on. For now, I think this is a good time to take a look at some of the highlights and some of the moments that have led up to this victory for Noblesse to pick up this 2-0 in this series. XCP, the taunt comes through. The Garen cannot survive this damage. Now joining in Ares, this massive member, looking to try and take down the enemy team. CCF loses a second. It's a double. Now looking at a third. Might be able to find more. They jump in. He goes godlike. Cannot find the distance to get this kill. But the rest of the team will clean up in this. Might be able to survive this, get silenced, a little bit more damage, should be able to find the kill, but they won't be able to do so. He walks back in, ends up going down anyway. Now over onto the back end, this Akali is going to get stunned up, delays his damage a little bit longer, but he's still going to be able to come in and wreak absolute havoc in the back line. Gets a double kill. Now they're looking to try and take down the Vi. The Vi still has the Guardian Angel, still looking to try and get out from this one. Die over to the back. Akali now looking at this fight coming in, looking to try and take down the Gragas right away. Joining in is going to be dying, using the heroic entrance, diving into the back. It's going to be Ares. He jumps in such perfect gameplay. Peak Akali mechanics with a double kill. Goes legendary. Now they're onto the Nexus. They look for the taunt. They won't quite be able to find. They still are able to get away. Pain dashes out of that position. Now Charm coming through. They get the encore. Connects onto Eagle. Eagle going down pretty low now, but moving back in and trying to turn the fight back on its head. Noblesse forced to run. They get taken down. It's the kill. Headed over to CCF to try and trade back. It's a kill for the Seraphine, but they managed to take down the job in exchange.
Knocks Chickens out of that.
Wow, Charms onto 2 to get the charm right off, and they find the on-call onto another target as well. Jumping into the fight is the Vi, but getting locked in between all the members of Noblesse is not the place you want to be. Reverse tries to reposition, but gets targeted down by the charm. These heat-sinking charms are never missing.
Ari get, hold on.
They jump right in onto the Vi, with the Vi onto the Tristana, now over to the back line, but they end up getting killed off right away. The characters are going to lock them in, that's the on-call going to be used as well. The Vi still does have the Guardians Angels to survive a little bit longer. Haki tries to make a captain's play, jumping into the members of Noblesse, but ends up being killed off anyway. Flashing forward, they find a triple as they take down this Kaiser. Noblesse aces CCF. Again, they're looking for the catch on the Pain. Pain gets locked up by the Hexia ultimatum, cannot jump away just yet. Still, they manage to find the return damage over on the CCF, and CCF health bars are just shredded. Reverse running for his life, but going to get locked down by Ares. They're still chasing after the damage coming through from Pain. He sets the benchmark for what it takes to be a team. I mean, honestly, these teams have had such an impressive run even coming up until this point. A little bit overlooked because we've had such big names coming in, the likes of Impunity and Alliance, and so a lot of the stories and a lot of the narratives that come in with them. But when it comes down to pedigree, you can't ignore teams like Noblesse, who have had such experienced and veteran players coming in for such a long time, not just in one title, but in multiple titles, joined together to try and play out the Icon series in Singapore. If they're able to win this, you know, they move on. Well, having won this game, they move on to the next playoff stage, and then we're looking towards the grand finals coming in the next day after that as well.
It's kind of insane because the next matchup for Noblesse is Celestials. If they beat Celestials, they will be in the upper bracket finals, and they'll be one game away from being in the finals itself. So it's not an unfeasible path moving forward as we take a look at the brackets here. Yep, there you go. So going up against Celestials and Impunity Esports going up against the Alliance. That's all going to be happening, you know, with the rest of the Icon series unfolding in the next 2 days. It's going to be insane. It's going to be awesome to watch. I am personally excited to see the caliber of teams coming in. Noblesse has really impressed me today, and so has Impunity. I think they've cleaned up a lot of the mistakes, a lot of the glaring errors that they had during the qualifiers.
For sure. You know, looking at the way that things have kind of panned out today, the fact that all games were 2-0 kind of repaint a story as we look at some of the teams that were expected to win. They were very dominant, but we also started to see some of these other teams that were otherwise very close. They started to really tie down a lot of the things that we mentioned in the earlier series in the qualifiers, and now coming into this looking a lot cleaner. We also have our lower brackets, which has BDG versus TLM. We also have TLJ versus CCF, and these teams, you know, the fact that they're now in the lower brackets have to go and try and win this one out. If it means a little bit of cheese, if it means, you know, you have to go in 5-man stack, invade the enemy jungle, that you just gotta do what you gotta do.
Yep. You gotta do what you gotta do, right? Best of ones, surprise strategies tend to work better in these one-off games. All that being said, though, it's still an uphill climb. I keep thinking about how even if BDG or TLM win, they're going to be playing the loser of Alliance versus Impunity. That is a tough fight. Like, you never want to be in that position this early in the tournament, especially in the lower bracket. You have to think that the pressure is on and the teams have to perform up to standard. Otherwise, they risk an early elimination in the Icon Series playoffs.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to have to go up against the tournament favorites and the tournament runner-up favorite, and so having to deal with that is so difficult. And if you guys have any idea who you think is likely gonna win, feel free to let us know. We always like to check that stuff out. Otherwise, if you guys want to stand a chance to win yourself a Secretlab chair, the League of Legends series ones especially, take a look back throughout our day. Find the moments that we mentioned inside the Facebook post. I'll give you a heads up. It's either a Baron or Dragon Steal, a backdoor victory, or it's going to be in the... what's the last one, Daryl? Yeah, it's going to be a pentakill. Right, so I think we had 2 out of 3. You know, so you guys can look for that. Find the clips, clip those, and we will be generating a random winner to take home a Secretlab Titan 2020 League of Legends Collection chair. And as always, this entire broadcast has been brought to you by our partners, 100+, as well as Secretlab, as well as our production team from Elephant.
Yeah, and I think that more or less wraps up day 1, as you can see. Thank you again, 100 plus, for making sure, helping us keep hydrated during this tournament so far. Brendan is in the studio. You know, he's had a copious amount of 100 plus at his disposal.
It's not enough. It's not enough. No, not enough.
I mean, I'm sitting at home with my 100 plus cup, just drinking water. I'm needing more 100 plus as well. But again, thank you to our sponsors for making it happen. And again, the reason we are also on screen like this is because we are practicing social distancing measures. So guys, do remember to stay home unless you need to go out, unless it's absolutely necessary for you to go out. Wear a mask. Remember to obey all social distancing rules, and remember to stay safe.
Good advice in general. That should not be the case where only in the pandemic. It's just good advice in general. in reality, wash your hands, right?
Yeah. Always wash your hands.
This is what 3 months of 100 plus will do for you. Just wash your hands. I'm not sure how effective that would be. That doesn't actually sound like its intended purpose. Its intended purpose is to up your hydration game. With that being said, I think we have more or less come to the end of our entire set for the day 1 of our playoffs for the Wild Rift Sea Icon series in Singapore. For our summer season, all this is leading up towards our grand finals, and then for there we have our Super Summer Cup with all the other regions joining in, as they are also looking to wrap up and find their own grand finalists. With that being said, I'm Gamenism. With me has been Hungry. We're going to end the broadcast, but we're coming back tomorrow, so join us for more Wild Rift action then. We'll see you guys tomorrow then.
Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty!
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock.
Dust them picks.
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.